That's a good word. Yeah.
I never knew that discombobulate wasn't a word.
What? It isn't?
Oh.
Oh, in a new dictionary.
Come on,
you might
it
find
has to be a word. People use that all the time, don't they?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Mm-hmm.
And what does that mean? Just means great.
Discombobulate means to take something apart.
No, I mean the super, whatever that one. Yeah, what is that? Does that mean great?
Yeah, it's great or something or other. Yeah.
Okay, that's what awesome. I know it's they use it in the movie, but I never knew what it really meant because I couldn't pronounce it, so it was pointless.
Yeah, it's like Mary Poppins.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. What was that word that Crypto said? Oh, I didn't find that. That was a great one.
So
something or other.
What's that? Discombobulate? That's not a word?
Discombobulate. No.
Yeah. What?
It's a made-up word. It's a new age word, like to take something apart.
Yeah, it's almost like decapitated.
Mm.
Wow. It's almost like calling yourself a scientist, but you're not.
Pseudo.
No.
Pseudo.
No.
Yeah.
Pseudoscience.
Pseudo means intentionally deceive.
Yeah. It does.
Yeah. That's why Phil Collins sang the song Studio.
Studio.
What do you think?
Killing with the Blackpool Swan.
I can't believe Phil Collins entered the live stream. So left field, dude. That was so left.
I say the way, studio.
Yes. Oh my.
He's actually singing in the song. I'll tell you the way. It's pseudo.
Yeah, pseudo. I don't know. I can't understand why I couldn't think of that word. Pseudo. Yeah, it means intentionally deceive. So when they say it's a pseudo force, yeah, it's an intentionally deceptive force. And it's not it. And you could argue with people today about the Coriolis, and they'll still take you to the projectile. You could show them that no, it's an optical illusion. If you're going around about and throw a ball across, it'll look like it's curving, but it's not. And I witnessed Coriolis effect with my own eyes. I was in the Bronx, and I was doing about 60 miles an hour, and I went on a total turn in the highway, and I was just glancing up, and the plane was overhead, and it blew my mind. I was like, "Oh shit, the Coriolis effect!" And then I almost crashed. But it was weird. It was deflecting like a little bit. Like it's like wow. But anyway.
These people, they put it everywhere, like in movies, in songs. They tell you a lot of things. People just need to listen more.
You just gotta be awake to hear, right? If you're not awake, you can't hear. But if you're woke, you hear these things.
I reckon heaps of people are going to go now listen to Phil Collins' songs.
No, maybe in the air tonight. Maybe
you feel
in the air pressure. Dude,
tonight.
In the air pressure. That would be a good parody.
I can feel it in the air tonight. The pressure is so right.
Hey, remember back in the day with the Live Aid concert? Phil Collins was the man, boy. He was in Wembley first, then he played in Philly as well. Jumped on the plane. Popped in on Philly.
Flew across the plane to Philly.
Yeah. Flew across the air, the plane.
Through the air.
Queen stole the show, though. That is true, and Queen did steal the show.
Yeah, the Queen steals everything, though.
Yeah. hey, we got God save the Queen.
Oh yes, Governor.
From what, by the way?
Remember the Alamo and choked out the Mexican.
God save the Queen.
I wouldn't save her from nothing. I'd push her right into her son.
You remember that joke from the American Werewolf in London? When he stumbles in the slaughtered lamb, the two kids. He's never seen American Werewolf in London?
Oh no, bro, no, I haven't. No.
Yeah, he's a
God.
werewolf.
Yeah, he starts telling a joke that first is like a weird place that they're in, and then this English guy starts telling a joke, and yeah, it's a good. You got to watch this movie, man. How do you not know American Werewolf in London? It's like a classic.
Can you DM me that, please?
Can I
If
watch?
it's a good movie, I'll watch it. Can you DM me send me a message with the title of the movie, please?
The title of it? Yeah.
Yeah, please. Thanks, bro.
Who are you? Where are you?
IJZ.
RJ.
Iggs.
IJZ. Okay, yeah. It's called. This is from the 80s, though.
Awesome, even better. Because I don't watch
movie.
TV. Awesome, I'll watch it. I should probably watch it tonight. Because I just started watching like movies now. I haven't watched TV in like 7 years or something.
Nice,
Dude, I could tell you all the great movies to watch.
Well, if you do, you have some recommendations, bro. Like, put them down.
That's a classic.
Look this one up.
Go ahead.
Look this one up.
What about The Godfather? Did you ever see The Godfather?
No, forget about The Godfather. Look this one up. It's called Pokemon.
What?
Yeah, that definitely supersedes The Godfather for sure.
I actually haven't seen The Godfather.
Oh, that's it. Get out.
It's a way too long movie, by the way.
Oh, it's a good flick. Listen, when that came out, Jaws too. Jaws, when that came out, there was lines. I can remember lines for blocks. When The Godfather came out, lines. I mean,
Yeah.
20, 30 blocks.
That's true. I give you that. Yeah.
I've read like some of the script.
What's that?
Bunch of zombies.
I've read the script. I haven't like watched the movie. I usually read the scripts.
Well, that was one where the movie was way better than the book. Because I've always seen the movie when I watched it since I was a kid. I've always watched The Godfather. And when I was in prison, I read the book. And I was like, damn, the movie's way better. The book tells you some details of certain characters, but like certain scenes, like I'm envisioning in my mind from the movie, and the way I'm reading it in the book, I'm like, damn, I'm glad they didn't put this in. This is stupid.
Yeah, might extend the movie for longer. You might like dull it down. I think that's what they.
Well, the character of Luca Brasi, that was Don Corleone. That was his main hitman. They get into his character, and what he did was his wife had triplets, and because they had like reddish hair and light eyes, he felt she cheated on him, and he threw them all in the furnace, the wife and the 3 children.
Wow, correlation equals causation, huh?
So they try to show you what type of guy he is. He threw all 3 infants, newborn, into the furnace. Back in that was in the 1900s. So
Shit.
in the basements of them tenements, they had those furnaces. Threw them all in there. That's how cold
there's a
the
song
guy
for you.
was.
The Tenement Halls. Who sang that one? something about the tenement halls. Oh,
I'll be back, guys. Give me a minute.
no worries, bro. Who's gonna back me up? What's that song where that is something tenement halls?
I have no clue.
Oh, damn. Lost it. I picked up heaps. Like I usually like break down if I watch something. I decode stuff. And my old man used to be a DJ, so I listen to like all types of music. So you get a lot from, you know, these musicians. Most of them come from the military backgrounds. Like 90 something percent of them, 95% of them. They're brought up to do a certain thing. Sometimes they get sick of it and they like let stuff like slip out. They'll say things in songs and da 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 before they get pulled off the scene. Yeah. And they'll tell you, you know, he hung himself with a handkerchief. That was a long ago again. It happened again. Yeah. Like a 250-pound man hung himself with a red handkerchief. And they have to emphasize to give the signal to the other guys that it's bullshit. Oh, sorry. Oh, where's my man from Hungary? Is he here? Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, you
How
know,
are you doing?
one of our ex-president from Macedonia. You guys took him in exile.
What? Who are you talking about? I don't know. I'm not sure.
From Macedonia.
Okay,
He went to
yeah.
Hungary. Yeah, they took him in, like
Uh-huh.
exile or some bullshit. Yeah,
Hmm.
'Cause they wanted to put some charges on him that were they're all playing games, but yeah, this guy didn't want to actually go to jail. I think he's quite up there, so he just went to Hungary. Apparently, this is the
Oh.
story. Listen to
I
this.
think
know-
you're talking about the guy like a few years ago, and it became
Yeah.
big articles all around in Europe that we took in some guy that was actually searched by the FBI and everybody, and he is a
Yes,
big fucking criminal all around the world, and we were like
yeah, apparently,
as a friend, yeah,
yes.
or prime minister.
But the thing is, yeah,
Yeah.
you guys in Hungary, like Hungary is a big how do I say it? It's has a big part to play in
We do.
Europe.
We do actually,
Yeah.
we do, but we do it under the table, so you almost never hear
Yes.
about it. Yeah.
Yes, that's why our guy went there, and apparently the way that he escaped was he went in a brand new like Mercedes in the boot, and then when the private aeroplane went to Hungary.
Yeah,
or something.
yeah, exactly, yeah. We always have those kind of
But-
stories, you know, so. You know,
Yeah,
whenever
this is,
somebody wants to hide from the world, for example, they come to Hungary, usually.
Yeah,
Because it's still
usually
Western. It's still Western. You have, you know, great stuff here. You have the technology, you have clean water, you have very good food, and you have, you know, escorts. Let's not forget
Yes.
about that, because it's actually very important. I'm not even kidding. We had like agents,
I know,
like
bro.
almost like up to the FBI and CIA kind of agents that were actually hookers. So
Oh, I know, bro. I know this, and it's pretty fascinating. This kind of stuff.
it is.
People
It is.
people go to Hungary when they get pushed too far by these other agencies and they don't want to cooperate.
Yeah.
You know? And it's like, if this, I'm like, they grow a bit of a conscience, you know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
And it's like, I can't do this to like a whole group of people or whatever it is. And it's like, where do you go? Hungary.
Yep. Well, I think we are almost the last on the corruption, most corrupt. How do you say it? The most corrupt nations in Europe. So there
The
is
least,
that
yeah.
also. No, the most. One of the most corrupt.
Or the most.
Yeah, we are one of the most corrupt. Like, forget about Greece. That's like a kid compared to us. And I'm not even kidding.
Greece is more of a siphoner than a corrupting. It's just a leech.
Well, that's a sort of a corruption. So
Yeah, true. Yeah. If you're stuck on somebody and stuck in their blood, that's pretty corrupt.
yeah.
But Germany's up there. Germany's got to be number one.
Like you mean in corruption?
Yeah, because they had the FBI, or was it? I think it was FBI, CIA when they raided a Deutsche Bank. They actually went into the building.
Didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
Maybe look it up. Wow, Deutsche Bank is like one of the biggest banks in Europe. So
yeah, it's it's almost bankrupt. It should be bankrupt, but it's floating on air.
yeah, the banks never go bankrupt.
Yeah. It's usually the trustee of the bank that should go bankrupt, but even those guys.
Yeah, that's like an oxymoron to say that, something like that.
Yeah. I was saying it for the dummies that are listening.
Oh yeah,
on
that's right. You're right about that. Yeah, you always have to think about them also. Yeah.
May I ask something?
Hi there.
Yeah.
Yes, may I ask something?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
In Hungary, how is it with the flat Earth movement? Is it?
There are not really movements around here. You know, Hungarian people are very much introvert. Yeah, they're very much introvert, and we usually don't like to group up about anything. Like literally, the last time was back in 1956 against Russia for a little while, but that's it. So things like flat Earth movement don't really work around here, because we are not the kind of people that would stick up for anything. Actually, it's kind of sad. It's very depressing, but that's the truth.
Gosh, I'm Hungarian.
You are?
It's Lirica.
Hello.
Oh.
Servus.
You mean that magyar vagy? You're Hungarian?
Igen.
Yeah, she's Magyar.
Because you have a little bit of an accent, that's why I'm asking.
Well, because I left in 1956.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, great. Hi there. How are you doing?
Servus, what do you want?
Servus.
But I didn't. That's interesting, because my father, oh my God, he was quite a rebel.
Yeah, back in the days, we had great rebels. Actually, we are a great people for rebel stuff. We are very strong. We are very passionate and stuff. But, media, propaganda, politics, they all destroyed that kind of mentality altogether.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's down to almost nothing. So...
That's interesting.
I love Hungarian people.
I've been in Hungary once for the Ziget Festival.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's the best parties. Oh.
It's amazing. It's such a beautiful country. We went into Budapest, to a bathhouse. It's amazing.
Yeah, those
They have the
bathhouses,
best dance parties.
you know, they come from the Turkish times, actually, most of them. Like we were invaded by the Turks back in, you know, like 800 years ago, and they left the baths all around. So they are actually Turkish kind of bath and spas. You been to the Hero Square, maybe around there?
Well, no, I was one day in Budapest and only for the
Yeah.
bathhouse because this is like 10 years ago, 8 years ago.
Uh-huh.
So, but the Ziget Festival is 7 days. So, and
That's right. It's a whole week.
This is wrecking, right? Because it's like 7 days partying, which is great, but after
Yeah.
a few days you need something to relax. So we went to
Of
a
course you
bathhouse.
do.
Just-
Of course you do.
I was
I
so
reckon
filled.
Hungary's got one of the best. I reckon hold one of the best scenes for like that for parties, for dance parties.
Yeah, that's true.
I was there in the year that Amy Winehouse died because she was scheduled
did-
there and she died, and then 30 Seconds to Mars came instead of, which was such a bad band. It's just a 30 Seconds of Mars to Mars.
No. It's a band.
Jared Leto, the actor, is a lead singer.
Oh, you're not singing. He's the kind of guy that is kind of a Scientologist right now, but not exactly. But
No.
Jared Leto.
He played in the movie Pi and Requiem for a Dream, and
Yeah.
so he has a few
Oh.
good movies. He has a few good movies,
Yep.
but he also played the Joker, I guess. Was he Joker?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
They say it was one of the. It was the worst Joker ever, but yeah, he did.
He was a Joker.
But
though.
his band is even worse. His band.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. By looking
Yeah,
at the
but
guy.
you-
Yeah.
I was
Do you know
there.
why Amy
Prince-
Winehouse died though?
Alcoholism.
Because they wanted to send her to rehab, but she said no.
Yeah.
She kept saying no. Yeah.
I was there when Prince was the headliner. So he started like an hour late, but he went like 2 hours over the programming. So it was so awesome, man. Seeing Prince there was really a good concert.
What's up? I was just wondering if you could check out Livestream voice text. Can you confirm whether this is a normal day in Hungary?
What? Which
Let me
one?
check this out. This should be funny.
Yeah.
The one that cut the
Check
shit
this out.
posted.
What? Cut the shit one? No. What the fuck is that? Like for real? No, we are not Russia. We are not Russia.
It's the Turks on your border. I thought.
No, it's an After Effects. Shit. It's not real.
Oh,
Bosman, that's not. Nah.
it's pretty disappointing. I'll be honest.
We are not that interesting.
it.
No.
That's good.
No, but actually, as an analogy, these could be our politicians. So.
What chickens?
Yeah, with guns. As a metaphor,
Yeah.
You could say something like this about our politicians. So.
Without a head.
Yeah.
Good.
No, it's a great country. We just lost our integrity.
I think every country has done that, brother. I think we've gone past that.
Well,
Everywhere.
that's what I hear all around. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Good morning.
it's.
Hi
You
there.
know what? I wanted to say this yesterday, and crypto's on. Till something happens, I think this is my personal thoughts. Till something happens in a major country, in a major city, when people go out, bust out, just say, I don't know, if it's London, New York, Budapest, whatever, Germany, whatever. If people bust out and make a scene, that will get airtime, and that will make other people everywhere else bust out.
Yeah, we
That's how it
just had
usually
those
happens.
kind of things, and it, by experience, I can tell you that it happened in Hungary in the past few months, actually, that riots were almost gathered, but didn't. They should have, but it didn't. So we are at a point where integrity is at zero level. So.
Yeah.
And
That's
and
what I'm
also the
saying.
passion, the laziness, the depression, and things like that it's very kind of bad right now, and for the past like 10 years.
Yeah,
Good
I
morning,
agree with you,
Alex.
bro. 100%. They've demoralized us. It's that
Very much, yeah.
demoralization.
And it's mainly
that's got
due
us.
to politicians, their PR, and the propaganda, and also because of what the media spits out from itself day by day.
Yeah. Yes. 100%. They've really done a number on us. Like, I've got like a lot of their documents and stuff, and a lot of their old works, and even from the occultists. And these guys have been doing this for such a long time. Like, I've got their like notes and stuff, and
Yeah, what amazes
done a
me
real
about the
big number.
US, what amazes me about the US is the people are not as depressed as they should be because of what the propaganda tells them. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, because capitalism is great, bro. That ism is the best ism you can get.
Well, probably, yeah, it might be that, yeah. I don't know, but it's it's marvelous what you see on, I don't know, even on the streets of New York, for example, that they are very much they're not depressed, for example. They should be by every mean, but they are not.
Yeah.
People don't give a
I
fuck
think-
what they are told, actually.
Yeah, I think they are depressed, but maybe they don't know it because they're
This is very
dead
true.
inside, bro. Might be, the deadness inside.
You know why?
Yep.
Morning, Elijah.
Because they're. Good morning. It's because they're just following instructions. They don't know why. They're not motivated by their own thoughts. So it's like, well, I gotta wear a mask. I gotta say it's for safety. Then, well, I'll project on the people that it's for safety. And when it seems like everything is becoming relaxed, then we'll just go outside and act as if nothing happened, because in reality, they've never actually thought about any of the shit that's going on. They just let it happen. They've reacted to it. Now they're reacting to people attempting to be normal. And so they're acting normal instead of feeling and being normal. Like, it's everyone is an actor. It's
Everything
insane.
is awesome. Everything is fun when you're part of a plan. You haven't
We've done
seen
an
the Lego
emotional
movie?
number on people.
Yeah, we did.
How can they make a movie like that and people go, yeah, that's how everything is, and still continue to live in a world that's exactly like that?
It's a nice delusion. That's why. It would be so nice if it was true, right? So they tend to believe it.
Right, they made a movie with Borat trying to kill the coronavirus with a frying pan, and people don't get it.
What? He did?
Yeah, haven't you seen?
No.
Yeah, the guys in America like trying to spray it with like disinfectant, and he's with a frying pan. He's like, "No, I kill it like this," and he's hitting the
Okay.
walls.
Wow.
It's gold. You should watch it.
From one viewpoint, those kind of stuff are always funny. But from another point, in my head, what comes up one is a question like, how can Borat make something like that when I see channels taking down every day from YouTube and from Facebook and from all around because saying or liking something against COVID?
Yeah, I
You know what I mean,
completely
right?
agree. I agree. I understand, and 100% have no rebuttal to that. But these guys are doing this, and they're showing the people that they're taking the piss out of them, and people aren't realizing it. You've got this idiot trying to kill something that's invisible with a frying pan, and this other guy trying to spray something that's not there. It's hilarious.
Yeah, of course.
But
how he is able to make something like that and then spread it towards through media? That's my question.
Because people,
he's a jester, right? He's just playing a jester, and people, it's wrapped in comedy, so it does. But if you talk about it seriously, then you're spreading misinformation, right? When you're talking about it seriously, but when you're a jester and you make fun of it, then it's not misinformation. That's the whole deal. It's sad, but it's true.
So you're actually right. I wasn't asking a question because I don't know the answer. Actually, I'm just trying to talk about it because in Hungary we had that kind of thing going on for 20 years around. We had one great comedian who was able and was allowed to speak against Russia, but it was only him, no one else.
Oh yeah, I get you. Yeah, that's a good tactic, that one.
That's right. It is a technique. It's a psychological technique to keep people checked.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a Hegelian dialectic. So they control both sides of a point of view, and then if you try and see outside of that paradigm, then they ban you. And then when you say, "Well, no one's talking about it," they go, "Oh, well, this guy is," and then you have to go into the weeds of saying, "Well, this guy is clearly not representing it properly."
No. In our country, it was due to so that it was very depressing. The Russian era and the communist era was very depressing for everybody in Hungary. Like literally, it was so bad, like you cannot imagine. But they were trying. I mean, the Russian governments were trying to make the people accept the things that the way they are by putting this guy on the television and making him a big hit. And making him a comedian about Russia. So when you hear him, you kind of steam off a little bit from the depression. And it can actually, it can make riots not to become truth. Because he's doing such a good job making fun of Russia that you would not feel that you want to go to riot against Russia.
Yeah, it's like a let-off valve.
Yeah.
We do the same thing here in America, though.
Yeah, you do?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's the comedians, the jesters, who are permitted access to the media to reveal the truth. The court jester has always been traditionally a part of the court, King's Court.
Yeah.
Hence the court jester. Lirico, so sorry to cut you off. I sent you a message a while ago. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can actually see. I actually just sent you another one.
I rarely look in there. I'm sorry. I'll look.
No, you're all right. I could actually maybe use some assistance with something if you can reply.
All right, of course I will.
Thank you very much. Sister. Sorry to cut you off. Continue.
No. That was just reminded me of all the. Your conversation reminded me that this is things don't change that much historically. The same tactics.
Yeah, that's what I see also. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't. They lack imagination. They know
very much. Yeah.
Yeah, they just repeat, and they just put on different dressing, modern dressing to the situation. But
yeah, sometimes it's red, sometimes it's blue. Yeah.
Exactly.
The reason they repeat these tactics is because people are stupid.
That's right. Yeah, that's the basis for it.
Yeah. It's like I say to people, I even say to my family, like, how do you know that Mexican beer germ is real? Like, did they show you any evidence? And no one ever answers the question. Yep. They always say, oh, well, the expert said it, or I believe this, or that's your opinion. None of those are answers to the question. Did they show you evidence? Because the answer is obviously no.
Yeah, it's something like
But-
when I actually have talked to people with PhDs all around, and when they get married, they usually say, and this is ludicrous to me. I have no idea where this kind of thinking coming from. But when they get married to a girl, then they say just because we are married, she's not gonna cheat. I'm not
Logic.
sure if you're feeling the stupidity of that.
Yes, I am. I feel it completely. It's
Yeah,
the
and also-
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Like to go further on that as well, it's like when when men are questioned, like it's always men's fault, isn't it? Like, why aren't men getting married? Couldn't possibly
nowadays,
be because
yeah.
some women are fucking psychos. Not all women,
You know
not
what's
most women.
crazy?
No,
but
not all.
certainly
Yeah.
some, yeah. And then you're told as a man, oh, just pick the right woman, or just pick.
Oh yeah, that is very
fall
easy.
for the don't fall for the bad one. It's like, yeah, if it was that easy, no one would have already.
Yeah.
But you know what's crazy? I hear that 80% of divorces happen because women sign the papers. And you can say, well, it's because of this reason or because of that reason, but everyone has reasons. The bottom line is 80% females sign the papers.
Yep.
Oh, why can't I find a husband? Oh, well, 51% single and childless. If you can believe those statistics.
Yeah. But you also
But they
need
just
to
pick wrong and
Yep.
then they blame all men because they choose wrong. Just like if a man chooses wrong, it's like, oh, women ain't shit. No, you just suck at picking. Like, fucking grow up and take responsibility for your own actions.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
No, it's
Crypto,
like, oh, men are cheaters. Men are cheaters. And again, if you believe the statistics, it's like 28% of men cheat versus the 24% of women that cheat. It's like, okay, that's pretty much damn on the same plane. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it's
it is. Yeah.
ridiculous the shit that people make up.
Well, this is a tactic to undermine men in society, isn't it? Is to constantly be ragging on men because then it removes their kind of place in the world. And so the only men you're allowed to listen to are the ones on television who tell you factual stuff, right? But don't listen to any other men because they're the cheaters and the liars and the scumbags and all the rest. It's all about control.
Remember that Drake I told you? Oh, I made up crypto. Why do women like men in suits? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember that. Go on.
Because they're like fascists.
There we go.
I thought of that one myself. I thought it was funny. I know you got it. I don't think anybody else did. Fascists. When Chanel does the suits for him.
Well, they did.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Volkswagen means the people's wagon, doesn't it? It was.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact tie between the National Socialists. I always like to call them, instead of Nazis, call them National Socialists because modern day socialists fucking hate it. But yeah, there was a very close tie between them and Volkswagen, wasn't there? I'd have to see exactly what it was.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it now. And you had the National Communists. But
Well, they
I don't
call
know why
themselves the National Communists call themselves Nazbol, but communism is fundamentally an ideology of internationalism nowadays.
Yeah, I like the way you put it, Nazbol. It's always something to do with balls.
Oh, BOL, Nazbol, but yeah.
Yeah. Bit of phonetics in there.
I have a glower in the lobby who tells me mathematics is definitely not science, but if science can't be described by math, it's not considered a science, like social studies.
What? Oh my god.
There was another one that said that thanks to us, everyone is gonna die. We all.
Of course, we're gonna die. That's why you were born. So oxymoron.
Yeah, we are gonna die one day. Don't worry, bro. Sure.
Yeah, that's. I don't get why people don't understand that underlying factor, because it's inevitable.
Yeah, it's very interesting that there are. I don't know how you call the Bushmen, for example. What kind of group you say about them? What is the definition or terminology that you use for a group of people like the Bushmen?
Like the South African Bushmen.
They're not civilized groups of people. How do you call them?
Well, who are you talking about?
Uncivilized?
Uncivilized. Well, yeah. So there are, groups of civilizations, like the small kinds, that do not fear, for example, of death, and they do not mourn when someone dies. They actually make a huge party when someone dies.
Yeah, I get you.
But do you know why? Do you know what's the philosophy behind that?
Well, they're celebrating
because
life.
you actually,
I guess.
They are not mourning that he is dead, that he is gone, but they are celebrating that he was here.
Yeah.
Yep. And now it's gone.
That's a deep fucking thing, actually, to think about.
Yeah, of course, bro. Good point. Yeah. And they've taken that away.
They kind of.
To celebrate the person being here, remembering all the good stuff.
Yeah.
But they've made it to remember all the bad stuff. Is when you remember all the good stuff, and then the person will go into a better place. It's a different kind of way of viewing life.
Yeah, in my opinion, mourning death is also selfish, like very much, because the person who died, he or she doesn't feel anything anymore, right? At least not on this kind of plane that we are living right now.
Yeah.
So it's not bad for him or her. So when you mourn someone, then what are you mourning actually? Yourself.
Your own selfish,
losing someone.
Yeah, your own feeling. Yeah.
She is not here for me anymore.
For me, yes, exactly.
Well, then what?
Exactly. No, that's a great point, bro. I've tried to have these discussions, and are kind of hard to have with people because people don't want speak about it, or can't comprehend it, or I don't know, makes them feel a certain way.
Yeah, because
indoctrination.
You're very much indoctrinated that you have to feel bad and feel afraid and feel down to your guts very bad altogether about death. It's all in the movies, it's all in the songs usually, it's all in the books, that you have to feel in a certain way about death, and it's negative. You have to feel negative about death.
Yep.
But it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion, by the way.
Yeah. To the public, yeah, bro. I've got plenty of the occult books and all the rest of it, and even there, because they usually have like transcribers. I've got ones that are over like 100 years old, and when they talk about this kind of stuff, they view it way differently. That the person goes on to something better.
Mm-hmm.
They never say that it's bad.
Yeah.
That they say you're here for a reason. You do the things you try to. You're here for just for a certain period of time to achieve some goals, to make things better, and then you go on to a different life, a different stage.
Oh,
My
is that
thing, I
me?
think.
Sorry.
No, you're right, bro. You're right.
I thought I was muted
You're
myself.
right, bro. Yeah, they don't discuss it in that kind of way, as in bad this that. They say, they move on, and hopefully
Yes.
depends what type of philosophy they speak about. Returning on or going on to another plane of existence, a realm of existence, whatever you like to call it. But over here, they make everything backwards, and I say to everybody,
Yeah, exactly.
whatever they say, you have to reverse it. You have to reverse it.
Also, the evolution of the image of the devil and of hell has had its evolution. It was never as onerous as the figure of hell and the devil is now. It was the devil used to be much more prankish, mischievous.
Yeah, he was the Joker. That is the devil. It's the Joker.
Yeah.
But
I've thought about this before, because there are a number of in Greek and Roman mythology there are gods that are called the trickster. I wondered a few times if the devil
They
isn't
were all
just like a.
represented in the hierarchy of consciousness. Is really what it is.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
But it was turned around and used as a weapon, and a philosophical weapon against the people.
Yep.
Really.
Yes, that's well put. Yeah.
Hold on a second.
I
Isn't the
agree.
trickster Helios? Let me just have a look. No, maybe not. It's Hermes is the trickster.
Hermes, yeah. Hermes. And
Yeah.
So yeah.
Hermes was also there was a confusion whether Hermes actually existed as a human being or was mythologized. Ultimately, he was the great philosopher king. Hermes was.
yeah, same with Thoth as well.
Should look that up.
Yeah, it's based on.
I feel like I need to learn.
And may I interrupt just for a moment too? So someone said that they direct messaged me, and I'm not sure who was that.
It's Iggs, IJZ.
Iggs, I don't see your message. Would you be kind enough to do that again? To message me again.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Let's try this out. I hope I'm doing it right. Better be doing it right.
I'm Ildiko.
Yep.
Avenand. I don't know what that. Avenand or something. Maybe
it
that's
comes up as Avananda.
That's it.
Okay,
Avenand.
I'll send it right now.
My spiritual designation.
Your spiritual name, yeah.
Yeah, they gave that to me, Avananda.
Right. Sachitananda.
Sachitananda.
Yep, I just sent you the message, sister. Thank you. I tried a while ago to get in contact with you, just hand or something, and I got told you were very good at these things. So, as they say, many men know many things, but no man knows everything.
Mm.
Everybody went quiet.
Everybody's in a deep level of.
Well, we have
thinking.
a new user, a new member in the room called Zgoat. Let me check 1 sec.
That's pronounced zygote, by the way.
Zygote. My apologies. Okay. Let me unmute Zygote. It's a risk, but we can. Welcome, Zygote. What's up?
Thanks. How are you?
Awesome.
What's up?
What brought you here?
Oh, I've been following channel for a while.
Sorry, what? Zygote, are you there?
Yeah,
So what brought you here?
I've been listening in a few times.
Okay. Awesome. And what do you think about the topic?
Well, there seems to be a couple of topics.
Well, basically, it's about where we live, right? What is the shape of the earth?
Yeah.
So? You got any proof you're living on a spinning water ball whirling through space?
No.
No.
Been trying to find some.
Well, that's a good start, right? That's where we all started. Tried to prove the globe. Measure curvature, rotation, gas pressure without a container. So
Yeah,
Those-
I, I've been in this on this topic for a number of years, so
Okay.
newbie.
So you know the arguments.
Yeah, pretty much. I had a
Cool.
funny experience. One of my friends,
Okay.
we agreed on what would be proof for him, and he said that if I can take a photo of a ferry 10 miles out on the sea, then that would do it for him.
And did you?
I did it, and then he went totally nuts after that.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
completely the opposite. Does
Well, yeah, and that's what it's all about, right?
All this BS. It was so funny.
Verifiable proof, right? What can we validate?
It just ticked something really bad. But of course, it triggers the process of what else didn't go as I thought it would, and that gets people upset.
So I verified you. Welcome to the server. Yeah, you told us you've been here for some time now. Well, let me tell you, we have. If you scroll down this server, you can find tons of channels, all sorted alphabetically with any kind of subject you can think of concerning the flat Earth. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask. But seems to me you're pretty into the topic already.
Yeah, they're like 5 years.
So you're a flat earther?
Sure.
Sure, okay.
Is there any other kind?
Well, yeah. Basically, the term flat earther is weaponized, right? They used it to ridicule people, ridicule the idea. It basically, the Earth is not. It's a level plane. If you really look at it technically, it's a level plane because, of course, there are valleys and hills and mountains, and so.
Yeah, no, that's what I've been saying lately. That see, the reality, the concepts don't change the reality. So there isn't any other kind of people except what you're talking about. You can deem to be on something else, but the reality is what it is. You can be angry about it if you want, but it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, again, welcome. I don't know if there are any other people in the room. No. So you've seen a ferry 10 miles out. Yeah, awesome stuff.
You know, anytime I go with my camera.
And where you don't have to dox yourself, but where is it? Is it in Europe or
by the sea?
I know. You have this accent. I can't really. Maybe it's me, but
it's fun.
Okay, at the sea. Well, that's awesome, right? I live in the Netherlands, and I went to the sea, and I saw with my binoculars an oil tanker 24 kilometers away.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's all it takes.
Mm-hmm. Did we pronounce your name correctly? because Mexican beer germ corrected me.
Yeah, his pronunciation is the right one.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm really bad at those things. I always do it wrong.
By the way, have you seen the Jay Tolan photos?
Yeah.
With the filtered, like 100-mile photos.
He has a couple of, right? 1,100 miles, 1,200 miles, something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff.
It's
Yeah.
just they're just phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, he's doing this from an airplane with an infrared filter on his P900. Or I'm not correct. I'm not sure about it, but he modded it somehow that it's only in infrared. I'm not sure, but he uses infrared to cut through the air, and he sees lakes and buildings and mountains 1,200 miles away, which is, I mean, imagine.
It's just.
Do you have these photos, Roger?
Yeah, I can post his YouTube channel. One second.
Can you send that to me in the link, because I'll get lost in that live stream thing, if that's okay. That's hectic, man. 1,200 miles. That has to be a new record.
Yeah, he took one from an airplane, like somewhere in the Midwest, and basically saw the Canadian border there. It's like,
wow, that's
insane. Or the shapes, like you can see in the photo the shapes of the mountains and rivers and everything, so you can identify like what's what. It's pretty solid stuff.
That's awesome, but they won't let a flat earther get into the Guinness Book of Records. So, what was the largest one? The longest one? I think Roger said it before. 274. If he's cracked 1,000 miles, that's
the Alps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that one. That's
wow.
Nice photo.
That's hectic. How is anybody going to argue against this now? They're going to have like, well, Fata Morgana's out of the question now. I don't know what's left for him. They have to make up a new god now. I wonder what his name's going to be.
Yeah, I can play a song if nobody.
So what's the best? What's the best?
Play a Kai song. That one, Your Honor. I have no idea what I'm doing here.
Yeah.
That one.
One second.
The bank.
Yeah. One second.
I want a China vagina song.
Zygo, what was your question?
Yeah. So what's the easiest argument you guys use when you present the topic or have to discuss it?
If I may, water always finds its level, I think.
Yes, water.
Look at your reality.
Water is always flat and level. If it's in your glass, in your bathtub, in a small lake, big lake, sea or ocean, it's always level, flat water.
Yeah, I usually that leads to the ridiculous story of boats going behind the curve. So you have to kind of like follow it up with a photo or video.
Then you just present them with the reality. Do they feel anything? What did I say?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I did. That was my point with this one guy. And we basically first agreed that, well, what's going to be the acceptable evidence, and we agreed it to be a ferry 10 miles out because it should not be seen. And then when I did that, then like this guy went totally the opposite direction. Like he just caved in, like I've never seen before.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. First few times, and
I
then
was not expecting that. He's a smart guy, and there was like you could see the symptoms of like he was serious. Like, okay, I'm going to accept whatever you present, but then something just clicked.
Yeah, there's a trigger. You triggered him. You push the button that triggers. It's like a self-destruct button.
Yeah, it was an interesting reaction. Like, you know what? That was something psychologically for him that got triggered. Like, you know, probably if I were to guess, the realization that you know, if this is like this, then a lot of other stuff that I think I know is not there either. So how the hell am I gonna deal with that?
Yeah, that's the biggest problem for most people, is because when you get given that, then everything around you seems to fall apart, and people have a need to replace it automatically with something. That's why people come on here and say, give us your model or give us your idea, or
yeah.
But you know, we can't, because we don't know something. This is my personal thoughts, that we will never know, and it's meant to be like that. But
yeah,
you know, that they have to have this thing where it's replaced with something.
Nothing changes, right? Your life is exactly the same because it always was the same on the plane. So nothing, like people think that this is gonna be totally like groundbreaking, and now my life is gonna, you know, fall apart when if I go there, you know. But why would it? Because you've been doing the same stuff anyways. So it's like even the fear of the reaction is fake, because it doesn't change the day-to-day stuff. You know, you can still bike around or drive wherever or fly, sail, whatever. It doesn't change any of that.
It doesn't. If you just like, usually with smarter people, if your friend is intelligent, he will doubt his own. Just say, first of all the materialistic things around him, just say that impacts him. He'll start looking into that, like, you know, tax, legal system, that, and then on top of that, you'll impact him psychologically, spiritually. That button hits that. It's like a big pressure point where something pop's trying to come out but doesn't know where to go because he's not a monkey anymore. You know, he's not something that came from nothing. You know what I mean? From a single cell organism to a monkey to climbing trees, and now we're walking men without him realizing it.
Sorry. Can you believe Incog Dis yesterday, I believe, I shared a meme. Oh, you still think you're a monkey on a spinning ball? I'm not even mad. That's amazing. And some Glober answered, yeah, we're not monkeys, we're apes. Humans aren't monkeys, they're apes.
Oh, God help me. He just reclassified himself into another animal.
Humans aren't monkeys, we're apes. And then he showed a picture of like an orangutan hanging from a vine with like I guess a stick or a spear fishing or something. And he goes, see, apes smart. Oh my God.
And that's his what? That's his cousin? His uncle?
Yeah. His uncle.
For God's sake. Come on. So this is, when people say it's a spiritual battle, this is what it's all about. It's that, how can you, like, animals are, you know, they're still spiritual beings and all the rest of it, but you're on a different level to that, but you're sinking yourself lower than them with that kind of thinking or logic, which comes from the word logos, but that's a whole different thing. So it's, I don't know, it's an internal deprivation, I think. I don't know how else to put it. If you're going to look at a monkey swinging on a tree with a spear and say, yeah, look, that's smart, I don't know.
Come back to me when he's living in a 2-garage home and paying the bills.
Yeah, when he's cooking, cleaning, going to work, you know. I don't know. I've never been able to comprehend that process of thinking. I've never been like indoctrinated into things. I've always been the one kicked out of class and all the rest of it for
So here's a
saying
question.
the things.
If you
Go for
say
it, bro,
that,
sorry.
how do you know that you've never been indoctrinated? How would you know that?
Well, I can say from the level that people, the stuff that I see around me, I can very rarely have a conversation with people because I don't talk about anything that's on TV or fiction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean, but even the words you use, like individual words, have different meanings, and you never know which one is the intended one. So how do you know?
That's why you need to learn communication in the first place.
Yeah.
Sorry, say again.
That's why you need to learn how to communicate your thoughts in a way that is firstly understandable to the other party, and secondly precise.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Yeah, even individual words.
They do not have different meanings. I mean, they have different meanings. It's not like you can switch up words like all you want. It doesn't actually
Not
work
all
like
you
that.
want. Not all you want, but you have. They have different different meaning basically. Same identically same word written the
Yeah,
same
for
way,
example,
have different
yeah,
meaning.
as an example, we can say that flat Earth or plain Earth could be interchangeable, right?
No, that's not what I mean.
But that's actually what you mean. I know what you mean. That people usually mix up some words, and it's only dependent on their own experience with that word, what they mean.
Yeah, what they ascribe to it.
So what I'm getting to is, is this only the one using the word knows what the meaning of that word should
Yeah, that's
be.
a problem.
Yeah,
So
one who's listening doesn't know that.
But that's a problem. Every individual should come over. So what I did, for example, 10 years ago, and I did that knowingly what I'm doing, is that I try to look up what the actual meaning of a word is, like the first meaning of the word.
Etymology, yeah.
Yeah, from etymology and
yeah,
and probably different languages, because I hear accents here. So
yeah,
I
of
guess
course,
people have been in this through the same process as I have. I've had to like cross check, and that actually works pretty well, because when you cross check between, if you have good dictionaries and you cross check between some like English and other, like some other European languages or whatever, you can find nuances of words in other languages that explain the actual meaning that they have
of what
better.
you are thinking about.
Yeah. And that's a really cool process, because
it is you learn a lot. You learn a lot.
Yeah.
So people, what these people up the top get taught from the start is the trivium, and then you go to the quadriviums, and you need to know logic, reason, and grammar first and foremost, which nobody gets taught in normal school.
Yeah, that's right. They all learn politics, by the way, and they all learn political communication.
Yeah. So I gotta give you a really great website for this.
Yeah, anytime.
I'll just say it. I won't. So, are you online?
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, of course. IATE.europa.eu. This is the European Union Terminology Bank.
Yeah, it's a basic website.
Yeah, and you can just write any word there, and both sides, and you can check what it means. What's the legal meaning in different languages for it?
Okay, you know what I did? You know what I did like 10 years ago? Because this might be brilliant, you're right.
Yeah,
but I
it's super. I use it all the time.
Yeah, it's very good. But what I did actually, I'm sorry, just one sentence. What I did actually, by like 10 years ago, and have been doing this like almost every day, is I try to look up the original meaning of any word. Like going back to Latin or Greek.
Yeah.
Because that's where it roots from.
I've done a lot of that with legal definitions.
Well, yeah, you have to. In legal stuff, you have to. Yeah, of course. But I'm talking about, everyday words. So.
Yeah.
You go back to the etymology. You have to. Every field, from banking to politics, to engineering, doctors, they all have a dictionary, and this is what I try to explain to people. Every one of them has a lexicon, so their own way of speaking.
Jargon. It's called jargon.
It's called terms of art.
Yeah, and it's all art. People need to recognize that. That's the only way we can communicate. It's artistically. So To know what somebody from the banking is saying, you need to have a dictionary. And I have a banking dictionary. I have a dictionary for engineers, for doctors. I've got so many dictionaries. It's so funny.
Yeah.
And to be able to listen to somebody from the the banking sector talking, most people will get blah 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 blah, inflation, blah 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 blah, down, up, win, lose, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's what you understand, nothing else. Yeah.
And then they think, I've won something or I've lost something. It's like going to the casino.
Yeah.
But they won't understand everything else because they don't have their lexicon, the dictionary, or the way of speaking. And this is how they even more divide us, and we don't know what we're speaking about, and that's why on this server, I'm especially guilty for this. I always ask for people what a word means, and I don't even say what the word means. I even ask them what the word means to them, because what it means to them and what it actually means are two different things.
So
it's like a personal thing.
Yeah, no, I started doing this with some, let's say, some recommendations that I got from some offices. So basically,
okay.
I took them, and and I approached the official Center for Local Language Studies, which is a government entity, for the sort of up-to-date definitions and everything about the languages. And I asked them that because there is a term about called administrative language, and I asked whether that language is the same as the normal language in the country, and they said no. They said that let me just briefly describe the whole thing. It's easier to discuss it. So basically, they said no, it's not the same, but the words are the same.
That's right. Yeah.
And so it's the same as with legal language. So that's also not the same language. What the words are the same, the meanings are different.
Of course.
So then I asked, well, I have this recommendation.
That's why you have a different dictionary.
Yeah. So I asked, I have a recommendation letter that seems to be written in administrative language. How do I know what the meaning of the words are?
You need to have the vocabulary for that. That's it. Yeah.
And I asked, who is responsible? Who is responsible?
Ask them to write it in your language.
So it was not from them. It was from another entity. So I asked, if I get this kind of a letter, so who's responsible for interpreting? Who's responsible for educating me? What is the correct interpretation of it?
Yourself.
And the answer is that you. Yeah.
No,
you.
It's them.
Is them really?
Yeah.
By law.
So I got it in writing. I got it in writing from.
They admit.
They said whoever puts out something like that, they need to make sure that
you understand. Yeah.
So otherwise, you're just assuming and acting according to your wrong assumptions.
Yeah.
But they never footnote their words, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
That's it.
Lawfully or legally, when somebody sends you a letter, they're actually meant to send you a dictionary defining every single word what it means.
Yeah, legally, actually, you're right. Yeah.
So, but
they have to send you.
No, but this
even in your government, or whatever. Ask your government, whoever you're speaking to, whatever entity or whatever. You ask them to speak your language. If me and you are going to communicate, me and you are going to set up a system where I can understand you and you can understand me, so we're speaking the same language, even though we might be speaking English. You have your internal way of perceiving a certain word, where it might be correct or incorrect, and I have my way or whatever. Doesn't matter who's correct or incorrect. So we have to establish what means what, so nobody gets confused. But you are actually picking up poetry and reading it because it is poetry, and you get to define it the way it is in your head, and that's the whole game that they play.
Yeah.
So every time you get anything from anybody, you ask them what language they're speaking. Just say if you're in just say England, ask them if they're speaking English. I know because I've done this, and they will reply that they don't speak English, that do not have a language, because they have to have a dictionary, and with that dictionary they have to send it to you.
So
for anybody with ears to hear, take this on board.
So this I've seen this same thing, but there's one I want to add one legal effect that goes with that, and it's that there's a Maximoff law that says that consent removes error. So basically, when you misinterpret their poetry, any mistake that you make,
it's on you.
It's on you. That's it.
Yeah, that's why I said before, it's up to you to educate yourself.
Yeah.
So it's up to you to ask for the dictionary.
Legally.
Yeah, that's why I
legally
said
it works
to you.
for them. So it's exactly like that. You can just keep on asking the definition of each and every word.
Yeah, ask them for a dictionary, bro. You ask, yeah, listen to me. I cannot, because certain things I can't. I've tried to say them in a specific way to give people a comprehension of something. Ask whoever you're speaking to, if whatever entity, ask them for a dictionary. Ask them what language they are speaking in.
Yeah.
And they will not be able to say what language they're speaking because they're speaking in Babel.
Yeah.
Because Babylon hasn't fallen. People are still trying to interpret somebody else's Babel.
Okay, by the way, Zigot, what was your original question? How can you know that you are not influenced or
Oh,
something
my
like
question
that?
to them.
Yeah.
I asked them. So I approached them and I said I have an official recommendation to do.
Oh, not that. Us. I mean, you had a question way before we were talking about the legal stuff and the legal wording and the vocabulary. You had a question.
Yeah, he asked us how do we know we're not indoctrinated?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to pick up on that a while ago, but what's up, John?
Yeah. No, please go on, because it's an interesting question, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, ironically, you'd have to define what indoctrination means first. So let me just Google the definition.
Yeah.
No doctrine applied.
I'm aware that there are ironies within ironies right now. Process of teaching a personal group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. I actually think that's a really good definition.
So the main word is uncritical, right?
Yeah, uncritically. So you're just accepting it without looking at it critically.
Yeah.
So I would say that if you're looking at the information you possess critically, then you're not falling for indoctrination, right?
If you look at the word itself, in is a negative connotation, which means no, like insane. So no doctrination, no doctrine applied. If you go into the root and etymology of it.
What?
Nice. That's
Doctrine is
learning,
is
right?
something,
It's something related
that
to
is,
learning.
yeah, something that is like applied, like a ideology. I suppose is the best way.
What's up?
So, but even if you're critically examining something if you don't know the meanings of the words, then you don't really know what you're trying to figure out.
Oh, that's very deep. That's very deep what you are trying to say. But because if I continue that logic, then we can not even tell that we are real.
No, well, yeah,
Correct.
just hit your thumb with a hammer. It's reality, but I'm talking
Is this
about
a new kind of selective solipsism we're going for?
Yeah, I think so.
What that means. I'm just talking about the words.
Oh yeah, no, but what I'm saying is we often have this level of logic where someone will come in and they'll be like, I know it's a globe. And then you're like, how do you know it's a globe? And then we kind of go into it, and then 10 minutes later, oh, well, I don't know anything. So they know it's a globe until they don't know it's a globe, at which point they can't know anything. And that's why selective
I know
solipsism.
then they fall back to, well, million people can't be in on this. But million people
which is
don't need to
nonsense
be
as well.
in on anything.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Me?
Elaborate on what?
Anyone.
Elaborate on what, sorry?
Yeah.
About how there's a million people like in on it and everything.
How?
Well, there isn't.
That's the point.
That's their argument. We don't agree with it.
Well, actually, I sort of agree with it. It's not million, but let's say 100,000. Have you heard how much? NASA
Okay,
gets
well, that's a good number too. Sorry, what?
Have you heard how much NASA gets from the government in a day?
Yeah.
Isn't it like 1%? It's probably like 53, something like that.
What? How much money do
53 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, per day. Yeah.
Per day. You realize how much money is that, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of money. There's a lot of money in the country.
Okay, that's your answer.
There's a lot of money in space, though, specifically.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's a lot of money in general. So yeah, they're gonna get a lot.
So can I give a nice word definition?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is from case law. It's a judge defining a word. This is not very long. When you talk of a thing being deemed to be something, you do not mean to say that it is that which it is to be deemed to be. It is rather an admission that it is not what it is deemed to be. And that, notwithstanding, it is not that particular thing. Nevertheless, it is to be deemed to be that thing.
My god.
Okay.
I'm calling philosophical trickery here right now.
Yeah. So
because it kind of is
deemed. So if something is deemed to be something, it's actually an admission that it's not that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, of course. But what are you trying to say with this?
So, but if you deem something to be something, then you.
What are we deeming?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Well, people can say that Earth can be deemed to be a ball.
Oh no. No. Actually, we are not understanding you because no one says deemed. They are saying it is. It's not
like
deemed.
Assuming
it is.
But in legal wording, deemed means that it is. So it is something.
Oh, in legal meaning, deemed actually means is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you are deemed to have done something, then that's the fact that the law is operating on. But it's not necessarily true. Actually, it's an admission that it's not true, but you're still working on that premise.
So they're automatically, if someone deems something, it's automatically wrong. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
legally,
that's what they are saying.
Speaking, yeah.
This judge is saying here exactly that.
Yeah.
So they are saying so this is the consequences will follow from whatever is deemed to be. But in fact, the definition means that that's not the reality.
Okay, can I ask you, what does this have to do with NASA deceiving?
Oh, this is the word trickery. This is how it happens. So people can walk in, and I would say that millions of people would just take whatever somebody says that is deemed to have happened or is deemed to be.
Oh, we described that with different words, but yeah, in this kind of meaning, you are kind of right. So we are saying that nobody cares at NASA if it's true or not. And we say things like compartmentalization, if I'm pronouncing it right. So they are only told what they need to be told about their job, but not more.
So, like, do other countries know the Earth isn't a globe?
No, I don't think so. So
just America?
That's totally correct. That the compartmentalization is a really effective thing.
It's true to any kind of industry, actually. So
yeah, it's all over the place.
So this is worldwide.
Do you guys know about a guy called Eli Wiesel? Just a quick.
I can Google.
Write his name.
He's. Let's just say that he was allegedly part of an event that happened between 1939 and 1945 that not everyone believes. And he had a quote where he was talking to his rabbi about his quote-unquote memoirs. And he said this. He said, some stories are true that never happened, and others are false even though they occurred.
Yeah, that's right. That's very good. Yeah.
So what the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean?
You need to look up the word occurrence. That's the key for this.
No, the key is the fact that he's admitting he's full of shit. But of course...
Well, that's just a quote. What's the context? Why do you say it?
Well, it's about an event that happened allegedly between 1935.
Yeah, I get that. But yeah, the Holocaust. I know what you're saying. Yeah. But like, right. Where did this quote come from? What book? I know he was an author.
Where does the quote come from? One of his books.
Oh yeah.
Which one?
Occur.
I don't know which book. He's written many books.
Yeah, he wrote Night. That was a staple in high school when I grew up.
So what do you think about that book now that you know what the author had to say about his own?
Well, just from that quote, that's why I'm interested in seeing what book it's.
The point isn't to point that out. The point is to point out what Zygote was saying, that these people are fully aware that they're lying quite often, and they don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hold on. Okay. Well,
why would they care?
Well, it's just a quote, though. Like, the context matters.
Don't hang up on the quote. It's not about the quote. It's about what the quote tries to imply about anything in the world.
Yeah, but what?
That there are things that are said to be true, but they are false sometimes. And this is the kind of thing we are talking about when we are talking about, for example, NASA.
So here's a good one. Did you ever put, because NASA publishes images. So if you look at image from Merriam-Webster, for example, one of the definitions of image is a popular conception projected especially through mass media.
Yeah. That's the definition
exactly
of
what
image.
they're doing
Yeah.
when they publish images of space.
Well, yeah.
So, and none of these, there's 9 definitions of this word, and none of them mean reality. It's all representation.
Colachil, are we on the same page as to why would they lie?
Well, that wasn't the question. No, I still don't understand why. I'm still hung up on why are they lying.
Well,
depends who. It always depends who.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just say NASA then. I mean,
NASA lies for money, power, and control.
Wait.
I've answered the question. You've answered the question. I've answered it, and then you're saying, wait, as I'm answering it. Do you want me to answer the question or not?
I have another question, Mexican beer germ.
Okay, so you don't want an answer to the previous question.
Well, I wasn't done finishing what I asked.
Okay.
Then please do.
Please ask your question and then wait for someone to answer it.
Okay, so does NASA from the United States work with other countries like other space agencies like China, Russia, and stuff like that? Like,
Yes.
do they all know? So they do.
Yeah, of course they work together.
Okay. Wow.
And what I claim is that that's only still like.
No, hold on. Before we go on, right?
Yep.
Do you know what the ISS is?
Do I know what the ISS is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there Americans on the ISS?
I think so, yeah.
Are there Russians on the ISS?
Yeah, it's international. That's what's in the name.
Okay, so think about your last question.
But I'm talking about like everyone in the industry, like all the.
But we're talking about the space industry, and this is the International Space Station.
Okay,
and you find it difficult to believe that they're working together internationally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Just
you do.
Fuck me. Are there Americans on the ISS?
How many people are on the ISS?
Are there Americans on the ISS?
Wait, does the ISS even exist?
Are there Americans on the ISS?
Hey, follow your own logic.
It's a yes or no question, bro.
I already answered.
Yeah. Are there Russians on the ISS?
I already answered.
So are they working together internationally?
I don't know. Does it exist?
Fucking hell. Just answer the question.
Does it exist?
Bro, answer the fucking question. No, I don't want anyone to give him an out. Answer the question, please.
No, they're not working together.
Fuck off. No? Just fuck off. Just fuck off. Seriously, why are you here?
Why?
You're ridiculous at this point.
I'm here to save minds, bro.
Bro, you just told me that there are Americans and Russians on the ISS, and that America and Russia do not work together.
That's 9 people up there, man. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of people all in cahoots with communist countries and capitalist countries that hate each other, countries that fucking killed each other.
They hate each other so much that they're both on the ISS together. Think about what you're saying.
Have you ever been on the ISS?
No, neither of you.
Then how do you know? There's people up there from different countries on the ISS. There? I thought you guys were fucking evidence.
This is what you
gotta see for yourself.
Bro.
You got to do your own research. But you've never been on the ISS, and you're claiming this bullshit.
This is your story, bro.
Listen.
I'm questioning your story.
Can I cut in? I have a good one.
Go ahead.
This is ISS stuff. So I have a definition of space station from the legal definition.
You've never been there, so what's that matter?
No, this is a legal definition of a space station. Do you have a definition of a space station, or should I read this legal one?
I'm just saying, follow your own philosophy. If you've never been there, if you haven't seen it with your eyes, why the hell would you believe
I'm
it?
not talking about that. I'm talking about what the definition of the
No,
word
I don't know the
is.
definition now.
Okay.
Let me look it up.
It's a station located on an object which is intended to go beyond, or has been beyond, the major portion of the Earth's atmosphere. That's the legal definition of space station. I can send you the link if you want to check it out.
Yeah,
that's actually good.
Thank you for that.
You know what that implies?
So you don't even need to go anywhere. It's intended to go.
Well, have you heard the space in the definition of the space station?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
You did the... what? You heard the space word in the definition of the space station?
Yes.
Then you got delusional. I can't help you.
Yeah, this guy's... Yeah,
this guy's what? You're the one not following your own
obviously
philosophy.
not honest.
If you don't see it with your own eyes,
I don't believe your story. Yeah, but this is your story that you believe. So you're saying to us on the one hand,
I'm telling you,
obviously the question is, I didn't finish. Yeah, obviously you're coming here saying, oh well, I don't believe that America and Russia would work together. In your story,
you're ignoring
where there's an ISS and America and Russia are both on the ISS. This is your world, right? It doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm asking you.
You're assuming it's my world, man.
Okay, bro. Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
So you see, you guys.
Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
Everything.
Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
You guys are your own worst enemies. I
Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
Hold on. Answer what I said. Then I'll answer that.
What did you say?
Why?
Because, sorry, you were too busy talking over me to get your question in.
Oh my god! Why would you believe there's international people working together? Okay, just say United States and Russia. If you haven't been there and saw it with your own fucking eyes, man, that's what I'm saying.
Is your story. I don't believe any of this shit.
So you don't believe there's an ISS up there?
I don't believe that. No.
Okay, well, if you don't believe, that's fine. If you don't believe it, I'm saying, then why bring it up? Why have that? Why have that for an example?
To
prove like other countries work together?
No. Shut up for a sec. You said once I'd asked
you're rude. You're rude.
No. You're being super rude now because you said once I'd answered your question, which I've done, that you'd answer my question, and now you're not doing that. So who's being rude?
Shit. You said it doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
You're not doing what you said.
But why?
So why don't you answer my question?
Bring it up as an example to prove
that countries can work together. You're not doing what you said. Are you a man of your word?
Yes, I believe we're on a spinning ball. Yes,
are you a man of your word, or are you?
Yes, I'm answering right now. Yes, I believe.
Then answer my question. Okay, you believe you're on a spinning ball. Fantastic. Do you believe the ISS is up there?
Yes.
Fantastic. So, do you believe there are Americans and Russians on the ISS?
How can I talk to someone if they don't even think that?
You either believe it or you don't.
And then you bring it up as an argument.
Do you believe there are
Americans up a fake space
and Russians
argument
on the ISS?
It doesn't matter what I believe. It
does.
You don't even believe it exists. So, like, how can I trust you going forward? You know what I mean?
You don't have to trust me. This is what you think.
And, like,
I'm asking you what you think. I could not be here. Yeah, if I wasn't here, this would still be what you think.
In a good faith conversation, I have to rely on you that you're not you believe what you're saying, but you're not believing what you're saying. So you just brought an argument of an imaginary.
I've already told you what I believe. So, I'm not deceiving anyone.
So you're proving my point that they can't work together.
Can I have one second?
No. I'm not proving anything because you're not answering anything. Yeah. So are there Russians and Americans on the ISS?
I don't know.
You don't know. What? So you don't believe in the ISS? I was
never there.
Oh, fantastic. Well, then welcome to Flat Earth. Because you never saw evidence of a curve. You never saw evidence of a globe. Well, we clearly know that the answer that you actually should be giving is that you believe Russians and Americans are on the ISS. We know that that's true, yeah? Except in the same sentence, you're talking out the other side of your mouth, saying that they can't work together. You know this doesn't make sense, and that's why you're avoiding it.
Can I cut in for a second?
Please go ahead.
Do you know why he's doing what he's doing?
I know.
Cognitive dissonance.
No. I tell you why. I tell you exactly why. It's a very simple answer. He's streaming right now.
No, I have a
better
one.
Not.
Yes, you are.
I have a better one.
Dude, no, I was streaming before I came in. I'm not streaming anymore.
Let me give it a go.
So you are claiming you only streamed for about 30 minutes?
Yeah, go on my Twitch, twitch.com/ColaChill2, and you'll see I caught off. You'll see my video.
I don't care if you're streaming. We're streaming anyway.
You guys on YouTube streaming, so it doesn't
I don't even care. You could be streaming if you want. It's up to you. I don't care.
Yeah, right? I know.
Yeah. Stream all that you want. Not a problem. Can you answer my question?
I just don't know how you brought up an argument that you don't even
Total answer the question, dude.
I'm questioning.
And why bring up that? Why choose that as an argument?
Because it's what you believe.
No. Choose another argument to my original question.
Why should I?
How can communist countries? Oh my god!
I can tell you. I'm living. I'm living in one
What's up?
A bridge. I'm living in one that was a bridge in between the East and the West, and I know the history of it.
So this discussion went. This is a total limited hangout discussion. Quickly to some other topic that has nothing to do. Just whatever, to not continue the discussion about the substance. And that's the trick. It's just limited hangout.
All I'm doing is asking why he brings up an argument that he doesn't believe in.
It's limited hangout.
Why aren't you answering the questions?
It's dragging the point away from the actual substance.
Okay.
To anything.
Okay. I'll answer.
It can be anything. We can talk about planting flowers, because that does the same trick.
We're
Okay,
not
are there?
talking about substance anymore because I'm so obsessed about the flowers that I want to plant. Now we're not talking about the substance anymore. That's the trick. That's what is happening here.
So can we just go back to, like, I agree with you. Can we actually go back to the actual substance, right? You think you live on a spinning ball. You think the ISS is up there. You think Americans and Russians are on the ISS. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
But you just asked us why we think that Russians and Americans would be working together for this.
Okay, well, that's how many people are on the ISS. Like, I'm just saying, like,
yeah, but bro,
like what's up? Hundreds of thousands of people in, you know, like the space agencies and stuff, and the scientists and everything. They're all in cahoots. I'm not talking about just the ISS. That's a dumb because that's.
So how does someone get on the ISS?
I don't know.
Well, they get authorization from their governments, don't they? Obviously.
Well, probably not just that, but yeah.
Sure, but it's definitely that's part of it, right?
I'm not trying to make fun of flat earthers. What's
no,
up?
I don't know. I don't care if you make fun of me. Yeah, people call me retarded all the time. I know I'm not retarded.
I'm not calling you retarded.
I know you're not. What I'm saying is that my feelings don't matter, and your feelings don't matter. We're talking about the subject matter. Yeah. So you are saying that you don't believe that the Americans and the Russians can be working together. But the ISS contains Americans and Russians, both of who would have to have agreed to send them there, in your worldview. And you don't understand how this is self-contradictory.
I get that, but I'm saying that's not the whole enchilada.
But it was the point you made earlier.
The point you made earlier.
No, because your point was that they wouldn't be working together.
It was you who made that point.
Yeah, you made that point that they wouldn't work together. You said that they wouldn't work together.
No, they wouldn't. Maybe the most.
They're on the ISS together.
So, wait a minute. Are you denying? Hold on. Are you denying the Soyuz Apollo mission? Are you denying those happened?
Sorry, I don't know what that is.
Are you denying the Soyuz Apollo missions?
Yeah, I don't know because I don't know what it is.
Someone want to help them? Soyuz and Apollo. It's where the communist Soviet Union and the United States teamed up in space.
Don't you call me a communist?
Are you denying that? Are you denying that happened?
Well, I'll take your word for it if it happened.
Oh my god!
Are you retarded? It's your story, you idiot.
Because that's hundreds of thousands of people.
It's your story, you pinko commie faggot. It's your story.
Don't you call me a commie.
It's your story, Pinko.
Pinko? Ah.
It's your story. All right, I'm just going to ban you. You're retarded.
Dude,
Bye.
come on.
Bye. Bye. You won't answer a question.
All right.
You won't answer a question. Bye.
Please answer it. All right.
Oh, he's gone. He's banned, I think.
Well, I mean, that still serves its purpose because when we bring him back, he'll be less keen to obfuscate because he'll get banned.
He was making fun. That's all.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, that's what the fun is for me in these debates, is that you got someone who thinks I'm retarded running rings around. That's half the fun.
I don't actually think that many of these guys are for real because the argument.
No, they are not. They are not.
Over the place because what they are doing is they are distracting conversation about topics that lead to very fundamental questions. That's what they're doing. Whatever their argument is, it has nothing to do with anything. Like it can be anything, right? But
of course.
To stop the discussion, to stop the deep discussion about these kinds of topics. It's like they can't censor it, like deleting the channel on YouTube. So they delete it by inserting these guys who talk about anything. It's the same job.
Yeah, what they do not understand is when you are talking in public, like in a place like this, that is also streamed on YouTube, right? Then we have, for example, evidence that most globe earthers, for example, when they come on, this is what they do, and this is all they do. They deviate the topic every 5 seconds.
No, I agree.
So indirectly, they are actually proving that we are right.
Yeah, I agree.
So, and they are also making an idiot out of themselves every 5 seconds.
But it's also censoring, because it's always at the crucial moment. You know, when the discussion gets interesting, that's when these dudes pop up from somewhere.
Well, not when it gets interesting, but when you actually need to say the flat out root of what you are trying to prove. Like, for example, as an evidence, if you are asked as a globalist to bring some evidence, that's when they deviate.
Mm-hmm.
He stopped streaming when he couldn't control the argument. When he lost.
But I was right? He was streaming.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. He was trying to make some views.
He stopped because he was losing.
He was losing very hard, actually. Yeah.
Did I just miss something?
Kinda.
Dang.
What I don't get is why Mexican beer always gets like very angry with these guys.
Well, I basically don't like it when people lie to my face. Like if you're chill, I'm chill. But if someone lies to my face, I get annoyed.
Oh, it's because in my mind, when someone lies to me blatantly like that and doing the shit that he was doing, I'm actually crack up. I crack up.
Yeah.
It's because he's making the most fucking biggest idiot in the world out of himself. I don't need to do that. He's doing that for himself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also, if you used to know me like back in the I was super chill back in the day, and I guess I just kind of want to cut to the chase a bit more.
Yeah.
Because you can see what the doublespeak is. You already know what the stupid. You kind of want to get to like explaining to them why the argument is stupid, because I've heard it 100 times. I've heard everything that every glober has to say 100 times.
Yep. He's DMing me. Come talk to me, buddy. Oh my god.
So, hey, what diagram of the Earth do you guys like exactly believe? Not a model or a diagram, but like your personal, like if you were to if you had the ability to walk the ends of this Earth, what do you think it looks like?
Nobody does.
Nobody does.
I don't think about it.
So like do you think about how everything like revolves around like the Earth?
Nope. I just see it happen.
Before we carry on with this guy, I just want to know, the Holy One, do you think that the Americans and Russians work together on space?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely on that one.
It's funny because I just had an argument that lasted 15 minutes where you did it in a single sentence, so I have respect for you.
Like the space race is different than any other military or any other anything. Like, and they had no choice but to the things that they had to settle for, or else like it would have been total war. Like if it was just one side or the other, like they would have had to go to war first.
Holy One, you believe in God?
Absolutely believe in the Lord.
Let me ask you something. When God says you can never measure the boundaries of the Earth, when he told that to Job, was he lying to Job?
No, he was just saying that it's in an ever state of change, that it evolves and it grows.
I have fashioned the earth for mankind, has set his limits therein. Was he lying to Job there?
No, he said he gave everything a balance. Like you do too much drugs, you die. You drink too much water, you die.
No. That's not what
that is limits. He said limits. Like he set us at our limits.
He said, "I fashioned the earth for man." When he's talking about the construction of the earth, talking about its foundations and how it's built and everything, when he's describing this to Job, he says, "You'll never be able to measure it. You'll never be able to go across its width, and you will never ever be able to leave it." He tells them that.
Correct. So what are you trying to say?
Trying to say, if you believe in God and you're Christian, then you can't believe in space.
Yes, you can, because like space is right there above us. Just because it encompasses a small part of our. It encompasses a small part of our first heaven.
You can see space
At nighttime. At nighttime.
At nighttime, but you're looking up at the same sky. You're looking up at the same sky at night as you are in the day, right?
Yeah, dude.
Same
But like,
sky, yeah. So during the day when it's blue, do you see a vacuum? You only see
so
a
like
vacuum at night.
with that same logic, why does the night sky have so many stars that are bigger than our sun, and why doesn't it not light up the whole entire sky at, like it does the sun when the sun
That would require a model. That would require a model, which we don't have. I'm making my coffee for my wife.
But I'm just saying, that's a good thing to think about. Like why there's billions of stars that do not light up all that darkness, and why one star fills up like complete the whole night sky, the whole day sky right now is all blue, or all white, or all something. Like it's all light.
The sun is not a star.
Well, like that's just you adding like another theory, which is
no, it's not.
Possible.
No, it's not. Can you prove that any star is
it's
like
something that's possible? Yes, it's something possible that the sun is possibly not another star, but like it's just you're going to go into semantics from here. Like we're going to be like,
can I leap in on this just for a second? This comes into pattern recognition, which I'm really interested in. So, do you think, Holy One? Do you think that say lions and tigers are similar?
Wait, say that again.
You know what a lion is, right?
Yeah, was that the end of your question?
Yes. Do you think lions and tigers are similar?
Like, yeah, I think.
How do you know that they're similar?
Just because they're tameable by man.
Well, no, I mean horses are tameable by man, but horses aren't similar to tigers or lions.
But all animals only. I
didn't say animals. I said lions and tigers.
Lions and tigers, yes, because they're.
So why are they similar
by man? Because they're tameable by man, and they can be domesticated like man, like any other, like I believe, like yeah.
So that's the only reason.
Not the only reason, but it's just my quick reason I could draw off from like the instant of my head.
Okay, so let me say why I think lions and tigers are similar. They exhibit similar properties to each other. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're both cats. We know that because we've classified. They've got similar mannerisms. They've got similar ways of acting. They've got similar fur, similar teeth, similar all of these similarities, right?
Right.
So this is how we know they're similar to each other. Does the sun exhibit similar properties to any star?
Yeah.
How?
Like I don't know the science behind it. I don't know.
No, I'm not asking about science. We're talking about the exhibition that you can see, right? Because I don't need a scientist to tell me that a lion is a tiger. I see that for myself. I experience it for myself. So when you're looking at the sun and you're looking at a star, what similar properties do they have?
I can't see them both with my naked eye.
Well, that would imply opposite properties. I'm asking about the similarities.
The similarities would be like they give out light to my eye.
That's it, right? So, but planets also give out light. Flashlights give out light. My room light gives out light. So,
but not incredibly to the whole entire world. There's only one sun that does that for the whole entire world.
But this is the point, right? So you're saying that the sun is a star, and the only similarity, which I agree with you, they give out light. They don't have any other similarities. So this is why it's very difficult to say that they are the same thing. Because the sun gives out heat, the stars don't give out heat. The sun is much bigger than the stars. And other than that, there's no other than the one thing that you said, which is that they give out light. They have literally no similarities at all. In fact, I would say, based on my observation, that the moon is more similar to the sun.
Around the Earth.
I would say by my only observation that the moon is more similar to the sun than any star. And you couldn't disagree with that.
You said the moon?
the moon is the same size as the sun, right? We see it much more commonly. It appears to be a circular object just like the sun. The moon is more similar to the sun based on our observation than any star.
Sure.
So why isn't the moon a star or a sun?
Because the moon, they're running in orbits. They're each in their own.
How do you know that?
Swimming. Like you just know it by just sitting outside. If I sat outside,
You don't know that by sitting outside.
Dude, if I sat outside and looked up at the sky for a whole 24-hour cycle, I would be able to understand that the night does not transgress. I would understand that the night does not transgress the day. I would understand that the moon never catches up to the sun. I'd understand, like, you can understand a lot of things.
That's not an orbit. Do you know what the definition of an orbit is? What's an orbit?
An orbit is like something revolving around another. Like,
Yeah. Where's your proof that you're on a sphere that they're orbiting around?
I never said we're on a sphere.
But you said you saw orbits. How can you see orbits unless you're out there where you can see the Earth as a sphere?
Dude, I'm talking about outside of your fucking house.
No, what I'm talking about is when you have two celestial bodies above you, you said they're orbiting us. How do you know that?
Because, like, my Lord, like, he's educated.
Your Lord didn't say that. Your Lord says he put a big dome over Earth.
Yeah, he constructed a
Says, and he looks at the Earth, the inhabitants are like grasshoppers, and he put a dome over it, like a looking glass. So don't sit there and say, my Lord, because if you go in the religion route, we're just going to destroy you with hundreds of scriptures. So we got to stick to empirical science.
We can't.
Yes.
That's the unsafe. That's the unsafe way. Like I'm coming to you with both science and religion.
Two great lights. Two great lights. That's what the Bible says to you about the sun and the moon. Two great lights. That's it.
Well, I have like. Do you guys want to pull out the Quran right now? Like I'm not doing anything.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the Quran says that the Earth's laid out like a rug.
Yeah.
So we can do that if you want.
So then where is the problem? Like, what do you guys not understand?
I'm not a Muslim, so I couldn't possibly tell you. All I know is that the Quran says the Earth's flat. The Bible says the Earth's flat.
Okay, so right. why do you guys assume that like I'm a I believe the Earth is a sphere? Like, I don't understand that.
I don't know.
What do you believe?
Well, you have been defending Big Bang here constantly.
I asked you guys, do you guys believe that things revolve around the Earth? And like, all I've gotten was questions that have nothing to do with my question.
We never said that. Things don't revolve around. I don't think anything revolves around the Earth. What are you talking about?
That's what I asked you. That's what I asked you guys, and you haven't answered that until now.
You got answered many times.
You said you can sit outside and you can see the orbits. You said that. We can rewind the stream. You said that.
Yeah, I said no. Like,
you did.
two different zones of like conversation that I had in one. Yeah, I had the beginning part of my conversation and like the end part of my conversation, because you guys are like just a bunch of jackals looking to attack something that.
No, we're not jackals. We're sharks. Come on, man.
No, it's just like. Come
on, man.
Trust me, like
call me a jackal. I'm a shark.
Sharks don't swim this slow.
To be fair, there's only two of us talking.
Sharks don't sink this slow.
I mean, the thing is, though, bro, is that I think my analogy was pretty well crafted. And what really annoys me is that it was obviously well crafted and you just blow past it like it was nothing. You know? We're talking about things with similar properties.
All right, so like, what about the aliens you believe in and my God? What?
We don't believe in aliens.
You talking?
You don't believe in aliens?
What aliens?
Yeah,
you're the one with aliens. You can't have aliens on a flat Earth.
So like those ancient Egyptians weren't visited by deities that had the head of like animals. Like, so the ancient Egyptians made all that.
Have you been?
Right?
Have you been?
We are not of the ancient Egyptian religion.
It doesn't matter, dude. I'm of the law of Moses, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Moses was a prophet sent to.
Are you Jewish?
Moses didn't believe in the Big Bang.
Yes, I'm a Hebrew. Is that a problem?
You are
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
Hold on. Are you Christian or a Jew? Which one?
Like, there's no which one. There's like, I have a responsibility.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is, because Christ fulfilled the law.
Look, well, I'm not Jewish.
And then the law is written on your heart.
I'm not Jewish, but I am a real Jew. Like, I'm not Jewish.
Oh my god.
Okay?
What does that mean?
Not Jewish.
Bro, is this in the survey? Are you one of those own construction respondees? Like, you have Christian, Muslim, Jewish, atheist, and then there's own construction category.
Dude, I'm just a son of Adam, bro. Just like you, just like many of you.
Well, Ashkenazis aren't Jew.
I know. I just wanted him to say that.
Messianic, Jewish.
I just wanted to answer my question.
Be messianic and be a Jew.
What?
Yes, you can be.
You can't.
How are you going to argue that you can't be a messianic Jew?
Can we move back to the flat Earth?
Jews for Jesus? Yeah, you're right. It's just super funny. I'm sorry, Crypto. You're right.
Yeah, it's just like, you've got a religion room. You can take.
I forgive you. I forgive you guys. It's okay.
So whatever, Holy One. I wanted to ask you. I'll ask you again, but third time. Why do you think the sun is a star when they have no similar properties?
What do I think? I thought of it as a star in that one moment, because like that's what the belief system you guys were like arguing me against were like you were going by. You're going by that, like everything. You're going by that. So like I use the same like I assume that's what you guys were drawing from, because like what you guys were asking me. So I said that the sun is the same as a star. So like you guys were saying like there's, I don't know what exactly you guys were saying, but I was just making the discrepancy that we have knowledge through science that there are stars out there larger than our star.
I don't care about any of that, and I didn't ask about.
All right, listen.
I asked you about you. Yeah, so I don't care about Bill Nye. I don't care about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I care about you.
I don't care about what you had for lunch. Yeah, I'm asking.
You're in darkness. No, listen, you're in darkness, and you don't know where you're going.
That's nice. I live in England. Of course, I'm in darkness.
Exactly.
Now,
exactly. I live in America, dude. Okay. I live in.
I don't care. Now, can you answer my question? Why do you think the sun is like a star when they have no similar properties?
The same reason why you should have stayed in Bible school.
So you're not going to answer the question.
You what, mate?
Because it's such a petty question that I don't feel like answering it. Like,
you what?
I think it's because you can't answer it. Actually.
Well, is that not the same? In simple terms?
No, it's because he can answer it, and the answer is not good.
So, like, you guys have all the answers right. There's no right.
We don't have any at the beginning of wisdom.
No. You guys are like, you guys are claiming.
No.
This is the biggest lie a human can make to himself.
I don't care about your feelings. I'm asking you a question.
That he's seeking the truth.
Why are you getting in your feelings? Why are you crying? I'm asking you a simple question.
I'm not crying. It's just
you clearly are.
You guys are
proving my point.
Lost in the dark. You guys are lost in the dark, and I'm trying to put you on to
the question.
Somebody's crying.
Just answer the question. Yes, this would be the 5th time I've asked. Why do you think the sun is a star when they have no similar properties?
I don't think it's a star anymore now, do I?
Fantastic. Then we can move on.
Okay. Like, you guys, you see how much time you guys wasted?
Was that really so hard?
No.
See how much time you wasted on that? Was that really so hard?
It's not a waste of time, and I'll tell you why. The name of the server is Flat Earth Discord 24/7. You know how long 24 hours is? This is not a waste of time.
I know how long.
You know how long an hour is? What was this? 15 minutes? No big deal.
Hey, can I ask a question?
So it's not that long. It's actually rather short.
Maybe we can move on. I feel like this guy.
We can move on.
You still perceive it as long. You still perceive time as long.
Yeah, he's just being contrarian.
Described it.
Yeah, maybe we can move on to the next one. Holy One.
I only perceive my dick. As
You didn't like. See, this is what I really don't understand about these people, right? It's really simple to answer a question. It's really simple. You ask someone a question, they don't fucking answer, they get in their feelings. You ask them again, then they get in their feelings even more.
Trying to get an answer.
I had to ask you the question 5 times to get an answer, and people ask me why I get annoyed about the shit.
You try to ask the question in a way that you will get the answer that you like designed it for. Like it's creepy and it's weird. Obviously, and that's not a question that is like I'm trying to philosophize about the shape of my Earth. You understand? I'm not trying to
Wait, the shape of the Earth isn't.
You made the claim that the sun is a star. That's why I asked you, why do you think the sun is a star when it has no similar properties? I don't understand. Like, a 6-year-old would understand this line of logic. How grown-ass adults don't understand it is beyond me. They are not similar, ergo, they aren't similar. This is really simple.
They are similar.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
You're saying, oh yeah, an avocado is like a lion because Bill Nye told me.
No, but
this is literally what you're doing.
A lion is like a tiger because they're similar, correct?
Because they actually are.
Let me tell you about what light is. Okay, light is
I didn't say any of that.
So listen to the light that my sun exhibits doesn't have to be the same light that Betelgeuse exhibits. So I don't know what you don't understand about them having similar characteristics as a ball of literal fire, like a ball of ignited light.
Oh my God.
Like how do you not draw the similarities between our own sun, and the other
this
stars?
Lion here is a cat, and this tiger here is a cat. A 6-year-old would be like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." If I said to them,
so if I say here is one light, here's one.
Just shut up. Just shut up. You're not worth talking to. If I said to a 6-year-old that a sun and a star don't exhibit similar properties, they would actually say, "Oh yeah, that's true actually, because the sun's hot and the star isn't hot. You know, the sun's big, the star is small. They have completely opposite properties in virtually every way. Obviously." And then this guy comes in, a grown-ass adult, and he doesn't get it. And then he tells me I'm in darkness because I'm asking him a question. These people are mentally insane.
No, they're having a go at you. That's it. Having fun, having a go at flat earthers, you know. That's it.
Hey, can you tell me what's the definition of gravity according to you?
No, because I don't think it exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't claim gravity. That's your claim.
Sorry?
What's gravity?
Mass attracting mass, because that's what we taught.
We're taught. We're taught that, but where do you see that?
I mean, everything tracks. You know, every
What?
mass and
Seriously?
every mass.
No. How? Where? Can you show this?
Oh. No.
Just say no, because that's the
No,
right
no.
answer. Yeah, so you can't demonstrate it. So why would you ever think gravity is a thing?
Because that's what we've been taught. So that's what I'm saying. That
Well, I mean,
everything-
they teach you about Santa Claus too, but that doesn't make him real either.
I know, but you know, you see things falling onto the earth when you throw it up. So what's that?
Yeah, Newton's theory was abandoned over 106 years ago, so you're really out of date.
Poor guy's like, nobody's ever talked to me like that before.
Does anyone want to talk to the Holy One? Because I can't be bothered. I just wants to.
Not me. He would just make me angry. Going full retard is not something I like.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, well, if anyone wants to go ahead and talk to him, it won't be me.
Shit, Meme must be too busy. What the hell? He's usually always ready to take someone on.
I'm in Lowe's.
Oh yeah, see, that explains it. Were you attempting to say something? Because if you were, it didn't come through.
Yeah, it's just really windy. I said I wouldn't want to talk to him anyway.
Wow, not even Meme wants to talk to the Holy One. Whew, that's pretty bad.
I think the Holy One may be suffering from something that only Thorazine can fix.
Holy One, what do you want to talk about?
Like there's a greater realm than this planet.
I agree there's a greater realm, but it's not a planet.
Oh, it's not a planet, but I said there's a greater realm than this planet.
Right, there is a greater realm, but there's no planet.
Yeah. So like the realm that I'm talking of is like it's a promised land. It's called like Eden. Like it's like a perfected simulation of what we got on Earth. But like some of us aren't aware of our story, like how we fell. Some of us are still waking up, some of us are animals of the earth, where we just like some of us are just beastly in nature. Some of us are sons of Adam, literally like fallen. Like some of us are sons of Satan. Like you guys are all like we're all brothers, dude. Like, but the thing is like this is what it is. Like my thing is like I admire every single human being, no matter your religion, your race, no matter like sexual orientation. Like
What about
just because of the
pedophiles?
simple fact that my Lord literally labored to
What about
bring you
pedophiles?
into creation. Like, listen, I'm not the judge of any man. I'm not the judge of any man, and like that.
I am. I'll hang
that question. That question
I am.
is a setup.
I'll hang a pedophile. I don't care.
I've never in my life seen another man, nor would it be allowed for another man to ever harm or touch a child in my line of sight, in my line of duty, in my line of like where I'm able to have control over.
Really, what I said.
No, I've never seen it. I've never seen a child pedophile. Like I've never seen one to.
Bro, be honest. Bro, be honest with me. Bro, I need you to be totally honest with me. What medications are you on?
I'm on weed and love, like.
Is there any lithium? Is there any lithium or Thorazine in there?
No, there's no lithium or Thorazine. Like it's just what I shied out to tell you because you want me to tell you the truth. Is like
that might be your issue, though.
You said you respect all men no matter what. I said what about pedophiles? And you said
I am on.
And you said hold on, but you said
that's what I held out on.
But I've never seen one. It's not about seeing them. It's do you respect them?
No, I absolutely don't respect them.
Okay, well then you don't have a blanket. Then you there are exceptions to your rule then.
But like I'm just saying, what you asked me was like, do you respect pedophiles? Like, or is that
At least you gave the right answer when you said no. You gave the right answer. I'm glad about that. I have gotten the wrong answer.
But I'm just saying, like, it's a setup question when you're asking it in that linear format. Like, you're asking it to get the response of, yeah, no, just because I'm defending
he's trying to get.
No, I didn't ask it in a format like that.
Just because I'm defending my reasoning for not judging.
You said something in terms of an absolute, and I do not like that.
Yeah, and he was just giving you a way to clarify that. Be specific.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like I couldn't beat myself up over every pedophile that gets away with it, right? So like that's my Lord doesn't want me to do that.
I know, but that doesn't really have anything to do with it.
It does, because like it really does.
It has zero to do with it. It has nothing to do with it.
It has a lot to do with it if you actually care about people who get.
It has nothing to do with the question. Bro, you're not mentally organized enough to understand what I'm saying, and I get that, all right? You got something going on, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's too much weed. I don't know.
No, it's not too much weed. It's too much Holy Ghost, dude. It's just I'm that holy, bro. Like,
God, holy shit.
I'm just so holy.
like what?
No,
what do you want me to say then?
You ever heard the phrase "holier than thou"?
Bro,
I never said that. You said that.
Holy, holy, holy.
Yes, I did say that. Very well observed. Have you ever heard the phrase?
You shouldn't say you're holy.
I'm not holy. I'm worthless.
Yeah.
I'm a good-for-nothing man.
Me too.
I am not good. I try and do good, but I can never actually be good. I can be made good one day, but that's it. I am not holy. I'm a miserable man.
Angels in the heavens.
Well then, dude, like may more fortune be blessed and shined your way. Like
none of that is good though. It's all material and temporal.
But
I can only be made good by someone else, not me.
But you gotta know what you want in order for the Lord to like give it to you completely. Because if He gives it to you,
don't come at me with that.
No, trust me. Trust me.
Don't come at me with feel good stuff, man. That stuff is false.
It's not false, but like I'm going to tell you really, I'm going to tell you real truth. I'm going to tell you real truth that works for me. I've done I've done what like they said to do. Like I've done what Jesus says to do. Like I've done it and it works, dude. Like,
how many kids do you have? How many kids do you have? How many kids do you have?
I have no kids.
Well, I have 3 blessings.
I have all of the sons of Adam to like pray for and like be on my heart because like we all share a beating heart. So like that's more than enough. Like
what if someone's in cardiac arrest? Do I share a heart with him?
Like yeah, until it stops beating.
So can we indirectly revive someone who's suffering a heart attack through someone else?
Like once upon a time, like mankind was connected to be like that. Absolutely. Like I believe all of our heartbeats can sync at one time. We can all have the same heartbeat, like all over the whole entire earth. All of our heartbeats.
Anyone else getting a Joey Hera vibe?
So
I
someone
like Joey.
can replace you to your parents.
So say that again.
If a criminal takes you away from your own parents, then can he give someone else to replace you?
Like I don't understand I want to understand the reason for this question.
If a criminal kills you,
I don't know if you're trolling. I don't know. Like, are you trolling me, or are you like asking me something that will?
No, I'm not trolling. I'm trying to ask a reasonable question.
Yeah, listen, don't overtalk the question.
I mean that you are irreplaceable.
So am I irreplaceable?
You? Yeah. You are special and unique.
Like yeah, like we all are. That's
you have your own heartbeat, not everyone's.
No, but like it's not my own heartbeat for the simple fact that like I'm not beating it. It's the only organ, it's the only thing in my body that I don't have fully control over. So I'm not beating my heart, but it's the only thing.
I can slow or increase my heart rate with my mind. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
but you can't stop it or like
Yes,
start it.
there are yoga practitioners who can actually stop their heartbeat.
No, I don't like. I mean, I don't dog it down, dude. It's able to learn, but like I'm just saying, like without like, if I was to ask you right now, like if you were to ask me, prove you're God, and I was to ask you to like show me the practitioners that can stop their heartbeat, and I want to see it done on a test, and I want to see it on a YouTube video, or I want to see it on a blah, 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 like whatever,
Yeah.
like you understand, like where we're coming at. Like why there's just not like there's like nobody gets anywhere with their arguments and nobody gets any answers, and like there's all the answers, and the Lord is trying to like he's not trying to like put everybody in the dark. Like there's some concrete answers and evidences about like our history that like don't
No,
think
wait
that,
a second.
like, don't think
now,
those
hold on.
biblical stories are all just mythological stories. There are actual history.
Yeah, but you think you live on a globe, right?
No, I don't think we're on a globe. I
He
think
lives
like,
in a
we're
Big
more
Bang
on a-
universe, at least.
Like I posted the diagram that I think like the Earth is the same diagram that the ancient Egyptians thought that the Earth was like shaped
Oh,
as.
you
So it was like a
believe
half dome.
it's,
It was a half dome with like on a like it was like a half dome. Like I can't explain it. Then there's like a
Well,
there's a tree of
actually,
life.
a dome
There's a tree
is
of
a
life.
half of a sphere.
Yeah, there's a tree of life like image about like the whole like firmaments originating from the tree of life.
You're mixing a bunch of different things. You don't even know what
Yeah,
the
I
fuck
know,
you're
but
talking
like
about.
that's but like that's just the format that I believe, like that's the more realistic structure that I believe that the Earth is in. Then there, but like at the same time, like
So
in
there's
the
a blue
Torah,
lady
in the
covering
Torah,
the Earth. Is that what you
in the
believe?
Bibles, in the Bible, God says this: like, behold, I destroy the heavens and the earth, and I create them anew. So he said that multiple times. So like,
Yeah, but you're using the Bible and Egyptian, and Egypt doesn't use the Bible.
what do you mean?
The Bible is not Egyptian. Like
Yes,
it
it
does
is,
have.
dude. Moses, bro. Moses, man. Come
Yeah.
on, dude. Moses like Moses has like, dude.
You're
there was an
forgetting
age
that
of prophet. There was a
there's an
prophet.
actual
There was a prophet for
religion
every
that the
age.
Egyptians followed, which was not the Bible.
Like I know, but they followed Moses, like the real figure.
The
guy.
Egyptians did
Moses.
not.
Like, yes, they did. Like they were trying to kill Moses and the Hebrews, and they were chasing them, and they were chasing them, and they got drowned in the
Egyptians, they
sea.
had their own religion.
Wait,
Yes,
hold on. Did you just say it backward? Hold on. You just said it backwards. You just said the Hebrews were chasing Moses and the Egyptians were escaping Egypt?
Well, like, dude, everybody was behind Moses. Yes. So, like, yeah, like if you wanted to correct me like that, just knowing, like, knowing the right detail and assuming that I didn't make a mistake. Yeah. Like, you could have been like, yeah. Dude,
So Moses brought the Egyptians out of Egypt.
No, he brought the Hebrews out of and the Egyptians at the same time, because the Egyptians were chasing them. Like, what do you not understand about that?
Yeah, were they not engulfed in the Red Sea?
Yes,
he brought
but
the
like,
Egyptians
still,
and the
he brought the
Hebrews,
Egyptians out of
the Egyptians were
Egypt.
chasing them. They were chasing themselves.
So he brought the Egyptians out of Egypt, and they were chasing the Hebrews, while Moses was leading them to salvation.
But all the Egyptians died, right? They didn't get to salvation.
Yeah.
So I'm confused on what you were even saying. You were totally ass backwards a second ago.
I was just saying like they followed Moses.
I don't think you know what you're saying, really.
There was many people of like Pharaoh's council. There was many of people of Pharaoh's council that believed in the Lord of Moses and Aaron, by the way, like that were Egyptian, that believed, that worshiped. Like there was a whole battle of the magicians, dude. There was like Moses against all of Pharaoh's magicians, all of Pharaoh's hierarchy of people that believed in magic, dude. Like there was a whole battle on a day, and like everybody bowed down to the Lord of Moses and Aaron after God told Moses. So like they turned their staffs into serpents and snakes, and like they had all this magic weird shit going on. And then Moses was told by the voice of the Lord, throw your staff in your right hand. It'll swallow what they have casted. So like Moses throws his staff and it turns into a giant serpent, big, that swallows all of their serpents. So like that's when all the magicians, they bow down on the ground and they're like, we believe in the Lord of Moses and Aaron. Like there's like without no doubt that is the God. Like what our gods taught us, only taught us like little like magical feats, but the feat that Moses did was like that was from the creator, that was from the big boss, like that's the main God. So that's why they all bowed down to like, and they believed in Moses. And Pharaoh got mad. He was like, you believed in him before I gave you permission? I'm going to crucify you on the trunks of palm trees. So like there were people crucified in the way of Christ in Moses' time before Christ, due to God revealing himself through Moses as a giant serpent like that. So like God doesn't work in angelic, beautiful ways like you think he works. Like he works like with the forces of evil, like it'll look like a bigger evil fighting that evil. Just like that's just how God works. It's not gonna like that's how he revealed himself.
Any manifestation of God cannot be named evil or not righteous or unclean.
No, but but according to our primitive senses and our sight,
righteous.
But according to our sight, if we all saw that, we would have thought of that serpent to be evil. I'm just saying, I'm just saying from a bystander perspective, if we saw Moses' staff turn into a giant serpent, we would assume that it's a bigger evil
in there.
But if we had the wisdom and the understanding of God, like in the outline in the background, like then we could understand that like God was trying to reveal himself. He was showing faith superior to magic. This was the first time that like he had a prophet that he can reveal faith, iman, like your faith, to be superior to magic, which was a real thing that the Egyptians practiced. So just in that aspect, just in when your Lord wants to reveal himself through Moses, that faith is superior to magic, he reveals himself as something that appears to be a greater evil than the evil that it's fighting. So it's a giant serpent that swallows all the other serpents. So it's not like, he didn't send he didn't send two beautiful archangels with large shoulders and broad faces and giant swords to come down and like slay all the snakes. Like God is just like that's, you know what I'm saying? Like he sends
God
like
is
something
long patient, is many things. Yeah, I can understand very well the concept of God. But I'm curious a thing about when I talk about this book or the scriptures. My question is, my curiosity is if Adam had a belly button. What do you think?
Can you kind of cut out?
Yeah, that was.
What do you think? Did Adam had a belly button?
Yeah, that's the question. Did Adam have a belly button? Well, why would he have an umbilical cord? Because if he were to be created by God, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could actually look at pictures of Adam and Eve, and they do indeed have belly buttons, right?
So you guys ever played God of War?
God of War? What is?
Yeah, are you familiar with that? Are you familiar with that game?
No.
So there's this game called God of War. Damn it! I was just gonna make a reference to a character, and that should have gave you like a basis for what Adam looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Adam looked like the character Gaia. So Adam was made out of like the earth, like the rock, like the rocks and like the clay, the stardust. He wasn't made like.
Wait, did you say stardust? What?
Dude, he was made. Listen. What Adam was made out of is different than what his descendants are made out of.
So you're a complicated rock, then?
No, God made Adam with his two hands, like with his own personal
Yeah,
to
that's
him.
what.
But like us, we came from Eve.
That's the premise of the people who believe they are complicated rocks. They believe that they are stardust.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Like exactly, like it's just.
This is the NASA religion.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that woman is a NASA astronaut scientist.
But
So when they say they are complicated rocks, they are actually, that's a religion.
I think we're just complicated beings. Why are you degrading? Like, why is he degrading us? Why is he degrading us to rocks?
Because that's what
I
they
actually
do.
think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
But what about the pathways that were
Very
etched
lucky.
into the mountain by something unknown that is only scalable by man? Only man can climb those trails. Only man can climb like to Mount
The
Everest.
fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck?
Dude, what other animal can climb up to Mount
Goats.
Everest?
Goats.
But that's got nothing to do with anything.
Goats cannot climb up to the peak of Mount Everest.
It's got nothing to do with anything.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about what can climb up? She's saying that humans are rocks.
Yeah, and I just brought us out of that. Like,
I mean, do you agree with that or do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
Fantastic. So do we. We can move
Human
on.
beings are a work that my Lord labored. He put
Yeah,
his
we
labor
agree.
to bring
we
you
agree.
forth.
But what he's pointing out to you is that the people that tell you live on a spinning ball in the middle of literal nothing have this worldview where they think you came from rocks and monkeys.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, we know.
So then, you guys?
Then why do you incorporate the premise of their belief into your belief?
Yeah, you literally said we were made
you
from
are
stardust.
Like, because I'm still having a flesh experience. Like, I'm still in the flesh.
Well, yes, but you still have, you don't accept their entire religion, the global religion. But
I accept my origins. I accept my origins.
You did.
My origins are not of this world.
You did took certain things from their religion, fallacious claims, like orbits, and.
Actually, I got that. I got that from the Quran.
The word orbit, like meaning this perpetual spin, rocks spinning around each other perpetually and shaping themselves into small balls, that is a pure belief. Nobody has demonstrated that a rock can perpetually spin. It is impossible to demonstrate that.
What if like nothing is spinning at all? It's all one still image.
No, that's not true. The stars in the sky, they spin above us, not around us. They spin above us. And that is all we can say.
No, it spins around us too.
Yeah.
Look at my shadow. My shadow moves like with the sun, does it not? Does it not go from laying on its back to like falling on its face?
Yeah, okay, it's moving from a side to the other side as the sun is.
Yeah, but like, look at this wisdom. Don't fight this wisdom, because like this is just understanding of God. Dude, that was the dopest. I just intrigued myself. I didn't even know that I was gonna say that. Like
okay,
a shadow.
but the sun, you see, the sun is a light source, and in mankind's ancient scriptures and literature, we find model descriptions of the world which they say that the celestial bodies we see in the sky, they are alive. And this means that they can perpetually spin, be in a constant motion and cyclic motion. You know, they repeat what they do over and over again. Just like a man is sleeping, waking up, he goes to work,
That's
and then
his
he
own fault,
repeats.
dude. Because like you're supposed to live forever.
Yeah. So
You're supposed to live forever. So
but
like
you see, NASA is taking the life from the heavens, is completely removing it with orbits and gravity and all these powerless
at
forces.
At one point, when everybody believed in NASA, that's really what the Earth looked like. So listen. I believe in a divine authority given to mankind above all creation, by God. Correct?
Yeah.
So we've been given like the ability to like lay it out. So think of it as like a big like observatory, like the whole galaxy and universe. And we were able to set up everything how we want it. So like we were able to say, just because we believe that everything revolves around the sun, slowly everything transformed to being revolving around the sun. And then just because we have now people are differing in beliefs, like the former heavens, like God destroys it. He destroys it and recreates it anew in accordance to what we're able to recreate from our own ideas. So like there's many times even recently that God has destroyed the heavens. He's destroyed everything in outer space. Like even today, he's destroyed everything in outer space and he's created it anew. So
he said he will gather the sky just like a scroll, you know, like he will
his right
roll
hand.
it.
In his right hand.
Yeah. So, and he said when he will come the second time. He said that the whole world will see him coming down.
Like so like the whole world.
How can you see someone coming down from the clouds when you are on a ball? So you are in the opposite side, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, on a ball it will be impossible. So that's why you have to rebuke everything these guys from NASA are saying is fallacious, is a lie.
Right.
Yeah.
But like still at the same time we don't like people's religion don't know the full truth of eternal life, that they should also like keep quiet. If they can't guide onto eternal life and like immortality, then like they have no business you know
well, if they manage to convince you that you are worthless, then they can take all the benefits of all your lifetime labor.
Right.
So very good for them, you know. It's convenient.
Still, I just have a hope of justice, and I have a hope of like just the people that are awake.
God will make it. And you know the purpose of this server? You know, the purpose of this server is to distinguish between science, real science, physics. Physics means what we can physically touch. You can take your ruler tape and measure. Put the ruler tape on that thing and you measure it. Or you can put it on a scale, or, you know, use all sort of tools. But astrophysics, cosmology, that is tooth fairy. Nothing of that you can prove. You cannot prove the distance to the sun. Who measured the distance to the sun and how? Did he walk all that way, 93 million miles? He walked with a ruler and measured it?
No, but like at the same time, you know, like at the same time, you know certain things by faith, but you can't explain it through words. You just know by your heart. And you don't even know how your heart knows.
the only faith and belief that we righteously accept here is the belief in God of life, which is above us all. You know, that's the only faith we accept, belief. But when they say that the sun is this or that, I'm sorry, but if you say the sun is a certain distance, I need you to show me how did you measure that distance.
But look. I believe maybe for that person who said it, that the sun really is that far away because it is what we make it, you know? So for that person and his beliefs, like what he wants to use his faith on, he wants to use his faith on believing that
Hold
the
on.
earth,
Are you trying to
wants-
say that we can believe in different realities and make it real?
Exactly.
What
Yes,
the
that's what I'm
fuck are
saying.
you
That
even
doesn't work.
talking about? Holy fucking shit, dude. What?
No, dude, think about it.
Come
Think
on
about
now.
what you
Seriously?
believe
So if I'm going to walk outside and
if
believe that we're on a big giant water ball flying through space, you're saying that's going to make it real. What?
Yes, people really believe in that, do they not?
It doesn't
Do
matter
people
what you
really not
believe.
believe in
See,
that?
you can believe whatever you want,
Why are
but
you
it
raising your
doesn't
voice
make it
like that,
true.
Dude, it makes perfect sense.
Why am I
Think
raising
about it
my
one more
voice
time.
like what?
Think
Because
about it one more
I'm
time.
astounded at what
Please-
you just
Please
said.
think about it one more time then.
Okay, so I'm going to believe in a unicorn. Hold on. I'm believing. Okay, just let me believe.
Okay.
I'm believing. Where's the unicorn?
The moon is cheese.
Okay, so there's no unicorn yet. How much longer do I have to believe?
Dude, did it not pop up in your mind that you were using when you were going?
Well, no, I'm waiting for reality. I'm waiting for reality. Right,
Dude,
I could see
your
it in my
mind-
head,
your
but
mind
when I
is
opened my
reality.
eyes,
Your mind is
it was
reality.
not in my backyard.
Your mind is reality.
No,
Your mind
my
is
mind
not.
is not reality.
No.
My
Your
mind is
mind is
making
reality.
shit up. Literally, I can make shit up in my
Right.
mind. That's not real.
Yes, that is, dude. That's
I mean,
your
right
godly
now I'm
abilities.
imagining
That's your
George
godly abilities.
Washington
That's your
is
godly
humping Joe
abilities of
Biden. Does
creation.
that make it real?
That's your godly abilities of creation that you're just
Yeah,
like
George
saying,
Washington is humping Joe Biden. It must be real. I can see it. Wait, let me open my eyes. Oh, no, just my backyard. Holy shit.
Like, well, yeah. Now you got a criteria for judging good and
What?
bad, and like good job that
Good
you can
and
judge good and bad, like good and
Man.
evil, that you can differentiate between
Come on.
what's not true
The
and what's
Holy
true.
What are you even talking about, dude?
Hey,
Holy
the
One.
Holy
I got-
One. Come
Yeah, I
on,
got-
man. You sure know that in the Bible it explains that people can make fool of themselves when they open their mouth. So
Yeah, but I don't want
don't
him
do
to make a
that to
fool out of himself.
yourself.
No, I don't want
Yeah.
him to make a fool out of himself.
Reality is what you perceive. You have to open your eyes to see it. You have to speak, to verbalize the stuff that is in your heart or in your head.
Exactly.
But reality
Here, I got a
is
question for you.
will not
So,
be
what reality do you live
speak.
in, bro? I got a question for you. What reality do you live in? Answer that question. It's a simple
only
question.
one. Reality I live
There's
in.
only one
the
reality. My reality
that
is
it
God.
has been created.
My reality is God. What is
You're
your reality?
comparing reality
I live
with
in the
opinion.
reality which has been created by God for man to live in.
No. I'm just saying my reality
I
is
live
my
in the
creator.
defiled garden.
My
in
reality
a defiled
in
garden.
this life, my reality in this life is my creator and my duty to him.
Here, Holy One, if I think, right, if I can imagine, if I paint something red, it will go faster. Is that reality now?
That's your reality. Because now look in your mind, or when you want to recreate an idea or something, anything that you make red will go faster. Will it not? And according to your laws, will it not? According to your kingdom that God gave you, according to what you're responsible for, of like your human body, your mind, your flesh, will that not be true according to how you will it and how you please it to be?
Yeah, if you have enough people who all think the same thing.
No, you don't need enough people. You just need yourself, dude. You just need yourself for this journey. Everybody's an individual.
You're denying the four winds.
No, like you don't need everybody else,
Yes.
dude. Like you don't need
Do you know what
everybody else.
the four winds are?
Like listen to me. I'm putting in a new concept. I'm putting in a concept where if you relied upon yourself, if you relied upon like getting to know yourself. I'm not talking about taking care of yourself. like false, like not taking care of yourself and trying to do good deeds to others, like don't sometimes get accepted in the manner that you want the appreciation for doing the good deeds, or in the manner that you need to get repaid for the good that you've put out. Like,
Well,
it doesn't work like that.
I never
So, like,
I never
if you-
said don't do something good. It's always good to do good. This
Exactly.
I can
Like-
very understand.
Like the reward
Yeah.
for good is nothing but more goodness. Like, for real. Like, it's
Yeah.
just, it's not a and any.
But
That's not true, because when you try to do good, when you try to do good for other people who aren't willing to do good for themselves, it just backfires on you in your face. So doing good only leads to hell.
I know that's what.
Or
it
sorry,
appears like.
Sheol.
I know that's what it appears like, but like if you just labor through and then if you just like endure it to the very end.
What do you think we're
realize
doing
why.
now with you?
Can I ask a question?
Like,
Yeah, we're enduring you.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, ask.
Sir, what exactly do you believe?
what do I believe? I believe
Yes.
I believe in a father of us all. That's a really good father, and he really knows what he's doing. And like, I don't know how to explain it, and other than that, but like, I
The
believe
Christian
in it all.
God.
I believe in it all. Christian God, sure.
Excuse me,
But
say that again.
He's not just for the Christians. But I'm just saying, like, Christian, if you want to call him the Christian God, yeah, he is known by that.
Well, if he's for all God, for all people, then he's, well, I mean, God is for all people. He wants all the people to come into his kingdom. But there is, he died for the many and not the all, you know, that it says that in the Bible.
So like I don't know. What just popped up to me was like, many who are first will be last, and many who are last will be first. So like,
You're, it's, some things in the Bible we can interpret. There's certain things in the Bible that people will interpret differently, and you might be interpreting that wrong. I don't know, because I'm young and probably very younger than you, and
I'm 27. I'm not too old.
well, I'm still younger than you. But it does say that he did only die for the many and not all of them. Just remember that. But he does want people to come into his kingdom. It's just those people, they won't accept him. That's the thing. I don't exactly know how to explain it, but
the thing is as long as there's another day, every single day that God gives you when you're above the dirt is a second chance to figure this all out. So I don't care if you're like, if like you're supposed to stay on Jesus's road. Every day you're supposed to deny yourself. Every single day, like it's just how it goes. Like, you're supposed
Hey
to deny
guys,
yourself
can
for.
you get back on topic? Like, we have a religious discussion if you want to carry
Yeah.
it down there, but we want to try and stay on topic.
yeah,
I mean, if
that's
you were making
probably,
a point,
I kind of got us off topic. I'm sorry.
no, that's fine.
No, you're
I
cool.
mean,
She was just asking a question.
Yeah, it's been going on for a while.
like certain things, like if you wanted to mention certain verses in the Bible, like the firmament, Genesis 1:6, Isaiah 40:22. Like, if you're making a broader point to someone who's not necessarily a flat earther, like if you're trying to make the connection, there is biblical references to flat earth, but we weren't really on that topic.
Yeah, I'm still sorry. I feel like I did.
It's fine, but that way the new people that they might have a question that they don't get to have their question.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Like, we do have a religious. If you guys want to talk about that, there's a religious
You want
room, and
to I'll go into the
What's that?
religious for a little bit. If anybody wants to hear me talk, I'm a nice person. I won't judge you for anything. Like I pray that you get forgiven if you hear my whatever I got to say.
Yeah, there's like
Yeah, God
fellowship
bless.
groups too. There's a lot of there's a lot of Christian flat earthers. There's Muslim flat earthers, and they have like fellowship meetings at night. Usually, like maybe 8 to 10 at night. There's always a lot of people in there. If you want to come back later, or you can go there right now. But if you want to meet the other people, you should come back a little later tonight and meet the people.
Really?
that are-
Is it that flowing? How many?
It's
How many
there.
people do you
Sometimes it's
got?
20, 30 people in there.
Hey, is that
Yeah.
10 o'clock Eastern time? Like, what's the time zone?
Yeah, Eastern
Like-
time, usually 8 to 10. It usually gets picking up at night. I go down there sometimes. You should meet Blaze and some of the other flat Earth Christians. They just
Dude,
you
oh,
know
for
they'll-
sure. It'd be my pleasure to, bro. Thank you for telling me about that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean that's what
What,
God means.
what voice chat? What voice chat is it under? I don't see.
There's one called
religion.
religion. If you're dropped down a few rows,
Biblical.
it's-
Yeah,
it's
you
movie
gotta
theater.
scroll
down a little bit to
Movie
see it.
theater, chill chat. Oh,
Yeah,
like
keep scrolling down. It's a little bit ways
Keep
down.
going.
oh,
There's a
okay,
biblical-
okay.
It's under debate.
Okay.
And then there's different types: philosophy, Quran, religious, spiritual. That way we got all bases covered, because sometimes we don't want
You guys spent a lot of time on this. Wow.
Oh, a lot. Many years. Many people. Yes.
Yeah. This is 2.0.
I mean, there's a lot to reality.
Yeah. It's not
Dude,
simple.
my,
It is a complex assembly of complex systems.
Yeah, have you ever seen a yard? I mean, just look at how many different plants there are.
Yeah.
Dude, guys, man, I'm just at a I don't know. I like you guys all of a sudden.
Which are you like a new guy here? You're not necessarily a flat earther, right?
Like, dude, I'm like I don't know what flat earther means, because like it's such a every flat earther I've met has a different like view, dude.
It's a diverse.
But we all agree on one thing: is we don't accept the globe model.
Yeah, that's the
And the
thing.
way
But
that
like,
it's presented is pretty interesting.
and like,
Like I
most
said,
of the theories that people have got, like on individual, like if I were to individually talk to them about like their flat earth like beliefs, it goes right with religion, dude. And like it goes right with like I'm just saying the truth that they're seeking is like they're seeking like life. They're seeking
You
like
know what
life
the
on
flat
Earth.
earther is? I think the best way I will describe is like when you go out and you want to buy a house. And this guy who's selling the house is telling you he's selling a multi-million-dollar mansion of 10,000 square meters built. And you have to believe him to buy it, you know. But a flat earther actually will take his ruler tape and measure. And if it is a 10,000 square meter mansion, then he will pay those multi-million-dollar. But
Yeah, he just
if
wasted
you're
so much
selling
time and labor.
a mansion which is like 100 square meters,
But do
you
you
know?
understand what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
You understand like the way to God is easier than the
Yeah.
but the flat earther like it's just a bunch of just a bunch of uncharted waters, dude. Because God recreates the
we
heavens and
know,
destroys it
we know, but
every day.
mankind
So like
has already have measured a lot of this world. We did measure quite a lot.
like we've yet to go to the depths of our ocean. We've yet to dig past our crust. We've yet to go beyond the zones of like outer space. We've still not done a lot
outer
of things.
space.
It's not a
Listen, like, dude, in our own bodies, for fuck's sake, we have not even discovered like the everything there is to know. Where does our inner thought? Where does our inner thought come from? Where does our inner dialogue form at? Like, how is our inner dialogue not coming from our voice box, but is existing anywhere we decide to put it in our bodies? We can,
Yeah.
if we want
Look,
to talk
for
to ourselves from
example,
our hand.
the biggest hole drilled in the earth is almost 8 miles deep, 7 point something miles deep, the biggest hole drilled by man. We accept this as a fact because it is a fact. People actually did this. But when they say,
all right, then what about
that
believing
they
that
know,
Moses
when they say
split
that
the
they
sea?
know that in the center of this spinning globe there is a molten iron nickel core which is spinning and very, very hot, I need a proof for that.
Yeah, because that's like pseudoscience.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we have
So,
the word like I know they collected core samples. The Russians did when it was called Kola Super Deep Borehole. What he's talking about, and they got
Yeah.
about 7.6 miles before they hit some kind of barrier where they couldn't make any ground for like 5 years. They stayed on it for 5 years, drilling and drilling
Yeah.
and drilling, and they couldn't gain any more ground. So they pulled the drill
not
pipe out.
1 inch. Yeah.
They just gave up. They're like, you know what?
Yeah.
We cannot get any ground. We're done. And I think
And
I
they
think
gave off. They gave off because actually the drill bits they were using,
primitive.
those drill bits were carbide. It's
And,
the hardest metal used in industry, in metal manufacturing. You know, is the
The drill
best tool.
bits.
Yeah, is the hardest metal.
So I think there might be a barrier below us and one above us that we can't drill beneath. And they started drilling the borehole about the same time NASA was created when they discovered in Antarctica they can't go any further to the south, right? Like in other words, you cannot fly south.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Dude,
Did you know that?
dude, that reminds me of like a verse in the Quran. Like it's probably like the most strongest verse. Like it literally challenges all of creation. It says like if it be like oh you assembly of men and devils, if it be so that you can penetrate beyond the outer regions of my highest heavens and the lowest regions of my earth, go ahead and penetrate. Never shall you penetrate except with my permission. That's like you guys have read that, right?
That's a very good challenge, you know, because that's actually a challenge for us.
Like that's what he said, and like we haven't done it yet. Like, but and he said without my permission. Like he added it nonchalantly to the end of that verse. He said not without my permission.
I think it's a barrier that only you could travel through, like spiritually, like say for instance, if you believe in soul, maybe your soul,
like astral projection, like traveling.
Well, there might be like if you go to the North Pole, it seems like when we have the Aurora Borealis, there might be some kind of hole in the barrier that you can.
Dude, that is so. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, dude. Thank you for that. Like, continue. I don't mean to interrupt you, man.
Those are the areas off limits to the public. If we wanted to go explore the North Pole, we can't go there, and we can't go to Antarctica. They've got us in between these boundaries where it's off limits. So if the public, say we had 100 flat earthers in this group, or even 10 people, and we want to go on a private exploration to the North Pole, they won't let us. Like even if we had it funded, if we had a GoFundMe and it's like, okay, we got $5 million, we got the snowmobiles, we got airplanes, let's go. We got enough people. You can't go there. You can't go to Antarctica. There's all these
things, dude. Just by yourself.
Yeah, everything beyond that 60th parallel is actually not international waters. It is military zone.
on this earth, dudes, like you guys can go wherever you want, dude. Like
actually, you can't. You can't.
Like
you literally can't. So if you get in a boat and try to leave too far off of the shore, the Coast Guard will come and stop you. Trust me, they will. You can try it.
Like dude, no, like literally.
No, dude, literally,
like you have to believe in this, though.
Yeah, but I can't put my physical body in a boat and go to Antarctica.
But you can't.
No, I can't.
You can walk on water. Like I'm just like, listen. This isn't absurdity. This This has been proven by man that it's possible to do that. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so even if I start walking across the water, the Coast Guard will still come and stop me.
Like
Like.
That's where your faith takes you, bro. Like if you had the power,
That's where my faith takes me.
In your faith bubble, you fear the Coast Guard stopping your ascension to finding the truth. Like, listen, dude,
no, it's not about fear. It's a certainty. It's one of those things where they patrol the waters and then they stop people who go places where they're not supposed to.
Find another way, like you're finding another way right now.
Well, see, and here's the thing, though. Find a way where?
Back home, dude. We have a home.
We are home. Right here. Right here. We're in home.
No, not Earth.
This is
where you're at now is your home. If you can't accept that, then you might have issues within yourself.
My mother will say,
hey,
or I'm from above and you're from beneath. Like, it's as simple as that.
Did you say I'm from beneath? What?
Like, I'm from above and you are of this world, dude. You were born of this world. I am not of this world. You understand that?
Damn.
Okay, so you don't have a belly button, is what you're saying.
Dude,
can you show us your belly?
No,
please. Please take a photograph of your belly right now and show us your belly button, because then you're a liar.
Yeah, it's a good question.
We're of this world, but you have to
guys,
try
we're
not
getting
to
in
be
the weeds. Can we get back?
So, like, dude, like, can we differentiate? We're spiritual animal, like we're spiritual animals having a flesh experience. Can we like understand
but
that?
That's not what this live stream is about. So let's take that in another room if you want to take it in religious.
Yeah.
Let's get back on on topic.
Dude, I've been waiting for you guys to get back on your topic so I can answer any questions that you guys have.
Well, all you're doing is rambling on about nothing.
No, I'm not talking about nothing. I'm talking about something. God damn it!
No, you're not.
Yeah, you're talking about something, but you're a walking, talking contradiction. Someone gave you that role as well, which is really fitting. Who did that? Yes.
Dude, no, nobody gave me. No. Don't think that like I'm some kind of super troll or like this is. I've been just tugging your balls. You're like, this is really who I am.
Stay away from my balls, bro.
I've come here to like, God damn. I've come here to like seek like what you guys are all seeking, but like deny it.
All right. Is there
For
anyone
now,
that has?
this is a lot of information to take in all of the sudden. You have to take it a little bit slow to listen what people here say, what we practice, what we discuss, and how. Because people here, we keep
I'm learning that now.
it scientifically, like the physical side, the physical plane of existence. They are describing to us a imaginary existence, and we don't accept it. We accept
mankind is
the
just
physical
full of self-glory and
reality,
separatism. Everybody wants
but
to be
we
the
don't
best
accept.
at what they're at.
Don't
And
interrupt.
also,
Sorry.
we accept also that there is a spiritual side of this existence, but that is not what we discuss here, because NASA does not talk about that one. It's not talking about it. And it's what NASA claims is what we are talking about,
Right. So like maybe we need to stop maybe we need to stop talking about what NASA wants to talk about. Cause I don't know
Yeah,
shit that they've
we-
been saying.
We battle
know
here with these people who are hijacking the science, reality, physicality, Like, very well your house. If you
You'll know
lose
your house. You'll know
eyesight
your house in Eden.
tomorrow,
You'll know
if
your
you go
house in
blind
Eden even
tomorrow,
better. I'm sorry.
listen,
I'm so sorry.
in your house, if you lose your
Go
if
ahead.
you go
go ahead.
blind tomorrow, in your house, you know where your things are approximately, and you can learn, and you don't even need to see them because you are in your house and you know where your things are, so you can use them just like a man who would normally see. But NASA is telling you what is your house and where are your things, and they are not there. They are lying. They give you a fake description.
Right.
So, and this means that they are making impossible for you to live your life.
Exactly. But
Yeah,
like,
that's
dude,
all they are doing.
I've overcome that threshold.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out how to like
yeah,
put it like an example and sacrifice my life for my truth that I've seen benefit people.
Mm.
Benefit people from anywhere from a drug addiction to mental illness to like, and it's been with the help of Jesus Christ, like that people should be learning.
This is what life is: pain and suffering. Nobody had an easy life, you know.
Like I know, life on earth is a penalty, but like, listen,
Yeah.
if you don't make it on earth, if you don't make it with all the fame and the glory and all the riches, it's not that bad. Life still is not that bad. And if you make it if you make it in success and you have all the riches, fame, glory, woman, it's not that good either.
Well, if you
that's where
find
I'm
the
at. That's where
truth,
I'm stuck at.
if you find
It's
the
not-
truth, it will set you free. And once
Yes.
you're free, you can live happy. You know, and this is a very important achievement.
Not if a lot of those that are around you are not living in the same manner of comfort that you're living, and you want for them as God has done unto you. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm mad that like my friends don't know about the kingdom of heaven, like, you know, like I do. I'm mad. I'm like upset about that. Like I want them to like, but not force it upon them, but I want them to come to it like I came to it willingly. Like,
Yes,
when
but
I was
you
just-
see,
I was
here you can train yourself in the art of speech. You can learn from all the people in here because they are very gifted with the art of speech, and then you can easily reach people's heart, you know, and spread the truth. So this here is a learning place. It's a
I'm
very
taking it
good
as-
learning place.
I'm taking it as nothing less than that. Hey, mama.
Yeah.
But have you ever taught yourself wisdom from your own tongue without you like having to think about it at first? Like you were just rambling on, or you were just
Well,
you taught yourself
wisdom
new
was
information.
wisdom.
Like you taught
Wisdom
yourself
was
new
a
information
default
that
gift
came
I
from your
had.
own mouth.
Wisdom was a default gift I had, which I misused and abused, and then you start losing it. And I found out that actually wisdom is an angel of God. You know, so all you need is to pray to this angel.
Hey, did you guys want to move the convo
Yeah.
down to the religious discussion, and we'll
Good.
get on
Let's
with
go
the
back
flat
to
Earth?
flat Earth.
Or you guys
So,
can move down there
curvature.
because you're having a good conversation. So maybe you can convince him down there, and we'll any new people have a question that relates to the flat Earth, because there's people on the live stream and they're not on the live stream to hear this.
Right. I'm sorry.
I got you.
That's fine. Just you know
Yeah.
where the room is. I can move you there if you want.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you can move us there.
All right.
Move me as well, please.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'll help you with that.
Who else wanted to go? Let me see. I'm on a phone, so I can't see you right now. There
I'll
was
get
a-
Norse for you.
Norse.
I got him.
Norse?
And I'll get closed as well. Closed. You want to go and join them? I'll do it for now.
Yeah, that kind of dragged on a lot longer than I thought. Is there anybody that's new here that has questions about flat Earth? It was just kind of like way off topic for too long, so it's like.
Yeah, who's Rune Orc Wolf?
Rune Arkwolf? Let me see. It looks like he's self-muted.
I call it.
And he ran away.
He ran away. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy likes to ramble a lot and interrupt. I had to mute him. I'm like, dude, he just keeps interrupting. But at least
that's what
if
fat
it's
people do.
Yeah, if it was a one-on-one convo with the other guy, then that's fine. Let him do that. But it just gets annoying. We probably
Does
lost.
anybody? You didn't really have a point. You didn't have an end game. You didn't. Nothing.
Does anybody else think that that sounds like red flag media?
I know who you're talking about. I think he actually sounds different.
All right, never mind.
Yeah, his
he kind
contradiction.
of like disappeared. I don't know if he made a new YouTube channel or what, but he kind of disappeared.
Like his name, the walking, talking contradiction. He's like talking about God and religion, and then he's dropping the GD. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, he seems like a troll. But if he's not, at least maybe someone else could work with him.
I don't think he's a troll. I just think that he's like severely misled. You know, if you can't make an intelligent argument about something without using the word like, and and all that stuff, yeah, I don't know, man.
You might
You need to find out some things about yourself more and have a stronger argument before going into, an art like a.
He just had a stuttering problem.
It sounds like he was maybe on
It wasn't
under
a
the
stuttering
influence.
thing.
I think he was under the influence of something, maybe.
And that's a thing that happens. That's true, but yeah, and I mean, he was just doing that like.
Yeah, he might have indulged in some contraband. I don't know what he was on, but
But
that's
like,
fine.
when you're gonna do that sort of thing, that means that you don't know what you want to say, right? So it's not coming from within. It's easier to speak when you're passionate about something, and it comes from within. So clearly, he was just talking nonsense, or he's just,
He might have been high, yeah. Or that's just how he is. I mean, maybe that's just his personality, but he was all over the place. Did you guys watch the movie Level? It was with Eric Dubay and ODD. Did you guys check it out?
Oh yeah, I've been wanting to stream that because Helio did one and people watched it, and I haven't. So I need to do.
Yeah, I watched it the day it came out.
I think probably do a stream later on today, maybe 5 to 6 hours from now.
I thought
Yeah,
it was
ODD.
good overall, but the end kind of like took a weird turn. That guy from Britain, England.
I think
he
that
was,
ODD guy ruined it for me. I mean, he's like, I'm not feeling like that, dude. Let's be honest.
Right, yeah, the guy from England that definitely had the best take on everything about how he actually like went in and explained why does this happen, and then it turned into Eric Dubay calling out Neil deGrasse Tyson. We all know that's never going to happen. So at that point, it just became redundant, But there was a good opportunity to have like some real proof. It just wasn't as much as I thought it would be.
Yeah, it was a bit long. I mean, sometimes it's better to keep them short. That one, if you're going to make like a documentary style, I guess. But yeah, it was too many people. I think there was like too many different people in it. I liked the Santos Bonacci. I liked Eric Dubay. I think ODD made good points too. Everyone made good points. I don't know how I would have changed it up much, but
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it was
like
only
talking
an hour
about
long.
he's focusing on his rap, and no one cares about that, dude. No one cares about how long you've been doing rap or whatever. You're not successful at it anyway. So just keep it about the subject, you know. And so
Right.
it to me, it just seems like he kind of makes it seem like it's he kind of makes it look silly. Honest, I'm just gonna be honest. He just looked like he didn't belong in the video. I don't know why they had to add him. Maybe he sponsored it. I don't know, but still, I think
Yeah,
it's just
someone like
information.
that's got money, right? You know.
his videos about flat Earth they're more successful than the rap videos, but I'm sure he's not making money on either one of them. Like, how do you monetize a rap video or a flat Earth video? You don't really monetize it. I think it's more about just what like a hobby that he does. If you're putting the material out for free, it's like you can't really monetize this stuff. And
Right,
it does
but
take.
I think he was rapping before that anyway, you know, because
No,
he
he
said he's
was.
doing it for like half his life or something like that, you know. So, well, I'm just saying, I just want to know about the materials really what I care about, you know, just the subject, you know. So that's what I wish they would have focused more on, you know, instead of hearing
But
about
yeah,
people's
the
lives
guy
and stuff.
from England did the best job. He did the best job out of all of them. You know, he would just like.
Oh yeah,
spoke
David. What's his name?
clearly.
David something, right? David.
Oh yeah.
I forgot his last name, but yeah, he's been around for a while. I like that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and he speaks very intelligently. He's, you know, he has good examples.
Right.
You know,
He's all about the
I'd like to
information.
see more of like that guy in that video, other than ODD. Like compare those two, and it's interesting, right?
He was actually in a video done by The Guardian. The Guardian was doing interviewing different flat earthers, and it was kind of it wasn't too much of a hit job about flat Earth. It was actually, I've seen a lot worse hit jobs than this, so it was actually pretty fair.
He was on a show like it was like The View here in America, but it's over there in Britain. It's something different, right? And they talked about flat Earth, right? It was like the show like Ellen, you know, like the Ellen DeGeneres show. And they actually brought that guy on there as a British like television show, and they were talking about flat Earth. I think that was the same guy.
Yeah, it was the same guy. It was in the morning, the famous morning show. But they cut them a lot.
Yeah, and they asked him like totally loaded questions, and even if you had like a flat Earth response to it, it wasn't a damning evidence type of thing. It was like they talked about air.
Yeah. The guy said that he was flying with Concorde and he saw the curve in that.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, a loaded fucking gun.
That's part of the problem. Like, even if you did get on a mainstream network like that, most people would think it's just all bullshit. You know, like there was a guy a long time ago. He was on, I think it was like Donahue or some show like that, and he was from the old school, not the Flat Earth Society, but something that had something like that in the name, and he was dropping truths, but like the audience was just laughing. They didn't, you know, they just laughed at it.
Was it a real audience or was it a laugh track?
No, it was an audience, but it was from the 80s or something. It was an older video.
So he's dropping bombs, and they're like, like, you're stupid, right?
Not even that so much, but they just, like, he was making claims, but he didn't seem as convincing. He seemed like half-heartedly making these claims. He didn't bring anything to demonstrate, because you kind of need visuals when you're explaining it. If you're just explaining it.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Yeah, if they don't have something to look at to visualize what you're explaining, it's harder to wrap your head around it. because a lot of people before I seen like a Gleason's map or something like that, I couldn't conceive how this would be laid out, even if it's not accurate. I needed to see something to conceive how everything would be arranged. Like, oh, that makes sense. Okay, now I get it. That doesn't sound as crazy now. Like people think the water would spill off the edge. You think there's an edge, like with, you know, the meme. They always show you like a disc with water flowing off the edge. They show you that meme. You know, it's in space with water flowing off. So it doesn't make sense.
Right, yeah, and there's no proof that there is an edge, and there's no people that can travel to that extent to, you know, confirm or deny that.
There is some kind of a proof for an edge, actually. If you look up Antarctic ice walls, then you will see that might be at least an inner edge.
The edge of the ocean, the shoreline.
Yeah, that's the edge of the ocean. But no, you can go beyond that, man.
Yeah, that's what I meant, inner edge. Yeah.
Right, the shoreline, the edge of the ocean. But we don't know how far.
What's that? What do you have to say about that then?
About the edge of the ocean?
No, not you, the other guy.
Oh, me. Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah. Nothing else, but what keeps the oceans, you know, contained?
The Antarctica.
Yeah. The whole Antarctic ice wall keeps the oceans.
But like, I mean, you can obviously observe. Like, let's say if you were at that line and you were to look anywhere other than north, you could see something beyond it. So there are things, yes, beyond it.
You could see, but it might just be that it's, you know, almost an infinite plane. That then you cannot see anything. Actually, you just see something, you know, diverging to nothing, basically.
That's another scenario, like that the plane could extend. We don't know the boundaries of the plane. Here's something one of the group members sent us. This is from Antarctica. If you go in a live stream voice chat.
Yeah.
This was a guy that actually went to Antarctica.
Admiral Byrd?
This is not Admiral Byrd, but if you want to read the document, this is a genuine artifact from one of the members.
1961.
Yeah. And if you look, you see the shoreline it looks like a glacier. This is a wall of ice.
Yeah. That's right, yeah.
Now that makes sense. That could hold back the water. What happens to water when water gets cold? It freezes. So if it's infinitely cold there, you know, it just stays cold year round because the sun it barely travels across that area. It's never going to melt the ice. It's always going to remain cold.
Sure. Yeah.
The whole thing of global warming is another hoax. The Earth is self-regulated by the movement of the sun.
Everybody knows that. Yeah.
Well, not everybody knows that.
But
that's
I would like to believe everybody knows that.
Some people believe in global warming. This whole concept.
Like actually believing it, or just saying that I believe in it to avoid, you know?
No, because there's a presence in the media that tells people what is true or not, and they tend to believe that global warming is true because they saw it on TV. There's no evidence otherwise. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
I get that part. But are you sure that when you hear people saying that, global warming is real, then do they actually mean what they say, or they just confirming, or they just feeling, you know?
No, they're misled.
Or being ashamed.
No, they're like straight up under the control of the media. They're misled. They are misled. There's hope for them. They're not zombies.
So depressing. That's so depressing, you know.
See, it's a way. It's a way to tax people into oblivion. This, you know, carbon taxing. So they need it. It's a problem reaction solution.
It's extortion. It's extortion. Don't twist it.
It's a false.
Don't twist it. It's criminal behavior.
I have some question about Antarctica. Who is near Antarctica?
What do you mean?
Who is the air?
Like a country.
New Zealand.
Wait, you say who is the heir to Antarctica? Like HEIR?
Lives near.
Who's near it?
Near.
Oh,
near.
Countries are near.
As in this.
Because I'm interested where they have the bases, and I'm interested if for example, South Africa, okay, and maybe Chile there, okay. That's maybe two locations. But I want to know if they have also bases there where is Australia and New Zealand.
Yes, they do go from New Zealand. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And they would technically have to go from South America, like the tip of South America as well. So I mean,
But
if it's supposed to be
he said Chile and Argentina.
he did say Chile. Okay.
But if you
They
ask me
have-
about how do they check if anyone goes there, that there could be places where you could go without getting caught by a base on a continent.
Well, you could go from Canada too. The upper
But-
portion. of
Well,
Canada.
that's true. Yeah.
But they have the technology to look it over, like literally with radio.
The
Right.
thing
So
is,
they
easy to
have a
check, easy to check.
global, what they call a global presence, and
Yeah.
they call it the Global Force for Good, and it's a military presence all around the world. But
Like
they
literally
won't
all
tell you about. They won't tell you about the outer extremities of where they go. Why would they do that? Why would you? Right? But it's called a global presence for good. Put that in your tank and smoke it, right?
That's how they
Saying
actually.
I'm saying it this way: if we have points, let's say point Chile, point South Africa, point New Zealand, and point Australia, and if we have that basis, isn't that, how to say, too long distance to be Antarctica?
What do you mean?
No, I would say no. I would say
No. Okay. I thought if you understand me, what I mean.
If you want to elaborate, yeah, I'll argue it too.
hello.
Am I still connected? Am I shadow banned? What's going on?
No, it just went silent. I couldn't hear anybody.
Oh, yeah. I reconnected.
Me too.
I was thinking I got shadow banned for dropping truth bombs.
No one's shadow banned.
Who came up with the idea on Reddit for Shadowban? That's like.
They do it. They do it on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Like if you put up anything with Flat Earth in the title, it gets shadow banned in the search engine. When you go to search it, you can't find it.
Yeah, that's right. I know what Shadowban is. I'm just asking who came up with the idea for a punishment.
No,
like
like a better word for shadow banning is actually the word suppression.
Right, where you don't know it's happening. Like you think you're
that's why
putting
I'm
this up.
asking. It's so disgusting. You don't even know about it for a few days at least.
You're like, why is no one liking my video or no one's liking my post? I don't get any interaction because you're purposely they don't want you to know that their platform has censorship, so they would just do the silent censorship. and shadow ban.
Mortal!
It's disgusting, and that's what we're up against, man. We're kind of all corralled into this little corner of the internet, talking to ourselves.
Basically,
Yeah, echo chamber is another word. Yeah, there's a big one and there's a little one. There's more little ones than there are big ones.
And I think they don't care.
Or
They allow.
the big one.
they're like, let's put everybody who knows the truth. Let's get them to talk to each other in a small corner of the internet, and that way
Right,
they're irrelevant.
compartmentalization, and people ask you, it's like, do you have any idea how many people would have to lie to keep this suppressed? Do you have any idea? It's like, nah, it's pretty fucking simple, dude.
and by the way, when they come up with the idea that okay, but how many people you actually, and they say it's millions. First of all, it's not millions. It's only like in the ballpark of 100,000 of people. And second of all, think about how much money does NASA get in a day. You can actually just pay them off if you want.
Yeah, dude, money talks, man.
Is that kind of money?
Biggest things. Like if you're getting a salary of like $100,000, like you're gonna like talk. No, you're gonna be too divested into your own life to even care about what people say, man.
Obviously. So
Well, they don't even know sometimes. Like you could work for NASA and say you're an engineer and they give you a design for a part you're concentrating on building this in a 3-dimensional model, and you're not even thinking about, is the Earth a ball or is it flat? That doesn't even cross your mind. You're just trying to get your project done. And
Right,
everything
yeah,
is
you're trying to perfect
chopped
this
up.
thing that, this certain facet of this diamond. That's how I like to explain
They
it.
chop it up.
You're working on a flat facet of a fucking of a diamond, and that's your job, and you're
Or
gonna
what
do
if
it the
you had a
best you
puzzle?
fucking can.
Like,
You're gonna perfect this thing, man. You're gonna perfect it, and that's what you're focused
say
on.
say you're building a puzzle and it's 1,000 pieces, and you just have one piece of the puzzle. You don't know what the whole picture is. You don't see the whole picture of the puzzle. You just have one little piece, and it could be a piece of the water or some leaves or trees. So you don't see the entire big picture, and that's how they like it. They chop
Yeah,
it up
that's
into
a great
small
point.
segments.
No, that's a great point. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And they're trying to make that puzzle piece fit, and once it fits, it's good, right? It doesn't even matter if it's contributing towards something that's going to work or not. They just
They
did
do
they
the
did their
same.
puzzle work. You're right.
They
Yep.
do the same in medicine. It used to have, like, if you practice medicine, if you're a doctor, everything is chopped up. You're a specialist in foot. You're a foot doctor. You're a podiatrist. You're a orthodontist. You work with teeth. They have everything. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You don't want a foot doctor putting braces on or drilling your teeth. That kind of makes sense. But I mean, as far as a doctor that treats cancer or like a general, like say you're a heart surgeon, you should know a little. You should be well rounded in everything. You know what I mean? You
Right.
shouldn't.
Yeah. So what you're talking about? Sorry, I keep cutting off.
Yep.
What you're talking about now is the word discipline.
Well, a specialist, yeah. Like everybody has like say you're I guess it does kind of make sense. Like you don't necessarily need a brain doctor and a heart doctor to do this, the guy doing both. But
Right. So we can discipline. We can discipline for good measures, and we can do that for bad measures. It's a versatile word. So why is it used in the medical industry? Because there's a right way to do something and there's a wrong way to do something. If you want someone who is not disciplined to operate on your heart, right? Why would you want that? Because chances are they're working in your favor.
It's not the perfect analogy. What I'm saying is, let's say you're going to be a heart doctor, you should know about the brain. You should know about all these different organs in the body. To be that doctor, you should have a general understanding of all of it. There's a guy who's he's a chiropractor, and he's a flat earther from here, and he studied anatomy, and he discovered this mountain that was actually has all these similarities with an elephant. There's like 50 similarities that would like the ear canal, the nose, like all these similarities that exist in an elephant. So he's like, dude, there's so many, let's call them coincidences, that line up that this was a giant elephant. It's a 2.5 mile long thing, like a mountain that appears to be a fossilized elephant. If you told someone this,
biological.
100%, it matches up with the scale of it and everything. The scale. Here we're in the nasal cavity. We're in the ear canal. Like everything, all the anatomy lines up. It's just enormous. You know what I mean? It's the same scale.
That's what people saw when they said that the Earth was on top of an elephant or something. If they saw a mud fossil like that and they said, maybe it's a mud fossil elephant underneath or something. Maybe. Who knows?
Who knows? I'm just saying that things get crazier. After flat Earth is not the bottom of the rabbit hole, things get even more strange.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but 2 mile long elephant, dude. I mean, you do the. If you do, I mean, come on, you think about that.
Like I've always told people, the world will unfold in front of you as long as you accept the fact that the Earth is flat or not a globe.
Well, there's that lake where it's not, stone that petrifies you, but you get in the lake and the salt crusts over the animals, and they quite literally petrify alive with the salt anyway. Where they turn into basically a big stony salt pillar by dipping into this lake in Africa. Some animals are adapted to it, but some aren't. And you'll see fossilized bats and fossilized vultures and stuff like that. So it's possible, but it is a pretty big elephant. It makes you wonder how stuff got that big back then, but maybe the
Yeah,
earth
but I
was
mean,
different.
Have you guys heard of Super Croc? You know what Super Croc is?
Me and you, Lemon, we come from a whole biblical perspective. So yes, there were giants and things were bigger, but 2 miles. I mean, that's hard to swallow. You know what I'm saying? Because then you would have to listen. The Earth would literally have to be bigger than what they say it is, if that were the case. Because how are you going to have animals that large roaming around freely on free range? You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be logical.
I agree with you, but I think the size of the Earth, the size of the Earth would matter less than the laws of physics themselves. Like I just don't think that the bones and the heart and the blood vessels or whatever would be able to hold themselves together. I feel like relative density would play out in a way where a creature like that would just fall apart if it existed to begin with.
Well, back then, if conditions were different, maybe they could grow stronger, bigger, tougher animals if there was more oxygen. Even in the normie science with the globe, they say back then there appeared to have been more oxygen, and so maybe the Earth, the surface of the Earth was lower down. The flood came and it kind of raised up the soil by a couple meters, but maybe we had an extra mile of Earth underneath or something. Who knows?
Well, I'm just.
But I mean, what would you say is so big that it couldn't exist? I mean, 2 miles, 4 miles, 10 miles. I mean, there's got to be a limit.
From what we know, right? From what we know, we're giving. Granted, we don't ascribe to the 25,000 whatever square miles, whatever. But let's say it is that in, let's say, in a flat plane type deal. If we're gonna, because something like that would have to be like an infinite plane, an unknown number. If you're gonna have beings that big walking around. You understand? Because humans would have to be huge too. You can't just have an elephant that's 2 miles long and a human is what 30 feet tall. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make sense.
It depends. I mean, we might have been, underneath these small elephants because elephants are bigger than humans even today.
Well, now they are.
Yeah.
But now they are. But that's what I'm saying, because you don't know if we weren't bigger back then than the animals. Because remember, we were given charge over the animals, right? We named the animals. Adam named all of them. If you go with the biblical perspective, Adam named all the animals. So you don't know in relative size who was bigger back then because it's just not recorded. We only know it now because man is diminutive now because of what we did back then. We're lesser in height and we don't live as long either. So you just don't know.
And it's most of it's speculation currently. But the thing is, if the fallen angels mated with man and made a giant, maybe they were perverting elephant DNA too, reptile DNA for a dinosaur, or who knows, making huge creatures if we wanted to really speculate.
All aboard, you missed the giant train.
But that's another speculation, this whole, angelic beings mating with humans. Then that would mean angelic beings have sexual members.
Yep, 200 Nephilim, Mount Hermon. Do the math.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like at least the ones that fell out of heaven do. Because the Bible do say in heaven you won't be given in marriage, but down here, who knows? Maybe, I don't know.
No, that would. I mean, what? So they're all male and no females? I mean, come on.
I can believe that because it looks like Adam was first and he was male, so it looks like there was a male prototype.
Yeah, but then you would have. So all did they just develop penis members just because they fell out of heaven? Why would God? No, that wouldn't.
No, it says they materialized bodies for themselves.
How?
Because then they had the power. It was
power?
taken from them
They
after
couldn't
that.
create. Angels can't create.
They had authorization to do that.
How? You were falling. You were
because it's called authorization.
From who?
Not
Who
that
gave?
they have it. From
Who gave
God.
the authorization?
From God.
God gave fallen beings authorization.
Hold on. God gave his master worker. God gave his master worker the ability
What master
to
worker?
create
What you guys
the earth.
learned? What?
The master worker. That's in the Bible. That's Jesus.
Well, the thing is,
Y'all have read this book, right?
well, we were talking, I think, about angels, and although Jesus is an angel of the Lord, I think we have a bit of equivocation because we're talking about the ontological being of an angel that's separate from God, which would be, different from Jesus being God versus Jesus being an angel ontologically.
It was the Watchers who came down. The Watchers were not just a normal class of angels. They were a type of divine being that was set to in charge with authorization of the earth.
Can you verify this?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'd love to hear.
But I just wanted to get back to angels and their abilities. Back on the speculation thing, they appear to be beings of light, energy, or whatever. So maybe they have.
Yeah, it never says that.
In ways that we don't. It doesn't say that. I thought that the Bible said that they're like.
They appear as both. I'm not saying they're not. They probably are. I'm not saying they're not.
Yeah.
But it's a logical inference what you're saying. I actually agree with you. I'm just saying it doesn't explicitly say that. But what it does is it's clear that they had authorization at one time to do these things.
Yeah.
What things? You got to be specific.
Materialized bodies.
For example.
Okay, but not the fallen ones.
So at times, here's the thing. At times, God would send an angel down to speak to the Israelites or speak to Abraham, right? And they would appear as what? As men. And he wrestled with one of them. He was a flesh and blood being. He was authorized to have a body. Before the flood, that authorization still existed. Kind of like how we just recently took away the ping everyone because the mods were abusing it. Some mods were abusing it. And so we took away the authorization. It was taken away from them because of their disobedience.
Okay, so now where did they get penises from? That's what I'm curious.
Well, the thing
Where did they get what?
Bodies with sexual organs.
They just made them.
You gonna make sperm? Reproductive organs?
Yes, if you have the power to do it, you can do it. Why wouldn't you?
What power? Well, you don't have the power to create.
I just said they had the authorization to materialize bodies.
But they
that
were
was taken
fallen
from
beings.
them.
He didn't.
They weren't fallen until.
Hey guys, I think I should point out to you in this discussion that you can have pretty much the same exact discussion about Adam and Eve. I mean, who made the first human? How the hell did that happen? And we didn't come from monkeys.
Yeah,
I don't know how that happened. I'm not religious.
Talk about belly buttons.
You know, you might as well talk about that.
Belly button.
Point is, we don't know.
I'm sorry. Somebody trying to say something? Sorry.
Is the assertion that they did not come down and mate with women? Is that the assertion?
Yes, that's what the assertion is. I don't know where
No,
you guys.
the assertion you can't verify it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, verify that.
Why
That's
would
what
you
we
say
need to
that though? Like, so you don't believe the Bible then?
No, the Bible did the same thing about angels having sex with women.
The Bible says it didn't come. The angels came down and had relations with the sons of men.
Came down and had relations with
The
men.
sons of God came down.
That does not mean angels.
Oh, so you're into this evangelical Sethite theory.
So where did you get
this is the Sethite theory that this is the Sethite theory that secularists, evangelicals. This is the Sethite theory.
I just want proof.
Why am I getting interrupted? Why am I getting interrupted? This is the Sethite theory. I know it. William Lane Craig talks about this. The sons of God. Well, that was just the good sons of Seth.
So where is your evidence in proof?
No, it's you.
Right, exactly.
It's the Bible says the
I
sons
have
of God.
evidence and proof. I have evidence and proof.
The Bible says sons of God. That's my evidence.
So that's enough for you to mean angels?
It says sons of God, yeah.
So that's enough for you to mean angel.
That's more than once it references
the sons
that
of God's
as angel.
creation could be lost in translation.
No, it can't.
See, I don't get where they get this to mean angels.
Say no to that?
Who's yelling at me? Who's yelling at me to get banned? Who is it?
That's me, Chong.
Chom. Where's Chom at?
Chong, I'm at the top of the list.
Chom, you want to get banned out of here real fast and never come back? Don't you dare yell at me,
I'm
boy.
just arguing. I will stand up for the points that I fucking,
You just apologized for yelling at me. I didn't yell at you.
Yeah, man, I ain't trying to yell at an admin.
Apologize.
Like that. I
apologize or get banned.
I'm telling you, I'm sorry, but
okay, now shut up.
All right, fine.
The main thing that I was trying to get at was that these angels appear to be beings of high energy and light that can manifest as matter. If you want to go with current, theory about energy and matter being related, if they're beings of high energy, they can manifest a body with high energy in any shape that they want, like a shapeshifter or something.
But that doesn't give them reproductive powers.
Demons.
Well, hey, I got an idea. How about this for an idea? If it did happen at all, I'm sure that however it did happen, physically speaking, it was probably similar to the same way that the first human was created, however that happened.
See, I wasn't
Solomon had to
on
deal
your
with demons.
of not belief. I was going with Lemon because we believe in the Bible and stuff. So I understand that there's people here that don't. Then that's cool. So I would just you go with the belief of the biblical.
No, I do. I think y'all don't.
You know, that's why I was getting into all that other stuff.
Well, I was just trying to deal with the logistics of this from the speculation standpoint, trying to, maintain and harmonize with the Bible as much as possible without getting too heretical. But Jimbo, you were saying something?
Solomon had to have his demons cast away.
That is true. And he supposedly did have control of the demons, I think, in mythology or whatever, with a ring that he used to command them to build the temple. So if he wanted to go,
So none of y'all are gonna go after that. None of y'all are gonna go after that.
Hey, can we go back to the large fossils and stuff that would indicate that animals and people were bigger in the past? Because I just wanted to remind you guys that, think back in, I don't know, something like 2005-ish
like
or something
Olmec?
like that. They discovered this skull of a crocodile about the same size as a car. And like the crocodile would have been a length of like maybe 70 yards or 70 meters, whatever.
Yeah, but how do you know there aren't crocodiles today?
In Arizona.
Well, the point is, the point I'm trying to make with this find is that since the crocodile skull is shaped exactly like an ordinary crocodile today, it's just, the head was the same size as a car. The point I'm trying to make is it's just another indicator to what a large group of people seem to be saying these days, that at least seem to have maybe some credibility, that say that it's not really that, this whole idea that they say in the mainstream of dinosaurs existing a long time ago and big, crazy, weird-looking monsters. It's all nonsense, but it's true in the sense of that things were larger in the past. But it's not like, a T-Rex necessarily existed. That probably didn't exist at all. It's just that, what I'm saying is all the animals and people that exist today now existed back then, but they were just all larger. Is what these findings indicate, including, a crocodile.
Yeah. And the unknown is how much larger. See, that's the unknown. We're told.
Yeah, I don't think 2 miles. But I'm not going to claim to know anything for sure. But I'm with you. I doubt that there were actually animals 2 miles long, but 70 meters long crocodile. Yeah, apparently that existed.
It's unverified.
1 mile crocodile in the desert.
It's unverified. Most of the stuff is unverifiable because we can't see it for ourselves. We can't touch it. Even if we did, how the hell we know what we're looking at? You know what I'm saying? We're not trained to look at minerals and shit like that. So I mean, most of it.
How about the Medusa sisters? Their heads, or at least Medusa's head, was supposed to petrify creatures and beings. We see petrified creatures all over, everywhere. We see him in Grandma Shipton's garden. It's a witch in England. Put dolls in the water and they petrify. Just too much out there. The Olmec heads. All these huge heads. Smiley teeth. Helmets. All dead. All beheaded.
All right, so now we're getting the crystal skulls and stuff. We're gonna go into the crystal skulls now. Come on, bro. Let's keep it somewhere in the line.
They're from something. You got monuments that are, bigger than anything in the world. The Egyptian pyramids are puny compared to
the one in Bosnia.
Compared to
the one in Bosnia.
The granite canals. The granite canals in the granite canals in St. Petersburg, 1,000 miles of canal, rows inlaid with arches and doorways that were made for 25-foot people, modified and changed. Everything's wrong. A hole underground where you can go, 90 feet below Seattle, Washington, and find bars, saloons, horse and wagon, People frolicked underground. You get to go down there as tourists now. Everywhere has underground cities. Mud piled over everything and things dug out. Gotta wonder what happened. Just mud everywhere.
We'll never know for sure because they hide the truth everywhere at every turn. So I mean, it's just all speculation, and you can only just talk about speculation. You know.
Well, we observe distances farther than we should.
Well, I mean, when you get back to the flat Earth,
1.23 miles.
That's the only provable thing we can prove. That's all we can prove.
Many things are provable. Hammer a pipe to a shed and point it at the North Star. Any night that's clear, you'll be able to see the North Star. Proof there's no wobble.
And I think that
There's all kinds of proofs out there.
buried. I think there's a whole world in
that bar underneath
could have lived back then.
Yeah, the torsion bar they call it there. It's the same thing they use for basically Hansel and Gretel, saying whether it's going to be fair or foul outside. It turns, it spins because of like torsion, and that torsion they claim is Earth deflection, when in reality it's just an indication of whether it's going to rain or not. The old torsion bar on the end of a string.
Fascinating.
So Hansel and Gretel got him beat there, the Vulcan's pendulum and the torsion bar.
But with the whole world
Just saying.
beneath the ground by like a flood, you could have bigger 2 mile, big animals probably. It probably grew bigger and fatter.
There were islands the size of turtles. There were giant lizards. There were reptilian creatures like Canocephalum, dog-headed people. They were reported by, Amerigo Vespucci and Columbus, everyone who was a world traveler back when.
And some organisms just get bigger and bigger, like reptiles, depending on how long they live. So that elephant might have lived for hundreds of years or something like that. Whereas its, cousins or whatever might not have lived that long. It depends, on how normal that size was. So there's a couple possibilities. But I don't know if an elephant keeps growing throughout its life now or not. But yeah.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, if you go with that, right? So let's go with the biblical aspect of things. You don't know if man were to live, had never did what he did, would he have kept growing, right? Because as he was, you see what I'm saying? Because his brain was still growing, right? He lived for 1,000 years. So Adam and Eve, they lived for a long time. So their brain was growing that whole time, get massive knowledge and whatever. So I mean, we don't know where things would have stopped if they were to kept going. So that's why I kind of just being an infinite plane is possible. Because like, let's say they never did what they did. Wouldn't you just have to keep growing? You know what I'm saying? Like literally. I mean, I don't see, because you still have to eat and stuff. Adam, they still ate. So I'm like, you think in a perfect world, right? Would there be defecation? Would you have feces? Would you have your? I mean, I'm saying, like, I'm just being,
Right.
If you really think about it, if there's no death, right, in anything, wouldn't it just have to stay? You know what I'm saying? It's just when you really start to think about things.
Well, if you're thinking about like hibernation, that all of those processes stop, but you're in like a deep sleep. Defecation, growing is suspended, need for eating is suspended, metabolism is suspended. That appears to be the only analog that we have currently for that sort of condition, as far as I could tell anyway. But it would be, I guess, like a hibernation, I guess, if you wanted to speculate that way, but I don't know.
Your brain doesn't grow.
You say the brain doesn't continue growing?
The brain does not grow. The head does not get.
Well, now it doesn't.
No, the brain is not where you store
You don't
everything.
know what the brain was like before we fell.
Yeah.
That's just speculation.
Jesus Christ, neither do you.
Okay.
Don't you get this? The brain is not where you are stored. It's not where your memories are stored. It's not who you are. It is just an interface device.
According to
According to who? Do you think that the human spirit is derived from the brain?
Are we talking about the breath of life that God breathed into us? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about your mind, who you are, your soul.
We don't know where the brain
I'm
functions
sorry.
from.
I'm sorry. Modern neurology says the mind and the brain are separate.
We don't know how the brain functions or where it functions from. People are born with basically a flat brain, all water above in the cavity, and they still have mathematical function, verbal. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. One kid had half his brain blown out. You see it on, I can't believe it happened on TV or something, but his boss shot him in the face with a magnum, blew half his brain out.
And he's
And they
fine.
replaced it with plastic, and he's fine.
Yeah.
So
your
we don't
brain
know
is
about
not
the
where
brain.
everything is. Your spirit, who you are, your mind, that is not attached to the body. It's this weird
I get that.
other world thing. That is who you are. The brain doesn't have to grow because it's just an interface device.
But
It's how you interface with the
does
world.
grow.
It doesn't need to grow.
But it grew from when you were a child. I mean.
Yeah, it stops growing.
Yeah,
Does
but
it grow after
Adam
you're
and
14?
Adam and Eve weren't made children, though, were they?
No, they
were
weren't.
made fully
They were
grown.
made fully formed, grown adults, weren't they? And the earth you put us on was fully formed and fully grown.
I was just going into the realm of speculation. I wasn't making an absolute affirmation that this is how
Speculation
it
really
is.
does need to derive from like a logical, like a knowledge of reality, though.
No, those are good questions, actually.
I mean, it's just a fact that the brain doesn't grow.
Well, the
It-
reason why we speculate like this is because this is the way that we know stuff. You know, based off of what we've experienced in everyday life before, this is how we know stuff. And so we get comfortable speculating because we say, if we're going to, find out about this in any sort of knowable way, these are the scenarios that we have on foot.
I would agree with you, Lemon. I would agree with you, but I think speculation should come in the form of a hypothesis. That's healthy speculation, a hypothesis.
Right.
All right, but like just random like thinking down these paths that don't really go anywhere and don't have any basis is the kind of stuff that really does. It's like basing what you think to be true on your limit of knowledge rather than on the things that you already know.
Yeah, it's like a hypothesis saying if we were to find out what, if anything, this is what we have on file. What we have on file may not even be adequate. We may just need to have a revelation from God saying this is how it is. You'll find out about it later or whatever. But with what we have on file, this is what we're comfortable knowing, speculating about, and finding out about.
I've got a method to find out some useful data. So obviously this is going to have to be based on
scientific method, right?
Yeah, well, of course, but the assumption with this specific one would be, I don't know if anyone's heard of the amber samples with oxygen and the oxygen measurements inside. And then the idea is that if these are pre-flood, the levels were like 50% more oxygen and so much more CO2, right? So if you were to use that as the base assumption, recreate that with animals, with plants, even with humans, if you think that is acceptable, and to compare them to get what kind of heights were growing, what kind of lengths were growing. With animals it would be easier because you could get animals that don't have such long lifespans. So you could actually do a comparison study with animals outside, and then you could get usable data to see the actual difference in growth rates in those conditions compared to the ones that we have currently for ourselves. Did that come through clearly? Because I'm on Bluetooth.
Yeah, I had to check to make sure who that was, but yeah, it came through, Elijah.
You were talking about the oxygen and amber. It does look like the oxygen and amber points to a much more oxygenated world where, we already know that oxygen helps with regeneration, growth, and people are kind of speculating that that's what allowed these organisms to grow so big, megafauna, that are like huge.
Right, but you wouldn't need to speculate. You could just recreate it, get the data for yourself. Because otherwise,
they've grown plants with
yeah. But do the whole thing.
2 times as big, yeah. So we already have experiments to back it up with similar conditions and at least a similar result.
Yeah, but I mean, do the whole thing, because you guys were talking about scales of animals and such, right? So maybe it would be a bit impractical to do, say, a crocodile that, I mean, if it's all possible, could get that long. But if you do animals, a wide variety of animals, with those plants as well, maybe humans, if you think that's an acceptable thing to do, then you could have the whole system recreated. If you use animals that have, say, 10-year lifespans or whatever, you do enough generations in there, you see, okay, if the animal's in this condition, generation after generation, and it's eating these foods that are in this condition, generation after generation, what kind of data can we get? And then you do the exact same thing, but without those oxygen and pressure conditions outside. You compare the same breed of animal, nice and controlled, and that's the best way I can think of right now to get actual data, to actually come to at least a stepping stone towards an understanding of what kind of scales would have been possible, what kind of scales do make sense, and then you can form a better foundation for your speculation.
Which animal is related closest to the rock?
It's an elephant, a mammal, I think, in the current scheme of classification. So I guess you'd have to do it with a mammal or something elephant-like.
But what's the oldest animal on the planet that had to come from a rock or dirt?
Who knows, bro?
Fossils, I think they
Your mother-in-law.
Trilobites. Those little trilobites that you see in like fossils, I think.
All the little things with the backbone and they curl up. Yeah, big roll bug.
Yeah, it looks like a big underwater insect, really.
Yeah, it looks like a big roll bug.
Buried with the rest of them.
Yeah, that's what they.
I think it's
Isn't
just
that
a big
funny? We got little
layer.
roll bugs. Like we got insect trilobites, and then we got like big ones.
Yeah, little aquatic.
That's the point. Insects would be the easiest way to recreate that.
Yes.
You could just do ants or whatever kind of insect. You could do that in your room, and their lifespans are so short. Oh yeah, go ahead.
We can't make some match different species of insects.
Maybe with an ant farm, maybe.
Yeah, what I'm saying
Dude,
is
he had a question. Let him. You guys not listening?
With the roll bug
Open your ears. Speak less.
or a cockroach.
It's roboting.
La cucarachas. We can do it with cockroaches and water bugs.
Yo, meme, your robot and reconnect.
Be missing. All right, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Much better.
All right, so I got a question. Don't you think you would have to first rule out any effects the amber might have on oxygen content?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Do that first, because I'm on board with the rest of it. I'm on board with the rest of it as a valuable variable, but there's another variable you have to get rid of, and that is what effect, long-term effects does amber have on an enclosed environment?
Ooh, that would be difficult to recreate, but it's definitely a good thing to point out.
Do we know of any effects that amber has on oxygen? Because I think they say
No, I don't think anyone's even contemplated.
We'd have to do a long-term test on it to find out if amber can change oxygen content in its bubbles, like through the decay process.
It probably
you have to rule that out too. I'm not saying the other one's invalid. I happen to think the other one's probably true, that there was more oxygen, but I couldn't validate it until I said the amber has no effect.
Because I think
You know what's more likely though? That there's probably more oxygen than the sample that they actually grabbed. because the system, I would obviously it's an assumption, but I would assume that the system would tend towards decay. So if there was an effect, surely it would reduce what was originally there. But that's again an assumption. I don't know.
That's an interesting, scientific
It
experiment.
could produce something else too.
But the only thing with amber is it hardens, and the air bubbles form in the amber, which implies that the amber and the oxygen are separated. And so, if there was any oxygen, they'd assume it would bubble up in the amber before it.
Yeah, but over a long term, there's a decay process for everything. Is there a process in the decay of amber that can cause an enriched oxygen content? That would be my question.
I think
maybe it might have something.
The amber, it's a possibility, but I think they'd assume that if there was oxygen being generated in the amber, it would probably crack the amber. But I don't know. I'd have to look.
I mean, I'm just talking about just as part of the decay process, and I think it's reasonable because a skeptic is immediately going to ask you
it's
for
fundamental, right? Because that was the axiom I was building it up from, or the assumption. I mean. So yeah, that's an important thing. What sprung to mind is amber has obviously effects on how light behaves, so that might either negatively or positively affect the decay rate or whatever, because the amount of UV and stuff to actually get through would be different, right? So that might.
Sounds like we're talking about amber turning into gold.
There'd be so many variables you'd have to get into. That in itself would be a wonderful study for the crackers. I guess.
Amber and sap, they're pretty cool.
Thank you, Meme. Now you got me thinking.
Well, there's lots of saps too that come out like amber.
Also, I don't know if oxygen is one of the radioactive decay products that they have on file as a decay or some sort of product of decay. If you talk about like radioactive decay,
It's a source of fuel.
No, I'm just talking about natural, just entropic decay, just regular decay, like things breaking apart.
Right. What's the reaction of the amber when it breaks apart at certain?
because I think they say that oxygen is usually part of some sort of biological process, and you don't just normally get it from decay, unless there's an oxygen bubble that's already there. But it is interesting. I'd love to look into it.
Probably not unfeasible that some things can be put together to make oxygen too. I mean, or you get the decay rate of something, the reaction and action, different things put together.
Yeah, it is a possibility.
Like acids and bases, they'll have a reaction with each other.
You know what might happen, which might ruin the whole thing, is that somebody would be testing the amber, and then they'd realize that actually the oxygen sample or the air sample that they found was a process that the amber did in and of itself after so much time. That would just that would throw a spanner in the works.
What if while the amber was still pliable and soft, it developed air bubbles because of a chemical reaction within itself? See, that's another possibility.
Exactly, right? Okay, I'm glad you brought this up because we don't really have enough.
I think it's reasonable to posit that air, oxygen content was richer, but I'd like to see proof.
Well, for the reaction thing, they say like reacts with like. Amber is a pretty, oily kind of sticky substance. It would need something similar to react with, basically. Otherwise,
You're looking for the word. You're looking for the word resinous.
Yeah, it would need something similar to react to. You'd think chemically. So I guess the question would be, what is similar enough to react with amber, if anything?
Sap. Tree sap.
Wait, what about those courses?
What's that?
I just had to mute for an unbearable sound. Now, what about those core samples that they do? Obviously, we know their agenda with them is twisted. But what if that's another way to get more reliable information on the actual ratios of oxygen, etc.?
That's one way.
Mhm.
Only thing is, they say the rate of someone speaking sounds like it's robot.
Yeah. Did you hear the new news?
The new news.
Yeah. Supposedly there's objects in the core, and scientists don't know what they are. My buddy yesterday showed me on the science thing. He said, supposedly, scientists have found big ass objects down in the center or whatever the fuck that is, or a core, or down in the earth, right? Regardless, down in the earth, and they don't know what these objects are, and they're big ass objects, like doing something. Supposedly.
Got any proof?
Nope. Not other than the Science Journal you can read yourself. This is the same thing. I mean,
well, that's a cool story then.
That's not proof. It's just a story.
Could it be the?
This is really why people hate me.
Yeah, right. No, it shouldn't be. It should be why they like you. When you say there's things down in the earth, and then at first their idea was it's a core, it's molten lava, and now they're trying to, and then they can't dig past whatever. Now they're trying to say that there's something down there and they don't know what it is, and it's some crazy objects. Just weird. Just weird how they skip around, change their mind.
If I had to speculate, I'd say it's the pillars of the earth, but who knows?
But that's giving them too much credit. Well, we have to. The only assumption we can really give people like this is that they're sitting in a writing room, just coming up with ideas for the scripts. That's it.
Right.
They're not pulling it from anywhere other than, the proverbial back end.
Right, but what's an object? An object can be a fucking rock. I mean, you looked in the core of the earth, it's a rock. I mean, come on now.
That's the point. They're being ambiguous on purpose.
Well, if it points to something like, pillars of the earth that's quasi-biblical, you can bet that they're going to bury it and squelch it or try to reinterpret it when you were talking about that agenda. That's why it helps to speculate past their BS just in case they're, suppressing information and or lying on the good side of speculation.
Now, this is true, but when you've seen them behave like clowns 100 times already, what would it not be a safe assumption? Assumption nonetheless, but a safe assumption to think they're going to do the same thing again?
Well, even with the lava underneath the surface, they didn't really find that, even now. They find lava in channels. They don't find a sea of magma. They've just basically, speculated on that and reasoned back to that as the probable cause. But, it could be in channels inside of earth, water. There's other possibilities even with that.
I don't think there's lava everywhere in this fucking earth under the dirt.
Me neither. I think it's in the heart of the earth with hell, assuming hell exists. But that's about it.
So lava is coming from hell? Maybe.
Who knows? I think it's land on top of a watery deep.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's just compression and a lot of steam. See, water under becomes a super fluid. Just like the super gases and stuff, like they can go through shit when you get them so hot or so cold, like beyond the coldness we've ever got them before, or hot, they act different. So we can see and write down and study and put down what we see in reality. But then when you put them under certain circumstances or temperatures or impressions, they act even different. They do a different thing. So something else.
It's very interesting what you're saying about lava and hell, actually, because if you think about the flood, that was the punishment from God, right? We can phrase it that way. Right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, cleansing.
And if you think about, then of course the devil is the headmaster of hell, right?
Nah, I don't believe in hell.
I don't either.
We're gonna have to
But I do
rewind.
know things can be formed to lava, though. Water and materials and shit can be compressed and frozen into a certain point to where they get so fucking hot under the cold that they come out super hot.
Okay, is it clear what I'm trying to say, by the way?
Magma doesn't come.
I'd like to share.
How come there's earthquakes and how come there's so much lightning every time there's magma? There's magmatic lightning. Can we put two and two together here?
Well, the less hell.
I mean,
explanation would be that it's an electric.
Lemon, you should be all over what I'm saying. Lemon, you should be all over what I'm saying. Yeah, it's an electric phenomenon. Yeah, and
I'd like.
From the earth.
Yeah, and that's it. It's like two arc points under the surface in spots. That's what it is. It's because you're on a broken plate or something.
I'd
That's
like
all
to
it
share
is.
a thought.
Yeah, and so you could get molten slag from the electroplating of the rock under the earth. That's another possibility. So it would be hell and or electroplated earth.
All right, I think
Temperature,
one's more reasonable.
Compression, and it's electricity.
Underground arc furnaces.
I'd like to share a thought.
Uh-huh.
I once had the thought that the soul is the silent spaces between your thoughts, and that alive or dead, if you do not have moments of silence and peace, you're always being tormented. So you're living hell, even while alive.
It could be. Do you think that the soul is a substance or something that I don't know that can be?
Sheol. Hell is Sheol. Sheol is a term for the grave.
Well, no, I was just trying to say if you don't have any inner peace, any mindful peace, you're always being tormented with thoughts. You're never given a moment of silence or reflection.
What if you like
That's
that,
a
though?
form of hell,
No.
Surely it's just what you said it was. Torment, right?
Yeah, torment.
Hell is whatever you don't like, pretty much.
Well, when
know,
I
you're
once
like,
heard
man, that's hell.
when I once heard the definition of devil as one who stands against you, it kind of made a little more sense to me.
Well, you can be the devil too, because you can stand against yourself and not even know it.
Well, yeah, I'm always in my own way. That's a big problem for me.
Yep.
Hell is separation from God, the spirit of life, love, all that. Nothing but demons that want to torture you to death around you in flames and mist.
They ain't no demons, Lemon. They're damn greedy ass people that want everything you have.
Well, there is a lake of fire. You realize that, right?
Well, there's lakes of fire over there in the cold spot. There's all kinds of
I'm
cool
just saying
shit.
that's reserved for beings that are supernatural.
Oh, I don't know nothing about that shit. That's all stories.
Yeah,
just
I don't
like
think you do. I'm
brother.
just talking to people that don't believe in some
It's okay.
type
It's all
of
speculation.
punishment for what's going on.
Well, there's punishment. Somebody ever punch you in the jaw?
I didn't say there wasn't punishment. I just am saying God is not a sociopathic murderer who burns
I
people
don't
alive
think anybody
forever.
knows what God
That's
is.
retarded, and I think only wicked people would believe that.
You know what God is. You ever thought about that? Nobody knows what God is. That's the most known unknown. It's like all the other things we don't know. They're the most known unknown.
So
Like, where can you go? How deep
so
is
are
the
you
earth?
God then?
How big
Are
is
you
it?
God? Are you God? You
Hell
created
no.
yourself. So
What
that's
is God? What is
All
God?
right, then, so
Define
something
that.
created
Write that down.
something
Draw that
created
picture
you,
of God.
bro.
Draw the picture of
Oh
God
my
for us
gosh!
so
You
we
just,
can
are you an
see what
atheist? Are
your
you an
image is.
atheist? What are you, man? What are you?
Listen,
What are you?
I got a brain in my head. I'm not you. You think for yourself. You call
I'm asking you
cockroaches
what you
God or whatever you
are.
want.
I'm asking.
That's your problem.
I'm asking. What do you believe in?
Listen,
Nothing.
I got common sense. I'm asking you what you think.
What do you believe in? I'm asking you.
I believe in people. What I see, motherfucker. Just like Earth. Real
You
Earth
believe
that
in
you can
people that
measure
really
and touch.
stuff
Listen,
like
don't
that.
laugh at me. Tangible, touchable,
You just called me
accountability,
a
motherfucker.
motherfucker, dude.
If you do something,
Yeah, you
right,
just called
you
me a
fuck
motherfucker.
mothers.
Yeah, you don't see me
Are
jumping
you
on
gay?
you.
Are you gay? Are you
This guy
gay? Or
is
do
so
you fuck
defensive.
girls? Listen,
Are you
motherfucker.
okay?
Let's
You
stay on
can
one
say the future
subject.
about
We're
words, you
going all
pussy.
over the place.
You
So
Hey,
fucking
he's a
the thing
crybaby.
is,
He's a crybaby.
don't
you
be
can
such a
reveal who
pussy,
you
you
are.
fucking crybaby.
You can reveal who you are to other people and say, "I am Demok." God can do
That's who I am. I'm Democ, right? Exactly. Don't ask me dumbass questions. He knows I'm not God.
Right.
That's a dumbass question. I wouldn't ask him if he's God. That's fucking stupid. That is literally stupid as fuck. To ask someone if they're God.
Keep trying.
No, I don't. I get he's retarded. I get he's asking retarded ass questions because he knows the answer to them. I'm not
Did I
God.
hurt your feelings? Sorry I hurt your feelings. My bad.
Listen, I'm
sorry I
telling
hurt your
you, we
feelings.
see people every day. People rip you
I'm
off.
sorry I
People
hurt
kill
your
you.
feelings.
No God does.
I'm
The land
sorry I
fucks
hurt your
up.
feelings.
You get
I
flooded in
rump
by
at
the
the
water
room.
or the land, right? Not God. The
I
fucking
apologize for
area
hurting
you live in, the water, the dirt, when it gives way, that's what floods you. Not a
sorry.
guy named God,
I'm sorry.
buddy.
I'm sorry.
The rain.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
use your
sorry.
brain.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
be sorry. Be smart next time, ho. Be careful.
Oh Lord.
Don't be sorry, ho. Be careful. Out on the streets and make that money,
We'll go
girl.
back to the prior topic of electroplated slag and/or hellish, crap coming from the earth. I think I'd probably go with the electroplated earth though over,
It
the
is.
hellish definition when I can.
It's definitely electricity. Resistance, compression. That's what it is with everything. People even get resistance when they do shit from themselves, from other people. You know what I mean? They even get help. They even get a little electricity when you walk across the carpet and shake a hand or get a little spark.
Right. I think
I'm
the
just
earth
speaking.
became a bit more electrical and calamitous after the flood. I think
Right.
everything
I'm
was
just
nice
speaking of
and
things that we
balanced
can test
electrically
and
before.
yeah, I'm just talking about things we can like touch and that are tangible. I'm not gonna keep going on a rant like I'm on a globe and all this other shit's real too that I've never seen or fucking ever experienced. I couldn't. That'd be a lie.
I think things became very electrical. And that's why we have all of these weird weather patterns in part, aside from, our weather engineering and heating the skies with metal dust and stuff to
Sound is a bad mofo too, Lemon. That's why they say it's very sound.
yeah. That probably would have a factor too.
But I'm not trying to down on anybody on their belief. I'm just saying I don't believe that stuff. That's all. That's just me. The God thing, the devil thing. I just believe there's fucking people and a lot of crazy ass motherfuckers.
We got to compare explanations and speculation to try to figure out what, if anything's going on. We just got to compare and contrast.
See, how I rationalize the whole God thing is there will be no punishment for any of these people if there was no God. These men will be allowed to do this forever. It will never change. It will always be like this and only get worse. You can never seek vengeance on these people because they have way too much power. Ever. So you will have to sit and watch these people just destroy human being after human being after human being for the rest of your life. And
I can take a few of them with me.
They will never pay for it if you believe like that.
I can bring a few of them with me if they're trying to take me out. They're coming with me.
Yeah, you fortify yourself. You accountability. You don't turn the other cheek like a pussy. You stand your fucking ground.
It's not about big. It's not about
No,
that.
it
wanting
is.
to help you.
It is.
No,
it is.
To help your
Because
fellow
when you
man.
don't
Let me
stand your
finish.
ground, you don't
Let
get
me get
life.
this out, bro.
You don't
Blind
get love.
leading the blind in here. Let me get this out.
Can I finish my sentence?
Let me get this
Can
out.
I finish my sentence?
Let me get.
Can I finish my sentence?
I was talking first. Bro.
Okay, no, you weren't. You
All right,
jumped
go
in
ahead.
the middle of mine, you dipshit.
Monologue
So
it out.
listen,
Monologue it out, bro.
that's why you're trying to untalk me out of my sentence. So anyway, people, it's fucking people.
Great sentence. Anyway, so as I was saying, there will not account for anything. There will be no recompense for this. There will be no punishment. They will be allowed to do this forever and ever, right? Genocide after genocide, doesn't matter what goes on. Human being will be allowed to destroy human being for the rest of however long we last. And they will never pay for it. You cannot help your neighbor. You cannot help your friend's neighbor. You can only help your immediate family. Look at
I'm asking you a question. What do you say?
Am I finished?
I don't know. I'd like to know an answer to your question. It's very vague. You pay something? What is that? What do I gotta pay? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're making shit up. Nobody's got to pay shit. If somebody fucks with you, take their life before they take you. Take that. You know what I mean? The fuck are you talking about? Stand your fucking ground, be a pussy. And then I guarantee you, guess what? The next guy that comes up to you is not going to do the same.
Well, Demok, keep in mind that payment is simply an acknowledgement that something had value to another person. If you really want to be honest about it, nothing has intrinsic
Exactly.
past the value of the appraiser. So in a world of justice, if you took something that was valuable to another person, you need to try to get it back or replace it, or barring that, atone for it in some way. So if people are taking valuable, precious loved ones by murdering or, robbing or whatever, and there's no remuneration, then there's no justice. And that's a very dark world to live in. So by necessity, there would need to be something to bring everything back to account, aka a god, to keep everything nice and
Oh, common sense that says if you come to kill me, I'm going to kill you back. Don't do it. Stay the fuck where you're at. Don't try to kill me, and I won't try to kill you. Case closed.
But there are people that get away with it. There are
Well,
murderers
that's
who never
called
get caught.
insane people. Those are the ones that need to be killed. Those are the ones that need to be killed. And then when they're dead, they don't exist anymore. That way life won't exist. And then people will all be respectful.
So from necessity, there would need to be somebody to bring everything to account, even when we can't see it or don't catch them.
Do you know how long it's been, Lemon, since a regular man has stood his ground against government or anybody or held anything accountable, science, anything? Do you know how long that's been? I don't see anybody doing that. Now, if anybody started doing that, if anyone ever started that, I don't think we'd be right here right now. I don't think the monetary system would be that way. I don't think we'd be on a globe in our fucking schools. I don't think any of that shit would be. Science would be changed. Accountability, man. Fuck all this middleman bullshit. Sell you this on this price ahead of time before you know this, and then you find this out after. No, everything up front, motherfucker. Up front pricing. Up front everything.
But the thing is,
keep it open. No central intelligence. Yeah, all this bullshit we do as humans. Secret. Fuck a secret. That's what the fuck gets you in trouble.
It still goes back to necessity, though, because you're a human like me, and the murderer is saying, you're a human like me. Who are you to hold me accountable? I can hold myself accountable.
I wouldn't.
That's where things
I wouldn't do nothing to you. I'd say do your thing and I'll do mine. I don't need to hold you anything. You go do yours, I'll go do mine. As long as you respect me as a person, I don't give a fuck what you do. You understand?
But there are people that don't do that.
We have to change that. That's what has to be changed.
But to change things, you need something transcendent.
You need action. To change, you need action. You only need action. Take a fucking action. Get up and do it. Motherfucker, you're sitting back is not... Listen, the Bible talk of sitting back and rubbing your dick and hoping shit's going to happen does not fucking work. Turn the other cheek so you die more times does not work. Ever. Letting some dirt ghost guy say he's going to fucking do something because this guy just punched your fucking kid to the ground and your baby's dead bleeding, a 2-year-old. God's going to do something to that guy?
That's not what that's about,
He's going to walk away smiling and go on about his business. That's what we see in reality.
There, I've muted you, Dimmock, so that you can stop straw manning everybody. Okay, I'm going to leave you muted until you decide to stop straw manning, because that's not what the Bible says. When it talks about turn the other cheek, it talks about in reference to persecution, not defending yourself or defending your family. In fact, it tells you the opposite. Okay? Oh, he bugged out. Whatever.
Well, all I was trying to say is that reduces to the will. If you're talking about action that isn't, tempered by truth, by submission to something transcendent and greater.
Yo, why is that guy even here? That guy was kind of a goon.
I think it gets a little tough with the God topic, I guess, with, stuff like that.
He needs to find God,
Yeah.
brother. He's kind of goofy, man. That guy was kind of goofy.
He does need it, but see, it is funny because like he's
Peace, and then you cut out.
Yeah, you said
he,
heathen.
he doesn't seem to understand you. There has to be something greater than us to bring us together because something greater than us is keeping us apart as a people.
That
You know,
mentality he just had, sorry to cut you off, is literally the evolutionary we mean nothing mentality. That's what I got from that.
Very Darwinian.
Exactly what it is.
Satanic
Exactly what it is.
in the will.
Like that, you sound like somebody that doesn't think that there's a higher purpose or a higher meaning for things, bro. Like you sound like you want to be a monkey man on a spinning ball. You don't sound like a flat earther and a god, like a god lover.
Exactly what I got, bro. Way to say it.
Well, there are people from all walks of life that recognize that it's flat. Now, the other side of that stuff, maybe the creator implications, I would say, some people do or do not want to deal with that. So it gets a little complicated.
Now, this is not the place for them, I feel like, man. That's craziness. And once you realize that you've been lied to about the earth being flat, you should probably wake up and realize that there's a creator. I don't know. It kind of goes hand in hand.
Did he necessarily say that he thought there wasn't a creator? I didn't think I heard him say that.
Well, the way he carries himself doesn't seem to be that he believes in a creator to me, man. He acts like he's on his own.
All right, but I'm just gonna point out I don't carry myself that way either, man. Life is rough. Poverty's a bitch. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I'm fucking poor too, bro. I get it, but I'm not gonna sit there and act like I don't know, bro. That was just ridiculous.
Well, there's a difference between, say, questioning a creator / atheism / even anti-theism, where there's this antipathy for those ideas and this negative feeling, sometimes bordering on hostility and hate on an emotional level for the idea. There's varying degrees, even with that creator side. But I need to hear you. You need to hear me, and we need to listen to each other, even if we don't agree. And I need to be able to steelman your position. You need to be able to steelman my position, so that we're listening to each other and at least seeing what the other person is saying, even if we really don't agree.
Yeah, I don't agree with half. Look, I don't agree with half of what y'all talk about. I think it's blind leading the blind, but I'm not gonna let him straw man y'all. I put him in server ban for 1,000 minutes.
Respect that decision 100%.
It's several hours, like almost a day, I think.
You just got to
The main thing is not being so emotional. We're not hearing each other, you know?
And literally just said he would let someone murder someone and not stop it. I don't believe in that. That's not righteous at all. Like, that's pretty disgusting. Like you're just as worse as the murderer, if not worse, if you're just gonna sit there and let someone murder someone.
Well, religion is looked at as this pacifier that makes you weak and, compliant and unable to act, and just, weak, to some people. And, he's a smart dude. But the thing is, sometimes I see a bit of an anti-theist bias. You know what I mean? That can make us less than clear-headed in our thinking about certain things.
Well, I mean, if he's going off scripture, I mean, look at the Crusades, man. Like, whether we can prove it or not, it's talked about. Like, God's not against you fighting for what's right. Like, at all.
The Crusades were not religious, they were political.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, honestly, but still at the same time.
They have nothing to do with Christianity.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to interject here, but I don't think Denmark was like advocating killing people randomly.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. I'll tell you what he was doing. He was saying that the Bible tells you to not defend your children if they're getting beat, or defend other people if they're not getting attacked. If they're getting attacked, that's a straw man.
I was just thinking maybe what he was saying is if the justice system fails you, or whatever, not to let somebody just randomly abuse people in your neighborhood, get away with it, stuff like that.
I don't know. At the end of the day, I just mind my own business and worry about me and my family.
I got you, brother. But I came from a very turbulent household, and I've moved to places, and I've seen things, and my first instinct is to step in, but then once I see that the person who needs help isn't even willing to help themselves, then I step back. You know what I mean? Like, you can't police the world, but I can't turn a blind eye to somebody abusing their spouse or something. And up until the point where the spouse wants to be abused, like I can see they don't want to leave the situation, then what can I do? Like, nothing.
Well, there's nothing that says you're supposed to. I mean, there's nowhere I've never heard of somebody.
I'm not saying it is written, but like I said, I came from a very turbulent household, and I cannot stand violence against women or children, or I don't sit by idly and watch it. So,
well, violence is not good, no matter who it's like perpetuated on. It doesn't. But at the end of the day, how do you know that that's not God's story for those two people, man? Like, that's why I just mind my own business. Unless it's clear to me that I'm supposed to be intervening, then I'm not going to intervene, because you don't know both sides of the story ever. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I said. I intervened to the point where, okay, you don't want to leave the situation. You want to be there. So I'm going to turn away. It's not my problem. It's your problem, and you want it. So, I tried to help you, but you want to stay there. So,
yeah, exactly.
But generally, a man's not going to stand by, even no matter what causes the situation, let a man beat up a woman or a child. You're not going to just sit there and watch that. It's
never.
I don't know anybody.
Never. You would have to kill me first to keep abusing that woman or child.
Yeah, they're demoralized boy, not a man, if they don't stand up.
Amen, Drace.
I don't know, though. Some women are pretty fucking dirty, so...
Yeah, but you're still not gonna do this. Still does it. I mean, a woman can never really hurt you unless she's like some MMA fighter. I mean, come on.
That's a messed up way to think about it.
I think what he was saying is
she's trained to beat you. Then she's trained to beat you up. You see what I'm saying? So, but I mean, a woman's not technically trained.
Women ain't gotta hurt you. Like physically, man, they ruin your life other ways.
Well, that's fine.
Just other ways, bro. Like there's 1,000 different things a woman could do that.
Yeah, like, but you kind of changed on me, bro. I thought we were talking about.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, clearly, a woman punching me in my face isn't gonna hurt, because I've been punched by grown men twice my size and it didn't hurt. So, I don't know, man.
There's a series called Preacher, and in that there's an episode that kind of touches on what I was saying earlier. He tells this woman, like, look, until you start coming forward and telling the sheriff what this guy's doing to you in the home, there's nothing I can really do to try to step in and help here. And she said, you don't get it. I like it. Like, there are twisted women out there, twisted men too, that want to be abused.
Those crimes of passion, there's like, you walk in, your old lady's having sex with your best friend, you murder them both. Like, that's why I'm just minding my business, bro. That is what it is, bro. Should have been being dumb, doing dumb shit.
I'd leave the two of them to it. He wasn't my best friend if he's where I'm supposed to be.
I'm beating ass. Both of them. Both of them.
I'm beating up. My friend walked in on it and tried that, and he ended up getting beat up.
Well, you're going to have to beat me up. That's the thing. You're going to have to, because I'm going to make you fight me.
Yeah.
There ain't no me walking back out the house. We fighting. So either I'm getting my ass whooped or you getting your ass whooped.
What I'm saying is he walked in and figured he's going to beat the guy up and ended up getting his ass kicked.
That's fine. At least he tried.
I guess. He didn't deserve any of it, though. Her being dishonest or the so-called best friend doing what he was doing.
It is what it is, man. I don't know. This is all hypothetical shit, though. I mean, I'm sure obviously people go through it, but we're just shooting the shit.
Yeah, no, my friend recently passed away. He went through it about 5 years ago.
That's sad, man. Women are freaking, some of them are just evil, dude. I don't know what it is, bro. Like, a lot of men, there's a lot of messed up men in the world, but I have just, like, grown to see, like, most women are the same, dude.
Oh,
I kind of think, though, it's the man that messes up the woman.
Nah, bro, I don't agree. It's television.
First,
it's television,
I think
bro.
there's a lot more to what statement you just made than meets the eye. I think there's a lot of female criminals. The reason they last so long is because nobody thinks, oh, she could be that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. TV got women running around in booty shorts and titties hanging out, and it's cool to be a thought and all this, that, and a third, and that's what men want.
Bro,
Like, that's,
who runs the TVs?
yeah, it don't matter, bro. You
Say
can
that's
think for
what-
yourself. Think for yourself.
You can't look at the you're looking at the end result of what was it
No, that's the result of their ignorance for not, having their own beliefs and
yeah, but
own.
we're the ones watching it. Come on, man. You can't.
I watch TV all the time. I watch like what you call it, like shows about jail and stuff all the time. I mean, I'm gonna go rob people because I seen 3 people with armed robbery charges.
Yeah, but you're gonna look at them women in them booty shorts though.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna look, yeah, but that don't mean that they need to. That don't mean they need to carry themselves that way. My problem is they do it and they play victim, man. Like they asking like to be treated that
Oh
way.
yeah, no, that I agree. That I agree. But I'm just saying, we are the ones that put it on blast. We put it on TV. We show it in. We put it in the face. We let the women dress like that. We don't say, "Oh, stop it."
Oh no, I don't. Shit, my wife ain't walking outside dressed like that. You ain't gonna be my wife no more. You ain't my wife no more. I think like I'm messing with Christianity right now, but I honestly think my beliefs, like the way I feel and carry myself, is more Muslim than anything. Like if I could have my wife in a hijab, I would have her in a hijab, bro. Ain't nobody looking at that skin. That's mine. I swear to God. I swear, bro. It's just my morals, bro. I feel like that's ours. I don't walk around here with fucking my pecker hanging out. You know what I'm saying? Like
Somebody asked in the live stream, are women capable of murder? Hell yeah, women kill all the time.
There's a show called Snapped where literally women kill their husbands all the time.
Why
Yeah,
do you
but what
guys
did
act
the
like sound
asshole
like y'all
do
are
to them?
afraid of women? That's the vibe I'm getting from y'all, dude. Seriously, what woman y'all get afraid of? There ain't never been a woman in my damn life, ever. I'm afraid of. So I don't know what's
There's
going on.
nobody I'm afraid of.
Did you catch my joke there?
What?
Women that snap and kill their husband all the time. My joke was, what did the asshole do to her?
Oh yeah. That's my thing, though. See, there you go. You just basically answered or said what I was saying. Like, if a man's beating the shit out of a woman, what does she do to him? She had to do something. I mean, I'm sure there's people out
there. If the cops didn't haul him away, I know what I'd do after the 3rd or 4th phone call. He'd go to bed, and that'd be the last time he goes to bed.
That's my point, though.
Y'all ain't doing that.
There is a point when people say too much. You
I
realise
ain't
that.
doing nothing. Yeah, okay. We'll get that on record. I did nothing.
Yeah, we could bring this back to flat.
Yeah, where's this flipping curve, dude?
On them girls' asses, bro. That's where it's at.
If it was there, we wouldn't be here.
They keep slowly releasing alien disclosure now on TV with like news programs. Have you guys been noticing that shit?
But they're coming now.
Well, they keep releasing these Navy.
Oh my god.
Right? Yeah. There's a new one.
Here.
There's a new one out there.
Oh my.
You see what I'm saying?
No.
It's BS. You know it's BS, but still.
No, there has been, conspiracy theories for like 5 or 6 years that they will do this. Like the whole fucking world deception about aliens is gonna come.
Yeah, I actually think you're the real
on
Buzz
that
Lightyear.
topic.
I had a pretty cool moment last night. Been debating my friend for like months. I'm talking about 7, maybe 8 months.
About
dude's
everything
very
that
red
was
pill.
flat Earth.
Yeah, dude's very red pill, but you couldn't swallow this red pill. He hit me up yesterday with the NASA documents and all the military documents video. I'm like, okay. And then he starts, now I understand I could see how yada 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 would, blah blah blah, and then he starts going off. I'm like, hold on, what? You looking into this now? And he's like, bro, and then going on from there. I was like, holy shit! I didn't think he was gonna flip over. He finally.
So the key to unlock him was a rhetoric device.
Is it a rhetoric device?
Rhetoric. It wasn't about any data, any logic. It was just a rhetoric thing that hit him.
I'm not sure.
That is one thing that if you actually want to reach people, you have to realize that not everyone can just hear someone say 2 + 2 is 4 and go, okay.
Yeah.
Some people you have to present them the motive. You have to deal with the motive case, or just show the character of the people that you're speaking against. Because as much as we mock it, right, when they come in and say why would they lie, it's because it really does mash their head to think that it's possible these guys lie.
Mm-hmm.
So with those people, you could show them the Black Swan thing 100 times. You could smash them overhead. It's not going to enter until you expose. Like what? You could just give one little documentary of, say, what's his face talking to that young girl about, oh, actually we didn't go to the moon, and then that will be it for them. So you have to be versatile with these people.
Yeah, that's a good one actually. Yeah.
I'm posting 2 pics in live stream. We don't know what they are, but my friend took them over her house last summer in Canada, Ontario. Definitely odd. I don't know what to think about the topic of UFOs. Again, crop circles. Not all of them are hoaxes, so it's a hard topic.
Only the ones I did.
Well, that's a false dichotomy, too. That's a false dilemma. If you see something appear on Earth, the only rational conclusion is that it originated here on Earth.
Mimas, tell me what you think of these pictures I'm posting right now. My friend Sherry took them. That orb, it was at night over her house.
What?
See that green orb?
Yeah.
Here's what I think about them. Well, I don't think about them. I have questions about them. Did they appear on Earth?
Yeah, weird, eh?
If I don't see a sombrero, then there's no way.
They are.
Sorry, what was that, Mimas?
If you see a phenomenon in the sky, it's on Earth, not coming from somewhere else.
Yes. So can I ask you about this picture?
Sure, go ahead.
So, was it taken outside or from inside?
Outside her house, that's the moon and the green orb above in the first picture, and then she zoomed in on whatever that green thing was, and it was right above her house.
So she saw something blinking or just some kind of dot above the moon, and she decided to take a picture, right?
Above her house. The moon is in the sky. That green dot is above her home.
Oh, above her home.
Yes. Right above her house. She didn't know what it was. She ran in, grabbed her phone or whatever, ran out, took 2 pictures, like the one photo, zoomed in, took another picture, and then like sent them to me on Facebook and stuff. What is this and shit?
So is the second picture you posted is the zoomed picture or zoomed into the actual picture?
Zoomed into the green thing that was above her house, yeah.
Sorry, the second picture is not a zoom in.
Yeah, it is.
It's just zoomed into the picture itself.
No, it's cut out from the first picture.
Yeah, that's
how
what
she sent it to me, bro. I don't know how the second image was sent, but it's a zoomed in image of whatever that green thing is.
It could be just
it's a massive booger.
Well, no, it's definitely some sort of form of energy. I don't know.
Well, that's when it could.
My nephew had one go 3 times into a frame in a face, like he did a YouTube clip with a friend in Alberta. They were hitting a bong, and this blue orb 3 times went into the screenshot. And my grandfather had passed away like a week before that. Now I'm not saying it was my grandfather, but my nephew got a bad feeling, moved out of the apartment.
So many correlations.
and it was like a green or sorry, a blue sort of a hue to it. And I, looking at it, didn't get any bad vibe from the
Isn't that just like modern chaos theory right there? A butterfly batting its wings somewhere in China. There's a typhoon in India.
Well, no, this happened on.
So you need 13 correlations to make a proof or something?
I'm just sharing what my friend shared with me, and I'm telling you what happened to my nephew. He still has the footage of the orb, and like I said, my grandfather passed a week before.
I get it, but like Providence isn't a really big proof for me.
Yeah, up until you see it for yourself, actually.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to get the clip to me so I can start sharing it around.
Hey, I've seen weird stuff I don't talk about.
Make a video.
And nothing special had happened.
I'm
yeah,
literally
but we're not
telling
talking about when you look in the mirror, Mimas.
I'm literally telling you, just put up your phone or anything and just start recording for like 10 minutes and then watch back the footage. You will see orbs, something like this. Usually they are, it's transparent white kind of, not any color. That's okay. Yeah, that's a good assumption. But the problem with that is that if you watch it closely, you will see that it moves in certain ways that doesn't move.
It moves in neutral buoyancy with the air because they're neutrally buoyant.
As far as I know,
That's mostly has to do
once only occurrence.
Yeah, dust it can't be focused on by a lens, and it's also neutrally buoyant in thicker atmosphere. So it appears to float, move up and down, go left to right, because it's moving on barely perceptible currents.
That's why I'm telling you to put up the camera in the room where you don't have that kind of, any kind of wind.
That's usually where you see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually where you see the dust.
The clip. My nephew's clip, it's like it was me.
Somebody's hot market.
Matu.
In my nephew's clip, the orb seemed to be moving the way it wanted to be moving, like
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's very obvious that it's not a dust. Yeah. UFOs. Oh my god.
I have to get that clip from him though.
And this could be a lens flare from it just could be the
It could be, yeah, but then it doesn't matter. It should move constantly in some kind of predictable way. But those kind of orbs, they do not.
Well, this is the picture. Are you talking about the ones you're talking about? Yeah, well, it depends on what if you're
my nephew, he was in his early 20s, and I don't know why, but it scared the shit out of him, man. He moved right away. Weird.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, you can experiment about this at home anytime you want. So.
I just watched that video about that green. That is weird. That's very interesting too. What do you think it is?
You talking about the thing from CNN?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
It's the green side of the moon.
Man-made.
Green light?
You know, I don't know, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't look man-made, but, you know, that, to me, it just came to my mind that it kind of looks like a kite, but I don't know how high it was, so that's probably not what it was. But that just didn't look man-made to me, but it probably is or might be. I don't know.
News trolling as usual.
What is it?
Is it real?
Who knows? CNN, they posted it on there.
How?
Might
If you
be.
don't know is it real, why we need to guess what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's real.
But the fact that they're like blasting it in the media now is interesting, right? Like when like this was supposed to be like a crack pipe conspiracy theory like 10 years ago, aliens and stuff. And now CNN's like, look, there's aliens. It's hilarious.
I muted myself and then went to say something. Sorry, were you still talking?
No, I'm good, Fat Man. You're good.
I was just gonna say I haven't seen the media in so long, and unless somebody posted that in live stream, I wouldn't even know CNN said that recently.
I just watch. I barely watch any CNN. I just watch it to like look at what things they're talking about, then look at what other people are talking about, the actual sensible people, and just see if this is wrong or not.
So you can see the bullshit, right?
Well, I didn't say there was a punishment. I just am saying God is not a sociopathic murderer who burns people alive forever.
Hell is just.
And I think only wicked people would believe that.
Hell is just people being in God's love, and the love is too much for them, and the love is just overcomes them because it's just so radical. So when you reject God's love, it seems like fire.
I watched this one CNN, and they were interviewing somebody.
God is pure love.
Opposite
So when you're in His presence,
Flat chat, hold up.
Terrible.
You're playing something from the live stream that happened about half an hour ago, so you're a bit out of whack with what's actually being discussed right now.
Me or like?
No, I'm talking to Flat Chap just to so he realizes. But carry on, my dude.
I'll let someone else talk if they want to.
No, and I agree with Norse. I agree with her because I watch the news to see that the the helicopter on Mars has flown for the third time now.
Helicopter on Mars?
The NASA is officially announcing that the Mars helicopter has flown for the third now time successfully. Isn't that ridiculous, right?
So it's on Earth right now.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
But where's your proof? Maybe it really is on Mars.
Like proof aside, like when you're amongst a group of people like us, and you see these types of things in the news, yeah, I absolutely read it as the novelty that it is. I'm not going to look at it any other way between.
So you're not into truth then?
Yeah, because if the news tells me it's true, right? Yeah.
It's probably not true if the news tells me it's true. Especially CNN.
Hey, I realized aliens never seem to show up, and we never get any messages from quote-unquote space from them. So if you ask me, aliens work on a flat Earth. They're not here.
There's this YouTube
Mexican,
channel that tried to explain something like that. But, I mean, to me, aliens are just... I don't know if they're real or not, mainly because we haven't seen any, and plus... people would fake something to just get money off of it. If you get what I mean. So,
well, you know, you got to look into the theory. If you look into the alternate, what people who don't believe in it claim that they are, it's really fascinating.
what do they think that they are?
There's a theory that they're bioengineered robots. Shit, it's all kind of crazy shit, dude. It's fascinating.
You guys talk about cyborgs, dude. The origin of the extraordinary is totally of human, and it is for like straight up monetary gain. Okay, they will sell you these fucking stories. They will sell these to you. Okay, and you'll buy them up.
Yeah.
But when you put all the stories together, it's got to be flat. The logic. It all comes back to that.
Isn't it flat before the stories?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the flatness is based off of the story told. So, yeah, I agree with what he said.
The
Like,
Earth
you don't
being
have to-
flat
you
is
don't
more
have to-
important
you
than
don't-
aliens, even if they existed, because you can prove that the Earth is flat, but you can't prove that aliens exist.
Right,
Present an
so
alien.
you don't have to sell a flat story that aliens live on. You know?
Guys, what are some theories that you guys don't like about flat Earth, like other people have that you don't agree with?
Anything that goes outside observable empirical research.
Okay.
She's asking for like a specific thing.
Excuse me, did you say
argument.
she?
We fall off the edge. I fucking hate that.
I think it's a young lad, not a lady.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That is very insulting to me. That
Don't be offended. That's compliment.
Yeah, your balls haven't dropped yet, kid, so that's why.
The thing that bakes my biscuits
Not
the most
that-
is the theory that the Earth is moving upward and that causes gravity bullshit. That really pisses me off.
Yeah, I just want to know some of your theories some theories that you know of about flat Earth that you don't like, so I can.
That was one of them.
Yeah, and the one about falling off the edge. I told that.
Yeah, falling off the
shut
edge
it.
one is just that just doesn't make any sense, and that's not even scientifically possible, and we wouldn't have any water, like, at all, unless it just randomly from the clouds or whatever comes down and gives us more water or whatever, but that's not how it works. It's the opposite. Right?
Right. So anything that like assumes the fact that we live on a globe, you know, that's the big thing that bothers me is, well, you know, you always see this. You always see people come in here fresh and they'll say to you, if this is flat, why aren't all the other planets flat? You know?
Well, I know you guys observe them as round, and because you can't see the back of them, so that just makes sense to me that they would
What
look
is wrong?
round to most people. But
What is
they're
wrong?
told that they are round planets, and so therefore they think that they are round planets instead of, if you observe it, it's round and circular, not a globe.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Is the people who come here and say, well, why are we the only round planet? You know, it's the misnomers. It's the people who come here with, you know, like predictive notions, right?
Yeah.
Well, they come here and they're not seeking information. They're coming here to make fun and laugh at people and stuff like that. Because I know for me, I'm a truth seeker, right? So before I even came here, I did my own research. You understand? Because I want truth. I'm not coming here to fucking poke fun at people and say, oh, you're a fucking idiot. Oh, that's stupid. Oh, why does this happen? I want to know for myself, so I'll look it up. I don't come to these people for information. They've got the information from somewhere else. I come here
have
to seek
information that people in here
companionship,
have given me. I haven't looked at
like-minded
it yet.
people, you know, like-minded people. That's what I come here for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that totally. Well said, Fraud.
Yeah. Well said. Sorry I was talking over you.
Nah, you're cool, man.
No, you're cool. I got you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do have some information I have been given a few days ago. Still haven't looked at it, but I still need to look at it. I been a little bit busy, and then when I get distracted, like sometimes I come here just for a little while, then I say I'm gonna go do that. Then I get distracted when talking in here, because it's very interesting to go after information that you didn't know about, and plus, it's like you guys don't talk about flat Earth like just that in here, so it is very interesting to come in here and look at other scientific facts and how things work and stuff. So that's cool.
Yeah, I agree with you. If you're gonna put it into a single word, I would call it divulgence. You like to divulge in this thing called truth, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
That means like dwell with others or something, or like dwell with like truth and stuff. Kind of like that.
well, yeah, you divulge in truth. You don't just divulge in the word, but
I just don't know
there's
exactly what that
interest in
means. I don't know exactly what that means.
Divulge?
Yes.
Letting y'all know y'all got fresh meat coming.
Fresh meat. Sounds nice. Let's cook it, boys.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see what you've got to say.
Well, when you divulge information, you reveal information. When you indulge in something, it's like you really enjoy doing it, and you know, like when you indulge in a little bit of chocolate or something like that after a meal. You know,
So so what you're saying is I indulge in like listening to you guys and listening for information and stuff. That's what you're saying, right? I don't know though. I was just a guess.
Who was it? DK Cider?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were on about gravity. What was?
Yeah.
I only heard a little bit of what you were talking about up
I'm
top.
pretty sure most people that I was talking to are now gone, which is a shame.
They're coming back down. They're just having a little conversation. Just give it a few minutes and they'll be back.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
Actually, Emerald Monkey was here. My Emerald, continue.
Yeah, you know, I'm like, why does the modern science of gravity, whichever form you believe in, exclude the electromagnetic properties of atoms?
It doesn't.
It does.
I'm doing physics A level, and I can tell you it doesn't. I'm studying. I don't understand it personally, but I have to study. I have to prepare for my A levels, and yes, it is a part of our education system.
Then why is there gravity when you already had the Archimedes principle that explains buoyancy and density and how it works and why things go up and down due to the path of least resistance, and you have the later discovery of atoms and electrons and electromagnetic property of the atoms and individual atoms and molecules that have specific electromagnetic properties, why is a gravity needed? Because it is not needed on a flat Earth.
Because if we were to assume density exists,
Right on, an administrator accepted my.
Okay. If we were to assume that density exists, there is a pattern with density. The heavier thing, if we were to do nothing to it, the heavier object would nearly always go down below and force the lighter object, the less dense object, above it. Okay? And that is the same everywhere on Earth. If you believe in a flat Earth, if you anywhere that you are, in Brazil,
Why does the helium balloon go
Mexico,
up?
the helium balloon goes up because it is less dense than
Okay, well,
a
there's your
nitrogen
answer.
filled air.
Then the independent variable would be the medium, not the force.
What?
Thanks.
No,
You agree with us? Thanks. It's the medium. It's less dense than the medium. Thank you.
Yes,
You agree
it
with
is
us?
less.
Congratulations.
It is. It's
because-
fairly obvious. It is.
Congratulations. You've just.
But
said
why
it's the
does it
medium.
go up?
Thank
You explain to me why it goes. You don't even let me
already told
finish.
You already told me it's called density.
You don't let me add anything
You already
to it.
told me
There
it's
is a
less dense.
reason.
You already told me. It's
Why
less
does
dense.
density make it go up?
Because it's less
why?
dense. You absolute
is.
mongoloid. You
You
Brit
won't even-
mongoloid. Are you stupid?
Why does it go
Why does
up?
it go up? You answered it. You said it's less dense.
Density,
Thank you.
correct.
That's
Why
that's
doesn't
a
the
measure of the
object
medium? That's a
push
measure
it
of the medium.
to the
That's
left?
a measure of the medium. That's a measure of the medium.
Why doesn't the object
What
push
direction is
the
what
other
direction,
object to the left?
What direction is density oriented in? Tell me.
Gravity oriented.
Gravity? No,
Yes.
that's not even part of it. You've already said it. It's the medium itself. Now, validate your
Well, who
force.
said it was
Go
the
ahead and
medium?
validate your force.
What?
You did. You did. That's
So,
why it falls
if
up. That's why helium falls up.
If I
because it's
was
the medium.
helium goes
Dude,
up for the same
if
reason hot air goes
you
up.
don't understand the stuff that you're studying, you shouldn't be here.
I do.
Okay.
No, you don't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have
heard
said medium. And you would also know that gravity is a force that's been outdated for 106 years. It was replaced.
Outdated.
It was replaced in 1915
So explain why we
by
go around.
relativity.
Oh no, this is
It
going to
was-
piss you
we
a lot
don't-
off.
We don't.
Explain why we go
don't-
around the sun.
We don't go around. We don't. You moron.
Why is it that the moon
We
goes
don't,
around
you
Earth?
moron. We don't, you moron. What do you mean?
Why is it-
You're asking a reason for
Why?
motivation for a physical object that behaves a certain way?
Yes.
You're asking a motivational question. Why don't you go
Because
ask
the
it
better.
why?
No,
You're
why
asking a
does the
motivational
moon
question.
go around
Why would you
the
ask a
Earth?
why would you ask a motivational
Why are you
question?
talking
Why would
about
you
something
ask a
completely
motivational
different?
question? Why would you ask a motivational question?
I mean, I'm
You're
rather
appealing
calm.
to
This
motive
guy
for a physical.
has used
asking
curses against me.
A motivational
I've done nothing
question.
really. I'm literally.
You are
No,
asking a
how is it a
motivational question
motiv-
for a phenomenon
I'm
in
asking
nature.
a question
You're asking
of
a motivational question about a phenomenon in nature. Why?
So I can
You want
understand
to know
it.
its reason? You want to know its reasons for doing it?
Yes.
Like it's motivations, its feelings. That's what a motivation is. Are you asking
Who
how
mentioned
it happens?
motivation?
Are you asking how it happens?
What are you
asking how it
talking
happens?
about?
Because you asked why.
Yes,
Like,
why?
did
There
you feel
must
that?
be
Why
a
did you feel
reason
that?
for
Why
it.
do you feel? These are questions of motivation,
Oh,
not
wait.
questions of how.
Drake's
Is
putting
why-
a picture about an orange with an orange
Dark
skin.
Side, I'm just going to
and
ban you
orange
if you keep
without.
interrupting me.
What do you mean? I'm interrupting you.
You are interrupting me, yes.
What?
Yes. Are you going to validate your force via experiment?
I don't have a helium. Actually, no. This helium.
That's a
balloon's-
no. That's a no. Thanks.
I'm trying to think of one.
Yeah, you're trying to think
Yeah.
of one.
Come
I could
prepare
tell you a
next
million.
time.
But you
Okay,
got
prepare
nothing.
me a million. Go on.
No, it's your assertion.
No.
You prove it.
No.
Why would I do your work for you?
Gravity is what pulls an object down.
Sure, validate that via
Yes.
experiment.
Let
Validate
me
that via
explain
experiment.
why density.
I don't want an explanation. I don't
For
want an explanation.
density, the way
I want,
you imagine it,
natural
it
observation.
must have some force pulling it
All right.
downwards.
I'm gonna mute you, okay? And I'm gonna explain to you. What you need to do is you need to tell me what the observed natural phenomenon is. Then you need to explain to me what the independent and dependent variables are that you have in the experiment. Go ahead.
It's great that you talk about control and you mute me. Worried about government control.
Yeah,
and
this
you'll
is
mute
not.
me. Okay.
this
No,
is
no,
not
no,
a
no. It's fine. It's
democracy.
fine. I'll let you. You know.
Don't concern troll.
So,
This is not a
the
democracy.
reason
Nope, I'm not asking for a reason. I'm asking for the observed natural phenomenon and the independent
Of what?
and dependent variables. the observed natural phenomenon, and then the independent and dependent variables. What are they?
What you mean dependent variables?
Dependent and independent variables. There are two variables. There's one that is the naturally observed phenomenon, and then there's the other, which is the hypothesis, the independent variable, the thing you have to wiggle to prove that it is the cause of the effect.
The thing you must change.
What you do. This is what you must do for a scientific experiment. Now, please tell us that.
If you smoke, where does the smoke go?
What does that have to do with gravity, sir?
It's to do with density.
Yeah, that's
Thank
the
you.
worst
Okay, well, that's
analogy
the
I've ever heard.
opposite.
No, it's to do with density. It goes up because
You're disproving that there's a. That you're
no, you won't let me continue
afterwards. Only down. You're disproving that there's only a vector of force down.
There is an attraction in most of our
no, there's
perspectives down.
Prove the attraction. Prove attraction. What's the attraction?
reason why the air pushes the hot air up?
What's the attraction?
I'm trying to.
Attraction. You're trying to explain things. I'm asking for proof, and you're trying to explain things. I'm asking.
I can't turn on my camera. I can't live stream a video. I can't do any of that.
We're not asking you for a video. We're just asking you for the name of the experiment.
The name of
the variable.
You go right now. Get a cup of water and pour water into it.
Why would I do it for you? It's your assertion.
I can't do it. So you won't do it for yourself, and I can't do it for you.
I've already done it. I believed it for 35 years. I'm asking you to go prove it to me.
I can't because you won't let me. Yes, go on.
Yeah, you can. Just explain it.
Hey, DK Cider, all we're looking for is a straight up proof of the globe. Prove it right now. Let's go.
No, we're not proving the globe. We're trying to prove gravity right now. Stop changing the conversation. I'll give him an exit.
So what's your challenge? So, proof of gravity. If I were to get a bubble, and just a normal bubble, you know those bubble sticks you blow into and it makes a bubble, right?
Proof, dude.
Okay, objection.
I can't.
I'm sorry. I gotta object. So we're asking you something specific, and every time you go to
prove it for yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
Prove it for yourself.
So something specific. When you blow into a bubble, the bubble doesn't go specifically up or down.
Okay, do you know how to do a scientific experiment? DK Cider, do you know how to do a scientific experiment?
You're blowing a volume of air.
What are the steps? Hold on. What are the steps to the scientific method?
So the scientific method, you would need an independent variable, a dependent variable, and a control method. The control method is to keep everything consistent. The independent is the one thing you would change to see what really matters and is causing that effect. And the dependent.
You did not answer my question. You kind of did. I asked you for the steps. What's step number 1?
You would try and figure out what experiment you would have to do. Set it up.
Incorrect.
Wrong.
Then what is it? You were chased by a deer. What do you mean? How is setting up?
You need to observe a natural phenomenon and then hypothesize the cause. Those are the first 2 steps.
Okay, so let's hypothesize the moon.
First, you're skipping.
What's your observation first?
My observation is that the moon is moving around the Earth.
Okay,
that's my observation.
Wait. So you're going to look for the cause of moon moves in sky?
Yes.
Well, that's interesting because now we've got gravity makes things go down, gravity makes things go up, and it makes it go from side to side as well.
It doesn't make it go up per se, but indirectly, yes.
Indirectly.
Okay, fine. I think this is a philosophical time. Okay. I have an opposite theory to your downwards vector that makes things go up. I believe that there is... Now, I don't actually believe this, so don't actually attribute this to me later. I know people are stupid enough to do that, but I know you won't be because you're not stupid. So I'm simply postulating this.
Do you believe in flat Earth or what?
Bro, I haven't even made my point yet. Please let me finish.
Dude, listen to the man.
Okay. If I had an opposite belief that there was a great sky attractor, and the great sky attractor attracted less dense things, and it didn't like denser things, so that when things went up, I knew that it was the great sky attractor, and when things went down, I knew that it was just sky attracting the other stuff a bit more. Is that legit to you?
If there was a mass?
No, I didn't ask about mass. I asked, do you think that what I've told you is legit because it comports with our observations? Is it therefore true?
What is the sky attractor? Depends
Doesn't
on what
matter.
it is.
Fucking Thanos.
It's
If
invisible.
Thanos' cheeks are so
It doesn't
thick,
matter.
invisible. Hey,
There's a sky
it's just
attractor. Fuck
invisible
it.
power.
The whole
Yeah.
sky. Why not the whole sky? The whole sky is a great attractor. It likes less dense things, doesn't like denser things. So you know that it's attracting those less dense things. And if things fall, then it just doesn't like them as much. Yeah? Is that legit to you?
there would have to be a reason for it.
We see things go up and down, therefore there is a sky attractor attracting less dense things.
Why is it attracting?
Because it likes them.
Because that's more emotional.
Well, that's what you asked. You asked for
This
an
is
emotional.
your
I got a question.
No, see, there's a
I
reason
don't need anyone else to leap in. Can I just finish this point?
The reason
This is what
I believe
you're saying
that it
in
gets
reverse.
down. Yes,
Deacon
it is
Pro.
what I've been saying in reverse. Except the
Yeah,
sky has
doesn't
no
make
The sky
sense.
doesn't have mass.
Bro.
The sky doesn't have an attraction. Or it's very minuscule.
But we observe smoke going up, so I can assert that it has attraction.
We do, but we cannot link it to anything in the sky.
Why
but
not?
We can link because there's nothing off mass in the sky.
How do you know?
Nothing.
Yeah, because the sky hates things of mass. Duh.
Right, you have a preconceived
Is he going to define math?
Is your
Okay,
problem.
Can we finish this point? I don't care about his preconceived notions. I want to talk to him, okay? Just 2 minutes. I promise I'll be done. So what is the difference, based on observation, between what I've said and what you've said?
You've said that there is absolutely nothing. There's no reason whatsoever, but there is an attraction. I'm saying that there is a planet,
I
there
never
is a
said that.
mass. So what is in space? What is in the sky that is attracting everything?
Who
There
knows?
must be- Who
Except
knows?
Thanos.
Yeah, what is
There
gravity?
must be
sky,
something. There must
Thanos.
be a specific
just
point
let
that
them
is
Tell us
doing
exactly
that.
what
Right.
gravity is.
That's just you asserting something. You're just asserting things. Based on our observation, which is that dense things fall, less dense things rise, there is no difference between saying that the sky attracts the sky attracts less dense things and the ground attracts denser things. There is literally no difference. Except you think one of them makes
There
sense.
is.
And no, there isn't.
There is a major difference.
No, there isn't.
Because the Earth has a mass.
But you don't know that it's attracting anything.
I know that it has
No,
a mass.
you don't.
I know that it has a mass. Are you saying the Earth doesn't have a mass?
Bro, do you know what mass is?
Yes, matter.
No.
Particles, atoms.
Wrong.
That's a
Space.
mole. Nope, that's a mole. Mass is inertia.
What?
Go look it up.
Mass
dum-dum.
is inertia.
Inertia.
Inertia is mass times velocity.
Regardless,
Mass is not
so I
inertia.
do my point anyway. Based on observation, you're trying to add in all of these kind of weasel words that don't mean anything, right? Based on observation, I can say that there's a great sky attractor that attracts smoke and helium, and it doesn't like, I don't know, grape juice as much, right? And based on observation, you can't disprove that. I can come up with all sorts of stupid reasons why that's the case. However, there's no experiment to verify this, and that's your problem.
Actually, there is a way I can.
Well said, dude.
There is a
Well
way.
fucking said.
No, there is a way I can disprove that. If I were to put smoke inside of a vacuum, the smoke would go down to the ground.
No, the smoke would fill the
What
vacuum.
did you manipulate?
That's
What
what
did you
gas does.
manipulate? What did you manipulate in the vacuum? What did you manipulate?
But regardless, gas fills the vacuum anyway.
Gas
Yeah,
would
I-
eventually
But here's the
fill the
problem.
vacuum.
What did you
Eventually,
manipulate
yes,
in a
correct.
vacuum? What are you manipulating?
The particles
independent
inside
variable.
of it.
No,
There
you're
are no
manipulating the
particles
medium. The
inside of it.
medium.
Oh,
The
dude.
medium. The
Lack
medium.
of anything. It's a vacuum.
The medium.
Yeah, medium.
Listen
Yeah,
to
the
me.
direction
You've
in which it
manipulated
flows.
the medium. That's your cause. Thanks.
Yeah, and it's also
Manipulating
not
the
the
medium.
lack of everything that's incorrect. There's no absolute vacuums.
If we were to create an absolute vacuum,
You can.
and then drop,
impossible.
if we were able to, well, that's
Objection. If statement.
Stop with the speculation, bro. Come with facts.
What fact did you give me? Did anyone give me?
The same amount of facts you gave us.
Well,
The thing is, if I say fact, you guys will go absolutely mental. If I say the
No,
word
you're not.
fact to anything,
You're not using facts.
okay, fact.
You're using assertions, and the only fact you gave us was the
Matter is
manipulation.
attracted to matter.
No,
Yes,
that's
matter is
not
attracted.
Let me mute you. Let me mute you so I can.
How
talk.
much do I weigh?
Hold on. Now, DK Garrix, DK Cider, I've muted you. When you say mass is attracted to mass, you're instantly making an assertion. You don't have a fact. You can't posit that your cause and effect are the same thing. Do you understand that?
Sorry, thanks for unmuting me. I muted you too. Gravity.
Oh, don't do that. You're banned.
No, I wouldn't
Oh,
have
no.
done that.
Oh no! Oh no! Bye bye bye.
Oh dear.
Hey, where'd the discussion go?
Is it over?
Lopsided arguments.
I loved his last words. Oh no. And I was going to ask him, how much do you weigh? And he was going to say 180 something. And I was going to go, and when you walk down the road, do you get attracted to 200 and something pound people?
Oh,
Whoopsie. Right, when they start talking about vacuums, no.
It's just so stupid. I'm like, it's just so stupid. Vacuums. It is ridiculous.
As soon as I said that one stupid thing, I'm just like, yeah, I'm out of this conversation. I'm gonna mishear something, then say something other, and then they're gonna laugh at me like they did.
Oh, there's plenty to laugh about.
Yeah, I didn't want to get into that. That's no, I'm not equipped for what you were talking about. What he was talking about, anyways. I don't know any of. I understood, but like it's hard a little bit.
He was just making baseless assertions. He had no basis for it, other than he got told that.
Right, there's better arguments to be made. I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't get why people just won't study this stuff before they do anything. It's just so dumb to me. Why? Just why?
Right,
because he had a good education.
He had an education and he thought he knew things, but it's still you need to make sure you know a lot of stuff before you even come into an argument.
Yeah, but that's not what educated people do.
Just when you think about using an argument, how about double checking it and being like, "Oh, I was wrong all along," or when somebody says, "Hey, you're wrong. Here's why." You should check and see, like, oh, I am wrong. I better change that. They don't. That's the bad part.
Yeah, there's a lot of merit in admitting that you were wrong and learning from your mistake. There's a lot of merit in that. And he was obviously not displaying that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of a funny thought. Imagine if that theory was observable. You'd see 18-wheelers going down the highway with smart cars attached to them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a discussion. How.
But that's the level of brainwashing that we're up against. I mean, that's crazy.
But let's just say I'm just the curious one. So.
I went fishing in the VC verified, and that was the best that you could bring.
Hey, that was a pretty good catch. I'll unban him soon, and he'll work his way back in here.
If he does, I bet he never mutes you again.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, did anyone hear him say that he didn't understand it? That's why I said that if you don't understand it and you're here, you don't need to be here. That's what I said. Because it's not good to go into an argument if you don't understand it.
Where are you from? South Carolina or North Carolina?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm on the East Coast, but I'm not from there.
Okay. Because I'm in Savannah. You don't sound like a Savannah accent. You sound like a North Carolina. I could be wrong. Am I close? Oh, I mean, if you're not comfortable saying it, don't tell me. But
I'm from a pretty state.
Virginia.
Probably kind of a mountainous. Not
Virginia.
Not
Okay.
Virginia. It's not Virginia.
Okay. Not Florida.
No, it's not Florida.
You would sound like a 68-year-old Jew if you were from Florida.
You sound like you're from New York.
That's Florida, right? That's Miami, Florida, right?
Nope.
Where me and the rest of the synagogue moved to was down into Miami, Florida.
Dude,
meet-
yeah, when
wait
I
till you
hang
meet-
out with my family, I sound like I'm from fucking back in Massachusetts, bro.
You sound like you came out of a bong. God. Like you came straight out of a bong.
Like you just left my house.
Yeah.
What?
Lord. I don't know about y'all. I've never touched the stuff.
Degenerates everywhere.
It is degenerate. Everyone thinks I'm joking too. I've literally never touched the stuff.
I have 14 pins
Touched
and 2
what?
plates in my left leg. That's one reason.
Ah, well, that's a good reason. Bro, it's for my post-traumatic stress disorder from the army, man. They made me do laps in the desert. I just can't take it anymore, man.
What am I coming back to? Did that DK guy get bad or something?
Oh, I got rid of him. He muted me.
Oh, wait, what? Okay. Oh, wow, that's new.
Wow.
Well, I've muted you too. I've muted you too. Haha. Look,
I think I muted someone there in here, but I don't remember who it was. I got irritated.
Just wanted to mention that guy had a very weird English accent. He definitely wasn't born here.
Yeah.
Maybe he lived here for a while, but I was trying to figure out what was going on there. But
Oh, good. That wasn't just me that thought, where's he from?
yeah, it's a weird accent.
He sounded kind of
He's a legit alien.
Australian to me.
He was not Australian. He sounded like
sounded a
maybe he
little
was
bit like
born. He sounded like he was born in South Africa and grew up in England. But
I am from South Africa.
So it's annoying that
Is he
Let
from
me go
South
listen
Africa?
to it again.
South Africa.
Crypto, it's annoying that you spoke up because I haven't heard your voice for a while, and while Meme was doing whatever he was doing, he sounded exactly like you. I was gonna say, hey, why does Meme sound like Crypto? And then you spoke.
I really couldn't identify where he was from.
And then you realised me sounds like an extra in Oliver and nothing.
like a little Bambi version of you, right?
Please, I meant some more.
You what? You what?
Mate.
That's fucking funny.
I can't say my T. You what?
What?
You what, mate?
What's the letter T? I can only say it like that.
What's the letter
I'm asking for T.
Colonization.
The only problem with that accent is that literally no one speaks like that.
Yeah, no.
That's American.
My British accent is from like 1969.
Yeah, literally.
You mean it's outdated like Gravity?
Right, nowadays, you can't understand them.
Your British accent is like Gravity, non-existent.
I got a better one than a lot of these mongrels.
But I'm bump.
Right.
Yeah, your Mongoloid card came out really early today.
Yeah, well, he was a bongoloid for sure.
Yeah.
But don't you talk down about the Big Ben? Bong.
It's bong o'clock.
Oh my god.
It's 3 clicks past 3 bongs. Tick 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 bong.
It's 1/2 bong.
Past the
It's
bong.
3 o'clock. You gotta say it's 3 bongs past 12.
Huh? Make no sense.
It's a very old joke.
You're still a little young for that.
Back in 2011,
No, that was actually
someone developed a term called Brit Bong, and there was a story where this guy was in England, And when Big Ben started tolling, all the British people just paused, and their heads started nodding with every single bong of the bell. And so we developed the term Brit bong out of that. It was a joke. It was just an insult.
Leave it to the Brits.
5 bong.
Now I get that quarter after bong better now.
It's 7 bongs. 7 bongs and 3 clicks. Ticks. It's not like they're human.
Laugh was that?
Y'all can't hear my tape. Y'all can't hear my tape measure, can you?
We heard the burp, though. Was that you?
Yeah,
You can't hear me on the table experimenting with my imagination, so that's good.
You know, that's what the kids are calling it nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, as usual, you know, when you're assessing a burp's, let's just say quality, you need to consider both length and base.
Yeah.
I feel like the length was pretty good and the base was excellent, so I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10.
Don't forget taste.
I would agree with that.
Don't forget taste.
Yeah, but I can't taste his burp, can I?
I can tell you. I can tell you what it was. It was a Coke with real sugar, a real sugar Coke.
Nice.
So quarter past.
When you say real sugar, what do you mean?
I mean, it's from Mexico. It's made with cane sugar.
Okay.
Oh, there's a term for that, isn't there? Mexican Coke, Mexicoke, but there's like a phrase for that.
It would be nice if they still put the real Coke in it.
Did your ice cube get stuck in your straw when you were trying to...
That's called a George Bush special. I'm a master debater.
The evil doers.
What?
Evil is evil does.
We will get the evil.
The evilness is in the corn syrup that they use.
Yep, you guys are crazy.
Yeah, like real sugar versus corn syrup. Hello.
Let me tell you something. There is nothing better, man, when you're in some rot-gut third world country and there is no freedom and there's no eagles and there's no guns. And then you come across a store and there is just real sugar frozen Coca-Cola. Holy cow, it tastes like freedom. Whew.
Guns are sugar, everybody. Guns are sugar.
Guns are something. They're fun.
Yes, guns are amazing.
So, Norris, you're on the fence. Is there any chance I can shove you off the fence?
Sure, shove.
So why do you think you're on a spinning ball?
I still am on the I don't know phase.
It could be that corn syrup spins a bit better than sugar.
That's it?
Okay. I mean, I don't...
It's that thing that they love to show on Gamma Panda, where it shows a bottle with like sugar water and the bottle with corn syrup in it, and then they spin it and they don't mix.
What I said was a misnomer. Misnomer. Look it up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I don't care about this. Can we get?
Hey, they cut you off professionally, by the way.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So maybe I can make a Mexican Coke thread for you guys.
Maybe I thought you were going to continue with your subject. All right.
A Mexicoke VC.
We should make VC just to talk about Coke.
Sure.
Go Coke.
I wanted to
Don't answer.
I wanted to give a quick apology to anyone in the VC that I might have got upset with, thinking they were a globie but they were a flat earther. And so, like, sometimes I'll be in here listening, and the flat earther is saying everyone thinks it's a globe. They're told it's a globe. And I'm thinking, why are they saying that? And then I'll jump in, and then they're, hey, I'm a flat earther, and I'm like, oh, sorry.
Fair enough.
Funny.
Sonoras.
I'm always scared when you say that because I know you're going to ask me a question I can't answer.
What is 1 + 1?
1 + 1 is 2.
Hey, there we are. You could answer that, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Y'all want to hear what I'm doing?
Not really.
That's not necessary.
Sounded like you're trying to cut through someone's spinal.
Dude.
That's a hammer drill.
Oh.
I thought you were
Alright,
just
so he's trying to
Show me
hammer
a
drill
picture of
someone's
it,
spine.
please.
Yeah,
I want to see
Texas
what that looks
Chainsaw
like.
Massacre. Like what?
Show me the picture, please.
So, Norris, are you Portuguese by any chance?
No.
Okay, it just sounds like a Portuguese. I know that you're American, but sounded
Hey,
like
give me your best America. Give me your best America.
America.
Nah, that's weak sauce. America.
You got to say fuck yeah.
America!
Say 1776 will commence again.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Rise again.
Norris, can you say they're turning the freaking frogs gay?
What?
Yeah, dude.
They're turning the freaking frogs gay.
I don't think she's American.
I am American, but I'm not familiar with that.
You're just down as
You know what he is?
as other Americans. I got you.
You're not American like I am.
Crypto,
Probably not.
he's pretty much Lulu American.
Lulu American.
He's going to be a very good
Illegal
American
aliens again. What's going on?
He's going to be a very good American author.
So anyway, Norris, why do you think you live on a spinning ball, or why do you think it's possible?
Because of a few things I've seen. Just a few facts are just holding me on.
Such as?
Such as, like, how the seasons and stuff. Like, you guys, I feel like you can't exactly explain that.
Explain easily.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
That's really easy to explain.
Explain it then.
Okay, so you know when you look in the sky, and I assume you're in the northern hemisphere, whatever plane, whatever, doesn't matter. I assume you're in America. So you know how in the north the sun looks like it's closer to being over your head.
Yeah.
During summer, and in winter it looks like it's further away.
Yeah.
What do you think happens when a warm object is further from you?
You get colder.
Exactly.
How they explain that is, because the globe is
asking
around
about
the
their
sun and
explanation.
whatever.
You said no. 1 second, Norris. You said to me that we can't explain that.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so I've just explained.
Logical.
Well, you
Yeah,
could.
explain, was it
It's
logical?
just, it's not. How can I explain this? I don't know what I'm talking about. Just continue to explain, please.
So, okay, maybe I need to be a bit more basic with you. If there are two possible explanations, one on the globe and one on the flat Earth, that both work, then you can't use that to prove either of them to be true.
Okay.
Okay. So you said to us, or you said to me specifically, we can't explain seasons. I've just explained seasons. Now they have their explanation. I think it's weak. I think their explanation is shit. But whatever. They have an explanation. We have an explanation. So we can't say that seasons prove one or the other. Right? Okay.
So, Norris, I would ask you this: what is the commonality of, whether it be a globe Earth explanation or it be a flat Earth explanation? What is the commonality between the two?
What do you mean by commonality?
What's the commonality? The commonality is, I'll answer it for you, is the fact that there's a certain time of the year where the sun is, lasting in the sky longer. And then there's a certain time in the sky when the sun doesn't last as long. Okay, that's the commonality I'm trying to, communicate to you. Right.
Okay.
So and then you're asking, what are seasons? Well, the sky is either here or it's not there, right? Within these certain time boundaries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what makes a certain season hotter or colder, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the mechanics of that happening are what we are discussing. Okay, I can't tell you that the mechanics are either here or this, right? I can't prove to you that these mechanics are true, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's whether or not you state your basis. Like, do you think that it's a globe or a flat Earth commonality that's creating this, right? I can't prove this to you, right? But it's the same. It's a commonality because we experience the same thing, right?
Yes.
I have problems with the seasons model in the globe because it requires parallel light rays. Meanwhile, in all eclipse models, they don't have parallel light rays. And then when it comes to the sun's position in the sky, they say, oh, the light is bent. It's not parallel at all. So,
and the little tilt.
Yeah, they got multiple contradictions within their claims, which are just ad hoc excuses to try to explain what we see.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work for me.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you also are going to look at on a solar system basis, the apoapsis and the periapsis of the solar system, one of which are when you are at the closest physical observational, which is not true, but when you're closest to the sun in a heliocentric model, that's when winter is happening. And when you're furthest away from the sun in the heliocentric model, that's when you're in winter. And those things, they just don't straight up add up. They don't add up. It's a non-observational model is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and
what I meant by you guys could explain it. It was from what I've seen, it like how you explain it doesn't make sense. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Right. So what's your question though?
What?
Right. So just restate your question.
I just restated it. Like it didn't exactly make sense. To me how I saw it.
Right. So what's your question though? You saying it doesn't make sense doesn't exactly exhibit a question. So what is your question?
Yeah, what specifically doesn't make sense?
How they explain it and how they said it works.
Very broad question, and it exhibits a lot of interpretation. So, could you
have you tried asking questions instead of making a statement, Chong?
All right, I'll shut up if I need to.
No, I'm just saying. Using inquisitive methods is usually a lot more. You'll be able to find out what doesn't make sense if you take him through questions. Find out what he means by what he says. Works in the model to find out what it is that doesn't make sense. That way you can know how to respond to him.
I was trying to find out what question is and delineate the question, further it down, what exactly are you asking?
What you do is you say, how does it work on your model? Norris?
How it works on the globe model? Well, you already know that, but you want me to explain it. So
Well, I want you to, so that you can identify for us where you think it doesn't make sense, because we might not be able to read your mind, so to speak.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that we're on the same page.
So the globe model one, it goes around the sun, and as the seasons go on, when it hits winter, it goes farther from the sun, and it was like a circle around the sun, and it kind of bends away from the sun. It was, I believe, and it. I don't know how to explain it very well. I'm terrible at explaining things. I'm sorry.
And so we just said,
yeah.
Could I ask a question? So Norris, if that was how it worked, that it was the distance of the, within that solar system idea.
Yeah.
The distance of the Earth changing with respect to the sun. Would it not make the whole of the Earth go into a different season? Because it's the whole Earth that's moving further away, right? Not just part of it, right?
Hey, Norris, you there?
Yeah, he's thinking.
It disconnected me. Sorry.
Oh,
What did you
okay.
say?
Did you hear my question or my?
No.
All right. So I'll repeat it. So if the idea that the solar system thing that you're talking about, that the Earth is further distance from the sun, wouldn't it mean, or wouldn't it make sense that the whole of the Earth would go into a different season at that point, rather than just a portion of the Earth?
I believe so. It would probably.
Right. So if that's what they're claiming, surely, if just in terms of which explanation makes more sense, is it not quite
Right. So what
easy
he's
to
saying is that
determine that?
personality exhibits a certain.
Don't interrupt.
Sorry, I didn't.
I don't know a lot about this stuff, and
Yeah, but do you at least follow that one clearly makes more sense than the other, right?
Yes. That's
Right.
how it
So
is.
in terms of dealing with what you were, as in it was a sticking point for you, would you say that sticking point is being reassessed and that you've at least considered that it doesn't need to be a sticking point anymore?
Let me think about it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with people wanting to think about things and mold that point over for themselves. I think that's one of those things that we should actually be encouraging more than not, right?
Nudge, I had a question.
You do make a lot of sense with that.
I had a question before we continue. Because you said that we're closer to the sun when it's summer.
I believe that's what I've been taught, but who knows?
Yeah, it's actually the opposite. We're further away from the sun when it's summer and closer when it's winter.
Right. There's a
according to their model.
and there's an apple axis.
It's even worse than what you thought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you see that much trash, it's really easy to just throw it away, right?
Hey, Norris, I went ahead and made a ball sundial and clock, and I put the picture in chat for you, and I tagged you so you can see how my sundial ball clock works.
I don't see any tag.
Okay, I'll put it in again, buddy. 1 second.
It should be like 33 minutes after the hour.
See, I'm not that smart. I don't know stuff.
But you said this was a point for you.
Okay,
like
so what he's giving you is a visual representation of the fact that when you are in summer, that regardless of the time zone, you are closer. I mean, farther away, the furthest away of yourself and the sun, solar system, and everything like that. But when you're in wintertime, you're actually closer to the sun. So this is the visual representation of that explanation that he's showing you right now. Sorry, I couldn't do that any better. Sorry.
No, I'm just a hard to teach kid.
Hey, Norris, I re-tagged you. It's in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I
It's in
see
there.
it. I see
There you
it.
go. Yeah, man. That's of course how you know how all clocks work, right? You've seen a wall clock, even though you're born in the 2000s, right?
Yeah.
Right. So even if I were to make a physical clock, I have to make what? I have to make a flat surface with hands that go around in circles, right?
Yeah.
Right. And the same thing with the sundial. The sundials, we make a flat circle on the ground. We make the sun make a shadow as it rotates around the sundial, right? Sundial's a little ancient, though. That's why I had to make one myself.
Yeah.
And of course, if you look into the ancient understanding of it, orbit, the word orbit actually comes from the word wheel or to wheel as an action of just rotating in a circle. And that's actually what we see in the sky. So the orbit works for us since we see everything orbiting around us. Now, the real interesting catcher, Norris, is when you get into the modern explanations of the physics, there's a term called quantum levitation that shows that orbits, things that go around other things, are dependent on a flat surface. So even orbits prove that we are dependent on stationary flat plane with foundations, of course.
That makes sense.
Hey, Norris, about 43 minutes after the hour, I put the quantum levitation demonstration in there for you so that you can see how they use the magnets over a flat surface, like literally a perpetual motion, rotation, or orbit.
Okay.
So the problem being is that we can't create orbits with balls around each other, right? Balls aren't going to fly around each other. It's dependent on a flat surface. So that's kind of the red pill.
Yeah.
So you would see it'd be easy for us because we actually don't have to explain anything. Even though we're trying to help you, everything already only works on our premise. And that's why there's so many people waking up to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. If you're gonna try to prove something you're trying to prove that is established, then, and if you have no, reasoning for it behind to back it up at all, then you're kind of gonna be in this like between a rock and a hard place. You're gonna be you're gonna be in a hard spot, man. You're gonna be in a hard spot.
Yeah. Just know I'm never going to try to prove something. I'm just going to ask questions about other things that I've seen. Because I can't prove anything.
Well, remember last night what we talked about? Remember, we got into the spiritual element because you brought up your past. We talked about your dad and how smart he is. And
Yeah.
it's a good thing because you're going to be amazed. I mean, not that you have to do this. And in fact, I don't recommend it until you become more versed. And I don't think you need to rush into this. This takes time. A lot of adults, it takes certain adults years and months. You might be able to figure out quicker, actually, because some kids do that, right? The youth is actually much faster. However, eventually you want to talk to your dad about it, but you want to know much more about it right before you do that. And if you've already done it, that's okay as well. You'll have another conversation, I'm sure. But what I'm getting is a lot of people here would like to even talk to your dad because they actually enjoy talking to you. They get along with you. You know, we have to deal with a lot of trolls coming in here, you know, causing trouble. So it's nice to hear someone that wants to learn. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I got a DM asking if me explaining what I thought it was a joke or whatever, but not fun when I get those because scary and probably mean person.
Yeah, you got to be careful. That's why I don't DM new people because a lot of people that do that they're kind of creepy. They like to.
Who was it that sent that to you?
There you go.
Who was it that sent it to you?
We should place bets.
It's like a YURNC.
YURNC. What'd they say?
He thinks I'm trolling you, which I'm not. I really actually don't know.
All I'm getting is a young Earth creationist.
Mm-hmm.
Saggy9788. I don't think that's him. What is it again? What was it?
YURNC.
No, I'm not getting anything with that. Is that it? Is that it?
I have a
server ban.
Pink Panther
Server ban.
Yeah, I just found them right when you said it. YURNC is a picture of the Pink Panther.
Yeah.
Yeah, I banned him the other day.
Yeah. I found them right when you did.
Norris, that happens often, though. People do come here to troll. That's not uncommon. But it is obviously uncommon when those people that came to troll have a change of heart and they realize, wait a minute, there's something about this. And I've seen it obviously quite a few times. And you are one of those exceptions that I could be assuming. And maybe you never were trolling. It doesn't matter. They're still going to help you.
I never was. I just came here to learn. I came here
But I'm
to...
saying is that my point, Norris, have you ever seen such a big group of open-minded people?
But to be honest, everyone thinks I'm stupid now, probably.
Well, that's good then. If the world hates you, then you know that they hate
I
you
mean,
first.
for you to assume something like that means that you're kind of using the evidence against yourself. You should never assume that you are stupid. You should never assume that that the world is against you. No.
Well, yeah, you should never assume that because I know the world isn't against me.
But for you to say that, like, you couldn't say that to my face, you know?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that about yourself ever. I wouldn't. I think that you're an inquisitive person, and there's nothing wrong with that. Okay?
Yeah.
So, like, be proud. Be proud about who you are. Be proud about, affiliating yourself amongst people who think the same. It's a great place to be. Yeah, great place to be amongst us. So, yeah, don't ever deny yourself. Always empower yourself. Always be questioned. And, yeah, you find yourself a flat earth. So that's great.
Yeah.
Because amongst this community, I'm never gonna downplay or anything like that. No, I see it as empowerment. It's not. It's not a down. No, it's never a downplay. It's always an up.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah, and you seem like a very positive person to begin with. So,
Not positive with myself, but to other people.
Right, but empower like your position. You have a position, don't you?
Like, what do you mean by that?
Like, what is your general disposition? Is what I'm asking you. You have a position.
I don't know.
Do you know where you are? Do you know where you stand?
Probably very lowly. Very low.
That's interrogative of what I'm asking.
Really don't know what you're asking.
No, you have a positive place to stand amongst the fucking group of people you are with.
Okay.
Flat earthers will bring you to a higher plane of existence. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Everyone's saying you
don't downplay yourself. Don't ever downplay yourself.
Yeah.
Well, he is young, isn't he? So he definitely needs time to realize and get confidence. So confidence is a thing that you gain through experience anyway.
Yeah.
And if you say you treat others positively, you treat others the way you want to be treated, they'll start treating you positively. You'll start feeling that positivity. You'll feel better about yourself. If you're down on yourself now, don't let that stop you.
Yeah. Dropped it. I got it.
All right, Norris. I know you said you're still on the fence. And then you brought up some stuff about the sun, but you really need to start with the earth first before you move to anything above you. Once you've verified that you believe, okay, this makes sense, then you can move on. Until you do that, you'll probably never understand what it is that you're trying to understand.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you've actually given the information that's been sent to you. I know some guy sent you the video of how it's level and how to really disseminate the information. I'm not sure if you've done that yet, but you need to try and do that if you want to progress, because you need to understand how we prove it's flat and what we're doing when we do that. That would be a really good place to really focus on before you try moving on.
Yeah. I have a problem with not doing stuff that I'm told.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't like to appeal to authority either,
No, I like to appeal to authority. It's just, like, I know I'm supposed to do it, but I just forget. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, but then, you have questions that can't be answered. So you should stick with the ones that can be answered. That way, it will give you a foundation. Then you can move on, It's, just like mathematics. They start you out in what? They start you out in addition, basic math, and then you move on up. Same way with when we're talking about the flat Earth. You start the foundation of it. It's the name. It's in the name. So it's not.
You never start with the hard stuff. Like, it's like math. Like, information is kind of like math. You start with the basics of it and you climb up.
It's progressive. It's progressive,
Yeah.
right? So you start first step, baby steps, you know. So flat Earth is
like
literally
some
in the
things
Let her go. Let her go. Let her go.
like for some things you kind of that you know how to do, you kind of want to start with the hard stuff and go down, like at work, kind of like in some jobs you kind of want to do the hard stuff before you do the easy stuff. But if it has to have like the easy stuff done first to be able to do the hard stuff and maybe do one thing to connect another, and the last thing is very hard, you have to do the first thing first, if you get what I mean.
Well, that depends. See,
Does depend.
that's like,
That's what I meant.
So, like, if you're a mechanic, right? Certain mechanics,
Yeah.
certain cars have starters in different places, right?
Yeah.
And some are more annoying to get to than others. So sometimes you have to take apart the whole engine just to get to the friggin' starter. That's older models, you know. So, I know in my work, right? So, you know, I have a business, you know, a moving business. So sometimes, you know, we lift very heavy objects, which I prefer to lift because I like doing that. I like picking up heavy things. And then you have disassembly. I hate disassembling shit, and I hate putting it back together. I hate that. I would rather pick up the whole house than take apart a bed. You understand? That's just me. And it's not necessarily harder. It's just I don't like doing that. You know, so
Right. So you guys are you're describing a thing called disassembly and reassembly, right? And when you're trying to like disassemble a person's mind who understands how things should be in a certain way, you're gonna have to reassemble it into a certain way, and that's why you could ask simple questions, and that, like, ironically, like, you require complicated answers. You know, it's
What
just
if I told you
it's disassembly and reassembly.
What if I told you don't have to reassemble it?
Yeah, just look at MK Ultra.
Just take it apart. You don't have to replace it. Just take it apart.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yep. Yeah, disassemble and the reassembly will happen on its own. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I get you.
I feel like I need to go through school again.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
The opposite. You have to
In reference
unlearn your school.
in reference to that mechanical analogy, Fieros, don't buy those if you don't like doing a big job just to change spark plugs, because they're at the bottom of the engine.
No. I like taking apart things and seeing how they work. I could probably sit on a truck if I knew what I was doing and just look at stuff. See how it works. Follow the line to where this goes or however.
What's really fun, and I've noticed some people can't do this, I have gotten pretty good at though, is looking at something, seeing it in motion, and then trying to extrapolate how it works and taking it apart and seeing if you were correct. And that there,
Yeah, that's fun.
If you can get an image in your head and you can just kind of see that in 3D, it's freaking awesome.
I bet.
Right, and one of the most powerful things that you can actually, a great word, extrapolate, is like admit that you were wrong at one point.
Oh yeah. What I find funny too, I'm like into guns, and I have a 108-year-old shotgun, Winchester 1897. That thing is just a complete. It's just, I don't know. The timing on it is perfect. You know, it's built with like such degree of purpose, and it still functions to this day. Meanwhile, like my AR, my semi-automatic rifle, that has, you know, much more performance, is able to, you know, it's not as versatile, but it's you know, much more utilitarian nowadays.
Yeah.
That thing I understand a lot better than I do the shotgun, which is counterintuitive.
You discovered a thing called relatable insanity.
Yeah. No, that.
And when you dissect this thing, you're going to realize that you have a lot to learn from someone that had a different perspective than you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, what's funny is actually mentioning the 3D space like that. The Winchester 1897 was designed as the first functional pump-action shotgun by John Moses Browning, and there's descriptions of him whenever he's got an idea in his head. You'll see his hands moving into different shapes, him not looking at his hands, and him doing various different motions, and he'll start sketching something, and within a few days, sorry, my dog's going autismo in the background. Within a few days, though, he'll have a model of how something should function, and within 2 weeks, he'll be out there testing it.
Wow.
It's just like, okay, so what I'm seeing, he is infinitely better at. Like, just very, very cool and very humbling.
Yeah.
No, that guy's awesome.
Yeah, would you say that there's something to improve upon, or?
For his designs, it's never really something to improve upon. It's something to just alter for one purpose or another. Like, look at
like kind of modernize, or
yeah, like what is it? We have I think it's the 1919 is a machine gun we use for all kinds of things. It was originally designed for 30 cal, and it would be using 30-06. We ended up changing that. I think it uses a 308 now in that particular configuration, so we just shortened it a little bit. And then people ended up saying, "Oh, we want it in a 50." So they ended up, lengthening it a little bit and reinforcing it a little bit. Same design. And we ended up saying, "Oh, we want, this 50 cal," and we ended up making it a little bit bigger. And but the same base design is exactly the same.
Rather than reinvent the wheel, why don't we just kind of, push it into the direction that we want it to be going into, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's on an engineer's fucking standpoint. Like, you're not just gonna well, let's just create something new. Let's reinvent what we already have, right? It's the origin of invention.
I like to just create stuff in my brain that I think could work, that I know could probably work. It's a very interesting concept. Some stuff that I make.
So when's the last thing that you created? What was it?
Well, the last thing that I created that I think could work is essentially kind of a machine gun on wheels, kind of like a tank almost, but it's faster, and it has a lot of armor, but still it's fast. It has the amount of armor to where it could still go fast, but still not a lot of bullets go through it.
Oh, you should start
That's interesting, yeah.
Should start tinkering with stuff and see if you have a mindset for it. Maybe see if you can bring something to life. Maybe not a tank, because the ATF might get upset with you, but
yeah, there's a lot
otherwise,
of innovation, the innovational things that you could create because of that.
Yeah. There's also this one thing that could happen if we could have some kind of other type of technology. I don't know if it would work at all. It's an aircraft, but oh my gosh, it looks too futuristic for what we have now. But it could be done. It could be done. I feel like just get off the extra weight on it.
Yeah, there's there's aircraft that are actually designed to, bear the weight of these extra heavy,
Yeah. The
you know.
biggest airplane in the world could fit so many tanks. It was big. It was huge. Honestly, amazing how they designed it.
Right, exactly. There's even helicopters that that have this heavy lift capability of themselves that can carry these types of things. So yeah, I mean, those things are not out of the realm of imagination. They're well in there, and if that's the type of thing that you're kind of trying to like convey into reality, then there's no reason why you couldn't do that.
I took this one personality test. First time I took it, I got the so-called architect personality. Like 2% of the population had it. They said, like, they are very imaginative, and when they think of an idea, they bring it to life. At least they try. And that's kind of like me, because I like to think of things, and I think about if I bring it to life and stuff. It's interesting.
Right? Yeah. Like so, like I could give you parameters and give you this like idea, but can you conceptualize it? Is I think the word that you're looking for. Can you create a conception? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And those obviously do they do exist in the imagination, but the true test is when you
Is if you can
conceptualize these
recreate it
things
into reality.
You're right, exactly. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Like, I'm
Well, yeah,
not
more power to
gonna.
you.
I can try to do something, and if I have enough schooling and stuff, I can try to do something. But if it doesn't work, then I mean, it doesn't work. I can try all of these ideas that seem logical, but that doesn't mean that they're going to work. Like, I like aircraft and stuff like that, and I want to be an engineer that designs them and designs how to work them and stuff like that, how to build them and build new ones.
Yeah, the more solid your foundation in what is and how things actually work, the easier
Yeah.
all that's gonna be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, and that's one of the things that we actually talk about here is truth other than falsity.
Yeah.
And so identify your own truth, man. Or,
Yeah.
just identify your own truth.
True.
Don't fall for some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
If you know someone's telling you some bullshit, don't just accept it because they are in a position of authority.
Right, or even if they are not only in a position of authority, but they sound like really convincing. Don't just accept something like that as fact. Verify it for yourself. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, you've told me this a lot.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse or nothing like that, but I don't want to see you being led into the wrong direction either.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting the feeling though that you're in here because you like to hang out more so than you're interested in the whole flat Earth thing though.
You might think that, but okay. I don't really. That's not really true, but okay.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that's what it feels like. Because at this point, you shouldn't still be on the fence, with all the information that you've been handed.
Yeah.
Yeah, if nothing else, if you think
hey, NORAD.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me your most positive proof positive of the globe. Go ahead and do it.
The what?
Give me your positive proof. Your proof positive of the globe. Let's see it.
I can't. I mean, I can't. It's not. I can't prove that it's real.
So you're telling me you cannot prove the globe?
Nope, I can't.
Can you prove it's flat or anything else? Or
I can prove it's flat by looking at things and observing it for myself. Yes.
Interesting.
Hey, Norris, I just put a video in live stream voice text for you. It gives you a nice little observation. I'd like to hear your comment.
If nothing else, what I've been doing is whenever I hear something like a valid question, how can the Earth, have a molten core whenever magnets or, whatever, things in general, whenever they reach a certain temperature or whenever they change state, they lose their magnetism. And I actually found an answer for that.
Yeah, that one doesn't make sense to me.
The idea is the core isn't completely molten. So you would actually end up having a certain degree of pressure making something that would normally be liquid solid. So we can see this with, based on pressure in the atmosphere. If you go up higher on a mountain, water will boil different than if you were at sea level.
Okay.
And things will the way things function will change based on their pressure.
Okay.
So, I think it's if you put water in a vacuum, you can actually have water boil at room temperature, and that is at changing state. Or vice versa, if you put it under intense pressure, you can make water solid. Into ice. I don't know. It's just anything like this can be used to get a better understanding of the world, even if you don't think the Earth is flat, or maybe you discover the Earth is flat.
Yeah, Snortfrog, if you want to give us an explanation of this video that I put in there as well, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
I'll watch it here.
It's only 20 seconds, not even 25 seconds.
I'm not sure what the relevance is.
Well, what did you see?
I see the sun and then a reflection of the sun off of, is that water or is that something else?
That is water. That's the Pacific Ocean west.
Okay.
So yeah, 37,000 feet, also over 7 miles high, we can see the sun as it sets, and we can watch it for a while. But the interesting factor here is not just the sun setting it. The reflection itself is dependent on a surface of water that is not convex or concave. And that's the big red pill there. So without the fact that the water is a flat surface of water, you cannot have that reflection.
I don't know. My question is, what do you guys think the sun is? Because I was thinking about this, and if the sun is setting, it would retain its if we are orbiting around the sun, the Earth is spinning, the Earth would end up, the sun would maintain its distance to you pretty close, and it would end up staying relatively the same size. It wouldn't end up noticeably changing in the size. You might be able to measure it to a micro amount. If it's much closer and it's hovering like a ball around us, or even if it's a little bit farther out, it would still change in size to some degree. I don't know if there's an answer to that.
Well, the problem is that it only works on a flat Earth, because we can prove the surface of the Earth is not a ball Therefore, by conclusion, it only works on a flat Earth. I don't have an explanation past that, but I'm also not God, so I can't tell you how the sun works. The sun is something beyond the what would I say, physical limits to the laws of nature that we experience. The sun obviously doesn't follow those same laws and the same understanding that we experience entropy and decay here. The sun is very different, so it is not testable anyway. It's not like we can reach it or examine it up close or put a measuring tape on. But the other problem here is, though, is if people can't understand what we can prove, which is the surfaces of water and earth are not a ball, then if they're going to the sun, they're already hiding from what we can prove. So the problem is, if somebody can't understand what we can prove, why would they go to the sun to ask about that?
Oh, I just don't understand the water thing at all. So I'm not going to.
Well, that's the point. Yeah, that's my point. So my last statement on that is that's the point, is that if we can't understand water lays flat, then you're certainly not going to be able to understand the sun. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can agree with that.
So Snarfrog, ask me that same question. I want to hear it. What's your question?
Basically, what is the sun to you guys? Because
what is the sun to you guys? Well, I mean, it affects me because if I sit inside too long of it, it's going to give me a sunburn, right? So what's your question?
That's not what I mean. I mean, where is the sun?
What does that
we can
mean?
observe the effects. I mean, why is it?
Same for you.
It would be much closer than you observe.
No, it's the same. The same for you.
No one ever inferred that. We just want to hear your honest question. What is your Snortfrog question?
No, if
the same sun. Yes, Snortfrog, listen, right? The same sun that you observe is the same sun I observe. I just don't go on and regurgitate some bullshit about it being a giant ball of fire in a vacuum of space that's 93 million miles away. That's the only difference. You take one step further than I do and add on the layers of claims that you cannot prove.
I'm trying to understand why is it that the sun appears to set over the horizon? Wouldn't it get smaller and smaller before it eventually disappears from our view? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so what you really want to talk about, you don't want to talk about the sun, you want to talk about the geometric horizon of the Earth. Correct?
No, that actually does happen. What he's claiming, or what he's asking, actually does happen if you're closer to the North Pole. The further you away from the north you are, the less size change you'll see of the sun. Or it's vice versa. It's one of the opposites.
But his real question wasn't about the sun.
I posted a GIF in the
you
text.
Can say this.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I posted a GIF that shows the sun shrinking as it goes to the horizon. And this is from a desert. And if you look at the chart below it, humidity plays a big role in how far you can see. And that includes in the sky, the things in the sky.
But his real question was a geometric curve of the Earth. He's asking you to explain the sun setting and a geometric curve of the Earth on a flat Earth. See, it's a loaded question, and I'm not sure if you realized it or not. That's the thing.
Yeah, my understanding is if you had, you could imagine the sun on or your palm of your hand being the Earth, and the sun moving along it.
Faulty analogy.
I'm just saying this as a flat body, okay? And it's something you can go ahead and easily imagine. So you can imagine
it doesn't compare to what you're trying to compare it to. It's a faulty analogy.
Okay, how else? I'm trying to describe the movement. Just hear me out. So you would have it moving from, basically the meat of your thumb going up to your index, and this, of course, would be making, or maybe it'd be making a curve. I don't know. Go past your index and your ring to your pinky, and then make a loop back around to your thumb. It should get noticeably smaller wherever you are on that globe. So that's what, or not globe, that surface.
What you're not understanding is that you see via light and with perspective. So you have a limit to how far you can see. And when you cannot see because the light does not reach your eyes, you do not see it.
Yeah, what you're looking at here is there's a limit to how far light travels. There's a limit to how far you can see. And these things are, to say there's no limit, you can see for millions of light years. Light can travel for millions of light years with no limit. Or millions of miles, sorry, not light years. That's a problem because you've seen in your own life, in your own reality, that light does have a limit. Like if you look at a flashlight at the end of a street, there's a limit to how far that light will travel, how much it will illuminate. It's called the inverse square law.
Yeah, of course.
It's a natural
you
law.
don't even need that to, yeah.
Yeah, natural law debunks the globe. And even if you try to invoke a geometric curve to say the sun is setting behind that geometric curve, then you've got other problems because now you're going to have to talk about that geometric curve. And you can't because there's no curve. It's flat.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. The observation of a curve because is not applicable without a straight up observation, a mathematical observation, and you can't observe it. You cannot observe this thing, man.
Well, again, my question is always if it's too complicated to see that the Earth is flat, which is what we can demonstrate, how could we possibly engage on what the sun is? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, especially when you get into the whole argument of it's the same size. But it's
I'm
like
just
a
trying to.
different,
My thing is,
like I said, the sun doesn't follow the rules of the laws of nature that we experience here. It is a heavenly body. I mean, the reality is, and this is something that we're not supposed to get into because this is not a biblical discussion, but the Bible very, makes it clear that there are differences between earthly things and heavenly things. This is a heavenly celestial light. It is not comprehensible on earth. That's just the reality. The religious claim would be to claim that I can know what the sun is. That's the religious claim. Or how it works. That's religious. Yeah. And there's no human being in history that does not go to heaven can understand how the sun does anything. You can't. And I know that doesn't sit well with the circular, system that we're dealing with. But that's the whole point. The secular circular system destroyed the ability to think.
My whole thing is I am able to very consistently find that God has an order for things, and you can see how God has certain commandments for certain reasons, and then if you look at people who are not living to God's standard, they end up living pretty crappy lives. And it's just like, okay, it's self-evident this is the way. He has made a clear path where there's order in our lives and we're living better lives and just things are going well for us, and then people who are living contrary are living in chaos. So it's very easy for me to say, like, okay, this is a way where everything makes sense, it's self-referencing, things make sense in the globe, and then there's no answers, and that's better than coming up with bad answers for the flat Earth. So I don't know. It's just
okay. That's the thing. Bad answers.
Hey, Crit, real quick, Crit, can I just tap on that real quick? The fact is that the globe has no answers. First of all, secondly, everything in reality is dependent on a stationary plane with directions of up and down, such as when God makes the creation in the first book of the Bible. The heavens are above the earth. And then in Exodus, it talks about the waters underneath the earth. So it's showing and describing these planes of existence, levels of up and down, such as the bottomless pit being down. None of that is possible on anything but a stationary plane of existence as God describes. And that's why everything only works as we see it in reality, not on a cartoon ball that they gave us on TV. So the Bible matches reality perfectly.
Yeah, that's the thing too. That you have to believe bullshit.
That's
things that pseudoscience. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, there's a lot of stuff though that ends up making sense. That's like there are things
In the
that are
imagination.
okay. No, like okay, how do you prove gravity?
This is what you're. Well, wait a minute. Wait, well, that's the thing. Is that do you not believe? Well, do you think that the Egyptians never built the pyramids? You don't believe in the pyramids?
What? No,
you don't believe the pyramids exist.
Hey, dude, nobody said that. Okay,
pyramids.
Well, hold on. This is an example, guys. You guys got to learn.
Okay,
Just listen for a second and learn. Just excuse me.
I'm gonna
Listen.
have to-
The
I'm gonna
point
have
is
to-
that they made the pyramids without. I'm going to stop. Then I'll let you guys continue. This might be too advanced. The pyramids were made without the conception of gravity. So the point is, nobody's ever used gravity for anything. That's your imagination trying to say that man has a solution for why things go down. That's the thing. Nobody's ever used gravity for anything in all of engineering or building ever. Period. End of story. That's all. You guys can.
Yeah, but you're the one that's using the word gravity, and nobody else is. Okay.
He just brought it up. Are you?
No, I was just saying like gravity.
I didn't-
Granted,
you
it's
brought it
something
up.
you kind of have to just assume exists. But if you
No.
believe in that, then
No.
everything else makes more sense.
Go ahead,
only
Dre. Save him.
because of globe belief. Internal consistency of the
I gotta
lie
go, so I'm not going to be able to hear this.
belief.
I have to hard pass leave. Have a good one, guys.
Right. That's the thing, Dre says that when they say gravity, I go right to the pyramids because you're assuming they didn't build them. You're assuming that we need gravity for, and that's, I know that this might rub people the wrong way that are flat earthers, but you got to give me a chance and I'll explain it. It'll make sense. Trust me. Thanks.
They believe that their lie is internally consistent when it's not actually. It's actually internally self-contradictory.
I'll share this with all of you right now. When I started looking hard at the heliocentric stuff and I saw the amount of stuff that was hidden in there, like the remainder of the 23.4 degree from a 90-degree angle being 66.6, and so many other things, it just screamed, this is all a lie to me. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. Now, this gentleman wants you to explain his imagination, though. So every time I'm trying to bring him back down to what we can test and observe in reality, he goes back to, well, what is the sun and how does it work? Well, that's only something God can answer. Then he goes to, well, you got to explain gravity now. So it's right away hiding from what we're trying to show the guy. And I'm not mad at him. That's what we're dealing with. If he wants me to explain his imagination, I cannot help him. I cannot explain your imagination, guys.
Yeah. I don't know how gravity comes into the conversation when he's talking about the sun, and just weird.
Yeah, look how open-minded Norse is. You show him quantum levitation, how orbits only work on a flat surface. He goes, yep. He doesn't say gravity.
Yeah.
Let's go check.
What?
Not trying to take away from anyone, but Norris is very willing to understand new information. If somebody's not going to accept new information and stay stuck with what they know, that's what they are, stuck.
Yeah. For me, it was the inherent self-contradictions within the globe belief that caused me to actually start to question it. I wouldn't have questioned it if I hadn't been trying to prove it to be true.
Yeah, so many of us, like just trying to understand and prove what we thought we knew brings us where we are. It's like none of that stuff adds up.
I think that's part of it, though. Having an internally contradictory. That way, you don't pass the tests unless you accept the contradictions, and then they can solve any problem by using either one of those contradictory, or even more. Like they have 3 different models for the light coming in here, so it's pretty bad.
I understand and I like open minds and new ideas and stuff like that. I don't get when theory is accepted as fact. And that's blah. Tonight, it's not reality. It's something someone's thinking on.
Yeah. I find Einstein's gravity one of the funniest ones, because if you use Einstein's example and then you jump, the ground is accelerating up towards his feet, but you're just standing there. It just becomes super weird, and when you try to visualize their belief, it makes no sense. Like, you can't have a ball expanding in all directions to meet everybody's feet.
That's awesome.
I wasn't trying to be hard on the other guy, not Norse, but the toad guy. I forget his name, but he's been here for a few days and he keeps going back to the same. Let's revert to explaining the imagination thing, and that, not that it bothers me, but it's kind of weird. Like, we've been trying to tell you for 3 days, telling you to believe or accept what you see in reality, not even what we're telling you. We keep having to go to, we'll explain what the sun is, and it's like, listen, if you're not interested in the topic, tell us.
Yeah, it took me a hot minute, but once things sunk in, I just let go of all the whatever the moon or the sun is. It's like, well, they're luminaries. That's what they are. They're in the sky. That's what they are.
Yeah, it's like, who cares? Really? It's like, who really cares what those things are? No one really cares. They're there. You can't do anything about it. Be happy. Go on about your life. I don't understand what's the big draw to find out what they are. Who cares, man?
They grow beautiful flowers for my mom and tomatoes and beans and stuff. But other than that, why try to figure them out?
Yeah, until you can give me a valid way to actually explore this and experiment on it and know this for sure, it's a moot point.
One more thing I got to add. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, even let's say you could even go up there and touch it. How you gonna know what it is? You know what I'm saying? How you gonna figure this? Like, this is crazy.
The thing that I'm talking about, Fraud, is well, Gemsy, I'm sure, noticed this, but when he keeps mentioning God, which is a good thing, but then he'll say, God has things work a certain way. Yesterday he brought up evolution and he was glorifying God, saying this is how God does things, and it makes sense, evolution. And it's just so backwards and completely contradictory to say God and then tell me that you can understand how God does things, which is what he keeps talking about. It's like, no. If you can understand how God does things, you're not talking about God. That's the point.
People just want to be in fantasy land, man. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's a soft believer in God. You really don't, but you act like you do.
I truly believe he works mysterious ways. I'll give you a quick example. I had a 83 Camaro with a 8-cylinder V8 in it, and the light went green, and I guess, I don't know, somebody called my plate in or something, so I get pulled over by the fuzz, and the guy's all like, yeah, somebody told me you were driving a little bit aggressively, so I pulled you over to read you the riot act. And he's walking around the car looking at things, and he goes, your tires are pretty bald there. And yeah, I know, I'm about to put the summer ones on. The winter just ended or whatever. I'm getting new ones anyways. He gives me the riot act and walks away. And I was like, whew, he didn't notice I didn't have a muffler. You know what I mean? My tailpipe had fallen off, like just from the muffler, not the whole muffler, and he didn't notice that. But if he would have, he probably would have given me a fine for an improper muffler and the tires and... Either that or he was just a cool cop and liked Camaros and didn't care that there was no tailpipe coming out. I don't know. In case you're wondering, I got a muffler real quick and replaced the tires.
Loon popping animal things.
Would anybody else be willing to bet that, like, the cool cops that cut your brakes and whatnot, they probably have, like, nice hot rod in the garage at home? They're probably, like, gearheads, you know?
By the way, we've been getting a few people that have been just getting the VC verify and leaving. They're saying they're flat earthers, so they're gonna be some, just a bunch of trolls coming in. Just FYI.
Let the good times roll.
Enemy spotted.
That might have been a little confusing. I know I got some flack for it, but trust me, you don't have to do this, but it works every time. If somebody brings up gravity, I go right to ancient structure because everybody knows nobody knew about that ideology when they were building the greatest structures that were ever made that we've ever found. So right when you do that, it immediately shuts that part off of their brain like, oh, I don't have an argument, because literally nobody uses gravity anyway. So why would I have to explain it when the pyramids existed without it? That's all.
That was the XO, eh?
That is the XO. Amen.
Did you look at any of that, like the Easter Island things, like what's under the ground for those things and stuff, or no?
It's very
like
interesting.
apparently
but
there's a whole
yeah.
part of the statue that's above ground that's underground apparently.
Well, no, they don't exist because they didn't know about gravity. You see, that's literally what people are saying. So that's my point. It's like, look how easy that is. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah.
They're just
Easter
dumb brown
Island.
people rolling logs. You know, what do they know?
Easter Island, that's an interesting topic.
Yeah, I do. My research is basically Bible, flat plane of existence, destroying evolution, and the Grand Canyon, which is God's judgment. Those are the 4 topics.
The Grand Canyon, which is what, sorry?
It is God's judgment scar. So I've spent a lot of
Oh.
time photographing it. Yeah, going
Neat.
there and stuff. It's interesting. I found out. Well, I'm from Arizona, born and raised, which is where the Grand Canyon is. I never knew this until about 8 months ago, and I looked it up. Numbers mean things. Now, they're not the most important thing. I'm not going to go into a diatribe about numerology, which I'm not interested in. But God does put His numbers on everything. And amazingly, the parallel part of Earth, where the circle is, the parallel lines, the parallel, like the 33rd, and I'm under the 33rd right now. The Grand Canyon is actually on the 37th parallel, not just part of it, the entire stretch of over 100 miles at an angle. It's actually almost 200. But the entire element, the entire canyon is on the 37th parallel. And I'm just saying that's not a coincidence because I don't believe in them. But I'm not saying I need to care about numerology, but God puts His numbers on everything, and 3 sevens is very significant. And that being His judgment scar is
It
relevant.
is.
Now, on top of that, God is the Alpha and Omega. Well, Arizona is the English term. When it's abbreviated AZ, that also means Alpha and Omega. Beginning
A
and
to
the
Z,
end. AZ. Yeah. Amen. Yep.
I heard somewhere that 777 was the Lord's number, apparently.
It's definitely
that's what they
it's
say,
definitely
yeah.
used. Yeah.
Hmm.
If you read the Bible, like certain spots will literally talk about God where there's 7s. It'll talk about Satan where there's 6s. Pretty amazing.
Yep.
And you know why 6 is afraid of 7, right?
Well, I didn't know the number was afraid, but go ahead, tell me.
Because 7, 8, 9.
Oh my fuck.
Dang. Brutal. So the numbers are cannibals. Wow.
Yeah.
7 is definitely an omnivore.
Like a tortoise. Yeah, nice. Wins the race every time. The Grand Canyon is also where they've hidden many megaliths. We believe, this is just speculation, that people lived there a while ago. We're assuming not only 4,000 years ago, after the Tower of Babel fell, which is roughly, 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, I'll give a stretch there, but there were people that went all over the world, obviously. That's why in South America, it's very similar to what, are in other places. You got these pyramids and Russia, Ukraine, Slavic places all over the world, right? Well, apparently there's some in Arizona, Colorado, even up to Chicago. So these mega structures are everywhere. And we think that's why the Grand Canyon is off limits. And of course, it's made to be Native American reservations now, and 99% of it is basically off limit, for a reason. So they're hiding a lot there. Anybody ever played the game Half-Life?
Yeah, for sure.
Takes place
Not
in the
re-
Grand Canyon.
not
Hidden
recently.
military installation. Yeah, not
It
recently,
does?
20 years ago. Yeah, Half-Life takes place literally military installation hidden in the Grand Canyon. So I find that interesting.
Wow.
because
I
You
didn't
know they
even know
put
about
truth.
that.
Yeah, they put truth in video games and movies. So it's like, wait a minute, what's over there?
Oh, there's a hell of a lot of symbology in movies and music and video games. Yeah.
Exactly.
Rush
there's something
says
there.
living life through a fisheye lens, like in one of their songs.
Yeah.
It's
For example.
amazing once you start listening differently with new ears and watching with new eyes, the things you see and hear and understand differently after that.
Yeah, and nowadays it's not only American music industry that is filled with occultism, like occultist symbolism. It's even in my country, and in my country it was never present before. But for the past 10 years, it was very present, very much present. So somehow it's spreading. I mean, the symbolism.
You don't know what's happening?
Hmm?
Radio check. Am I muted?
Nope. Sound good.
Hello? Yeah.
Roger that.
Loud and clear.
Roger, Roger.
Back to Bob on Venus.
Breaker.
Houston, we got a problem.
What's your Victor, Vector?
I told that joke a couple of weeks ago in here. If men are from Mars and women are from Venus, what are transsexuals from Jupiter? I'm not trying to get anyone upset. It's just a joke.
Are you saying all the other planets are flat too?
That's the best one, isn't it? That shit's so funny.
Oh my, yeah. I mean, when your cat asks you the same question that people on the internet do, it's telling. Yeah. Sir, please calm down. It's called flat Earth, not flat things in your imagination, or the edge Earth, or the sun is a magical ball.
Not flat things in the sky, sir.
Sector 5.28.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. This isn't Volcano's work on certain geometrical shapes discussion 24/7. Thanks. How does lava work? The Earth is flat. Oh man, I didn't think of that. I'm sorry.
It's definitely not some gay ass spherical tectonic plates. I'm for sure on that one.
Oh, wait a minute. You just said it. Oh, I love it. Well, how do you explain the tectonic plates? Okay, sir, could you explain the shape of a plate for me? That was easy.
Plate.
Yeah, what's the shape of a plate, sir? Yeah, that was easy.
Or the other classic. You're going to tell me the other space agencies in the other countries are lying too? The other governments lie too?
All 72.
No, just your government lies. Nobody else's government, though.
Yeah, only America's lies. There's no way that the Russians or Chinese would ever lie.
So you're telling me that liars lie to me, even me, bro? I'm gonna contact my attorney.
But I don't understand it. What would they have to gain to tell us that the flat Earth is a ball?
I don't know. Maybe Duper's delight. Maybe they get a fucking check at the end of the day. I know one thing, that the next time I'm gonna blast a bunch of money for no reason is just to have fun. And that's what people do. They spend money having fun, doing things that they like to do. Not so hard anymore, is it? Liars like to lie. And do it because they have to. Nobody has to lie until you start lying in the first place.
Yeah, sorry. When my cousin Pat... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say it kind of becomes a fucking habit, you know? When you fucking start lying and you have to fucking keep doing it.
Oh, man.
Pluto's the next mission. I was just gonna say when my cousin passed away a couple summers back, at her like after reception thing barbecue in the backyard, I was like, if I worked at NASA making all those fake CGI images and shit and getting paid big money, after work I'd be telling everyone it's all bullshit. It's just I'm getting paid just to make computer images. People like don't believe none of it. Like even if I was there getting paid, after hours I'd be telling the truth. Like everyone, like
Yeah.
What would we do without the computer?
be like, look at this check. 1 week, $80,000. I fucking made an image of a planet.
It is Photoshop.
Yeah. Thank you. I like that. That's a good clip. I don't know, these
rubber
some of the
sounds, right?
bitches always eat this shit up though. Like what is the problem? Like what don't you get? Nothing's fucking real that you're looking at. Like why are you so enamored in all this fantasy? Like, bro, reach out, like touch the real world, like connect with reality, like space.
Then I'd go cash at $80,000 NASA check, and then I'd like buy a whole bunch of KFC and different food and bring it to the homeless shelters and feed them and stuff. And
Yeah, you never see that. Rich people, they don't help anybody.
Yeah, they do when their PRist tells them to do.
yeah, when the camera's on, they're helping.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is true, right? But then they disappear for fucking years,
That's right, yeah.
doing their own thing, swinging around that rich ass dick of theirs. They don't give a fuck about anybody. What is one thing we've seen this like past 2 years from rich people? Fucking lockdowns. Have fun with that. Jeff Bezos.
Brought to you by.
Go ahead and you know what? Enjoy your Microsoft, because now you're gonna enjoy lockdown. You're gonna really need the fucking computer now.
You know, that just brings Jeff Bezos up. I'm curious. Because now I know we got NASA, right? But those two fuckers, him and Elon, they're privately funding this shit. So who the hell is providing the funds? And that's what I'm curious. That's curious to me. How are they getting the funds for all this shit?
It's all the Globe NASA fan boys and girls, lovers, investing in them. They're here, take $100,000 from me. Build a rocket ship. I want to go to a space hotel.
Yeah, I used to live in Rome, and we just print the money, so.
Okay, that makes sense. But I just couldn't figure it. I'm like, wait a minute. Who is funding these fucktards? You know? You know, but it's funny, right? So that's the only thing countries can get along in, right? When it comes to, space. We all are friends now. Come back down to Earth, let's fucking kill each other, right? Oh, in space, let's hug. Let's grab each other's balls. And let's kiss, right? Russians, everybody. Everybody's happy in space. Come back down to Earth, fucking shoot him. You know, he's a commie. It's ridiculous, dude.
Man, I'm thinking about taking my kiddos to the water park. It is absolutely gorgeous outside. So that might be fun. Creation Bear, are you there?
I'm here.
Dude, I was mentioning to some people earlier that I think you should be like a what do you want to call it? A debate moderator with the benefits of using your soundboard to really emphasize certain points, you know,
Yeah.
with goal sounds and whatnot. That shit would crack me up, bro.
Well, I said a couple weeks ago that I would get a second device, and I did. So I've been adding some more things to the board. These Glowers better be on the lookout.
Dude, it's just so freaking funny. I can't get over it. Like, oh man, I don't know. It's very clever what you do, but if you, like I was saying, if you were able to kind of control where the discussion was going, also whilst having that soundboard, that would just be, it would be pure gold.
I agree.
We'll
A
call
lot
it,
of things go missed because of just sometimes of rumpusing or just the discussion can change quickly. But yeah, I agree. There's a lot of gold opportunities.
Exactly, dude. And, you know, I think some people might be against that just for the fact that we don't want to listen to some blabbling globetard go on for 2 minutes uninterrupted. But, you know, given the circumstances, if he is wrong, then that should be, you know, what do you want to call it? Worthwhile, you know, to the flat earthers. But we definitely need to make a room called like Creation Bears Debate Chat or something like that.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. Flat Earth Court.
Flat Earth Court. There we go. There we go. You understand by entering into this debate that you thus forward sign over your rights to humiliation and thus concede your points to none other than Creation Bear. Either proceed or back down now. Oh shit.
All rise.
Bro, I would have to be muted the entire time though. I can't stand it. Shit would be too funny.
Yeah, it gives me a smile too, man. I'm over here laughing half the time. Can barely keep myself together. I just added a few from QE. He had on a numpty clip like a screeching tires and then a car crash. So I added that just in case some glower says something really stupid. And I've got a couple others too, so yeah.
Dude, and the other thing that's really funny to think about is the fact that you probably like will be like dead ass almost asleep. You'll think of a sound that might fit, and I know your ass is gonna get up and throw it on there before you forget. Oh man, it's just so funny. Dude, it just proves like you're so good at something that nobody would think to get good at, and it just proves that if you put enough time and energy into something, then it just becomes like, I mean, in your case, it just hysterical. You know, it could just be me, but I think a lot of other people think it's funny too. So I'm just gonna go with it. It's really funny.
I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I feel like it is kind of like a niche area, and I'll lean into it a little bit more, maybe carry the burden some. So no problem. It's super awesome.
Well, yeah, dude. If if I were to start, you can just see the amount of time put into it. For instance, if I were to start doing that tomorrow, like I wouldn't know where to start. I might find a couple funny ones, but you have a way with the timing, the placement, knowing your soundboard, and projecting them right at like dead ass silent moments. Like it's literally like you do the math on what sound you want to use, why you want to use it, and exactly when that person stops talking. Like for instance, the bomb planted one right after a flat earther makes a point. That one's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just
that one seemed to catch like some attention. I know Sleeping Warrior like brought that up. So yeah, that is a good one.
Oh, and so I forgot to tell you the reason that I brought this up is I was in the VC check-in telling some guys, I think it was the VC check-in, but I was in there telling them that like I asked you for that kind of like very subtle sound below when they're talking, and you sent me and I told them verbatim, I was like, you sent me this like rinky-dink itsy bitsy spider instrumental audio, and I fucking lost my shit. Like, it's too funny, dude.
And it's all copyright good, so yeah, we're good to go there.
Oh man. I mean, dude, it's just comedy. Like, I'm just saying you could take that with any debate and it would be like salt and pepper, to
True, yeah,
or whatnot. Like it's just it's
yeah.
The meat in and
That's
of
a good
itself
point.
is good, but when you add that to it, it's so much better, dude. It's so funny.
I love it, man. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. And there's so many that I don't get to use. So usually the best opportunities are when we get like a hothead Glober coming in, and that's usually the best time to whip it out. But lately it's been like lots of nice people and good conversation. So it's kind of hard to jump in and be like Kobe on like a polite discussion. So usually it has to come out when there's like something fiery going down.
I get you. Well, what if you made more of a soundboard to using that to where it's a very subtle humor, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's funny enough to get a laugh, but not enough to insult the person, to where you can still add that humor to something, something that even the opposing person would think is funny. You get what I mean?
No, definitely. I mean, there was a couple, even just like maybe 20 minutes ago, I could have got in, but the discussion changes fast. So it's like when it changes, it's hard to go back to it. But yeah, there's tons of subtle moments. But yeah, like I said, I got another device and I'm adding more things to the board all the time. So you guys stay tuned.
Yeah.
Or you know what you guys could do is like walk them into it. Some people are really good at being like, yeah, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said, and so like it just sets it up perfectly. So if I'm around, you can try.
Setting it up for the alley oop. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the alley oop, exactly.
Well put. Sometimes metaphors or analogies describe what words can't,
Exactly, man. That's why memes are awesome, because it's a huge idea conveyed in just a small nutshell. So
truly, the back in the day meme was kind of anti-political propaganda, if you will. Some of the paintings and artists renditions, I guess, of the political schemes, you know what I mean? Like they'll express what what the political agenda is by morphing their bodies, putting very subtle hints and clues into it to where it was basically a meme. But nowadays you just go on the computer, attach a couple words, and there you go. You didn't have to put 20 hours into a masterpiece.
Right.
Memes back then versus now. You could have a sound. You could have a soundboard called like the polite soundboard or something like that, or you could just do it kind of more pro flat earther, you know, only without really, you know, I guess to oppose the other idea, you could have one sort of theme related subtle music that goes along with whoever's describing their point. You know what I mean? Like when QE's going off on something, you could play like a yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh man.
Yeah, I do have some good ones that are like that'll help you like dunk on Globers. Like there's that Dave Chappelle that's like, gotcha, bitch. That's always a good one. So you know, I do have those that are definitely like pro flat earth, you know. So I got plenty of them.
That one's fucking funny too. I didn't even think of that. I can only imagine. Sorry, I live next to an airport somewhat, so their flights literally go right up my head all day. What was I going to say? Shoot. Oh, I could only imagine if you freaking co-op with somebody and had them somewhat on the same page. You know, you're both on push to talk and you're communicating via an alternative source. That way, you know when to kind of set up the alley-oop. Like, all right, I got this one. Okay, get ready for this. You know, if you had two minds that were somewhat alike in this little operation, I couldn't fathom how bad it would be.
It would make for a really good live show, that's for sure. It would make for a good production, I think. So I'll keep working on my skills and
You'd have to definitely find somebody that has the same humor as you and the same logic and reasoning into why you do certain things, you know?
True.
Make sure they're on the same page.
No one so far has reached out to me like, hey, how does it work? You know, what do you use? So I did put that out there before. Like, if anyone is curious, like, I'll give you the details. And just in case someone else wants to like take over when I'm not here, perhaps, or whatever. That's not to say I'm tired of it or anything. 'Cause I'm just getting started. So, like, don't you worry.
They've only just recently awakened the beast.
That is correct.
I feel like something like that would be really funny with Witsit. Witsit's very like just I don't know how to put it, just
You know
intellectually there.
Witsit does know about it, and he's been in here before where I've used it. So I've got a couple. Like, I think I might have clipped it out because it was such a good moment with Witsit. So, yeah, you're right. He is good with that.
What would it be, like the Brady to the Gronkowski? That's the kind of
that kind of works.
You have to have that go-to guy to where you know you can just go off of them. I think, yeah, he would definitely be perfect. I could see that working. You know, something me and my brother used to do back in the day, and it's honestly, besides some of the shows you see, like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, they have a very good way of doing it. That type of humor, you know, seeing how far in depth you can get with something stupid while it's staying related, so it's not too far fetched, but it just gets funnier and funnier the further they go down into this hole, you know what I mean? And elaborate just on something so stupid. So me and my brother back in the day, we would literally have a contest on who could be the most stupid, and the stupider it was, the funnier it was, you know.
I think it was Issa who said that, you know, you don't win if you're not funny. And so I think that's good. I've been trying to remember that more and more. Like, if you can make them laugh, that's a good start.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, people always come in the room looking their best when I'm here.
Wait, who's that?
Fat Man Can.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm on mobile, so I can't see. Flat Man.
It was a bit of a joke. When I would call my grandpa, I'd say hello. He'd say, "Hey, you're looking well," and I was on the phone, like he couldn't see me, you know. So I was just saying, when everyone comes in the room here, they're always looking their best when I'm around.
And I like how once in a while, like the stream will not like necessarily die down, but it'll just kind of quiet down for a little bit, you know, to where you can talk about certain things like these, just because it's funny, you know, and it's a good mixture, I'd say, between, you know, digesting the information and then regurgitating the information. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you definitely want to be able to practice dribbling a little bit. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't know. I don't think I know nearly enough as some of the guys in here. So it's also good for me to kind of communicate with people, so I can still learn stuff here and there.
This would be a good time to shout out our Precious Metals Takeover, happening this Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern. A person, you're a silver. This is going to be a silver, hosted by Silver. So you should be there. Practice your skills.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was completely unaware. Cool.
This coming Saturday.
I need to get better at doing like the VC check-ins and stuff. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be there for the silver medal.
Yeah, I'm like thinking of what kind of silver effects I can add to the soundboard or whatever. So I'm gonna come prepared.
And I was going to say to the gentleman that said he might not know as much as others here, I'm amazed at how much more there is to know and understand and keep learning. Like a while back, Mom was like, "Well, how much can you say about flat Earth?" And I'm like laughing because I'm like, I don't know, it's all new to us, and like we're discovering new things and discussing things with one another and finding new stuff out and blah blah blah, you know. So and there's definitely new stuff, I find.
Yeah, you know, when I was watching the Eric Dubay videos way back in the day before YouTube censored it and whatnot, I at least had a fundamental knowledge that, you know, we were being lied to, and that, you know, there was a lot of evidences to point to the flat Earth and against the globe. However, after joining the Discord, you learn so much more, and it's amazing hearing the debates. I guess the debate part of it is what really teaches you, is because you not only learn about the evidence against, the theory, and their beliefs, but you learn, because I was never super into, I guess, the Earth model and whatnot. I didn't know too much about it as it was, So hearing, I guess, their side and this side, it just reidifies it in a different way, and then you just get much more of a solid understanding, I'd say, an overall picture. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I for sure.
I mean, that's wise. If you don't know your opponent's argument, then you're going to be losing in the trenches for sure. So I think that's what most flat earthers are good at, is understanding both sides of the argument first before we even get into it. So that's where the Globers go wrong. They don't even understand what's going on here. They've come in with a straw man to burn, and they look like fools.
Yeah. As far as Eric Dubé, I don't like talking about anyone when they're not present to defend themselves. There's good things I like about him and what he said and some of the things I've seen. And then there's other things I'm not too agreeable on. So, but I think, like everyone, it's the same thing. I don't think anyone should agree with everything I say,
Oh, totally. Yeah, no, I get what you say 100%. But what I was talking about initially was just one video that he posted. It was the 200 proofs. It was I can't think of whether it was the moon landings or that video that I came across first, but it was kind of both of them combined that brought me to the conclusion that we weren't on a flying spinning ball. You know what I mean? So some of some of the other things he might say I might not agree with, but I guess what I was getting at is that video in particular is what kind of brought me to the idea. So gotta also give credit where it's due,
Yeah.
That's all.
I hear you. I'll give Eric this. He is a bright young person, and he's taken a lot of shots from other people. So, but he keeps trucking on. That's all. What else can he do?
Yeah, we're all given that ability. And I'd say that this Discord itself has so many different, we all have a lot of common beliefs, but we also have a lot of different beliefs. And, that's where we come together is based on the common beliefs, Hey. Okay. Hey, give me a sec. If you guys want to mute me, I'm having a meltdown. Hey, just give it to him for the time being. Just give it. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're all good. Well, I'll get you a new one. It's not a big deal. Okay, hey, I'm sure it'll be fine, okay? Okay, let's just calm down. It's all good. He's not gonna hurt it. Oh, sorry about that. I thought you guys might have muted me.
No
my
trouble.
son will have a meltdown if he doesn't get his way.
No problem. I was about to mute you, but it sounded like it was getting under control. So.
Yeah, they resolved it. They go. But yeah, it's, and a lot of the people here, sometimes with any belief, people can kind of lash out, because these are things that people, believe in or know, and it might oppose what somebody else knows, if you get what I mean. So there's also the idea that, both beliefs can have areas where they're right and wrong. And I think a lot of people in here are pretty good about not only avoiding touchy subjects, but even given the touchy subjects, most of the time they're very appropriate with how they discuss it, and they understand, that they're not out to attack anybody based on their beliefs. I mean, we're all lied to from the beginning anyway, so it's pretty easy to understand why there would be mixed beliefs on a lot of things.
I had a day a few weeks back, and they kind of got me explaining a little more than I wanted to a certain situation, and then they started giggling and laughing about it, and then finally, not sure who it was, it could have been Dave, it could have been Hank, they finally like, hey, I'm with Flatman here, like, you know what I mean? Like, finally somebody was like, hey, yeah, he you guys are wrong, he's got a point.
Yep, and yeah, exactly. It's definitely awesome to have people that can also be assertive, and reach out and divide some of the disagreements that happen.
Now, you know the rules. Now you don't get to have it today.
Yeah, everyone's allowed to have their own idea of a sense of humor, but for me, there's certain things that are just not humorous, and I'm not going to go there, so leave it alone.
Exactly.
What are you doing? Ah! Ants!
Sorry, I'm just killing ants. Sorry, I hate ants.
Why don't you get the poison?
Man, I remember back in the day, those B horror movies, my mom would get me to watch them, like giant tarantulas or ants attacking the town and stuff. At least they're not killing you. My mom hates spiders. She doesn't care how big or small. I was her ninja. She's like, kill it, kill it, kill it. Sometimes I just like pick it up and put it outside. I like spiders. They kill the more annoying insects like mosquitoes and flies and whatnot. So.
Oh man, flies are the worst. They are so annoying.
Although here in Canada, the northern brown recluse, and there's a motorcycle clutch called the recluse as well, and I believe they're using that. It's indigenous to Canada. It's as deadly or deadlier than the black widow.
It's funny you say that. I'm currently, as I'm listening to this, hunting down flies in my house with one of those electrified.
Oh man,
motherfuckers pop when you hit them.
With the electric fly swatter?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm using.
Sizzle up.
You know what I want to get is have you ever seen those bug assaults? It's like an air powered shotgun, and it's like an air powered shotgun that shoots salt pieces at them, so they like knocks them dead, but doesn't splatter them.
Crazy.
I got one of them right in my other room here. Certified fly killer.
Yeah, they come out from under the ground, it looks like, so I just try to spray them off and with the bleach or whatnot, and it kills them dead instantly. They try to come in through the cracks of the door, the ants do, so I just spray them off once in a while, and it takes them a while to repopulate, but sure as shit, they always come back. I hate them.
Go to a feed store. Some garden places have it too, but it's diatomaceous earth. And if you sprinkle your perimeter of your house with it, it's like a white powder. Don't breathe it in, but it'll repel anything from coming in.
So just sprinkle that outside?
Yeah, it's called diatomaceous or diamotaceous. I always mix it up, but it's diatomaceous earth, and yeah, it's good for all kinds of things. You can actually take it internally. It'll supposedly. I'm not giving any advice, but supposedly cleans you out like charcoal does. But you sprinkle it on your border, and they won't pass that line.
That's a good idea. I might actually do that.
Yeah, it works. And neem oil. If you get neem oil, which is all normal, all natural, you get one of them pump sprayers and just kind of spray down your plants and your yard with it, and keeps it pretty clear. I'm in Oklahoma, so I've got all kinds of bugs to deal with. So.
What's the name of that stuff again?
Those are just a few ways to go all natural about it. Sure, you could go get some killer insecticide and get rid of them real quick.
Freaking hippie. All natural. Gotta go with the heavy duty stuff, man. Oh man. Everywhere I look, I just keep finding them.
Another thing I love about this channel and this community and stuff, I could sit here, it's totally quiet, nothing's going on, no cool tracks playing or anything, and a meme like the one right now, if you ever feel stupid, just remember people clap for this will pop up, and I just start laughing. It's like, it's a cool place to chill out, man.
Yeah, there's some good memes. I like the Ron Burgundy one. I don't know why that one makes me crack up. It's not even really like, you know, he didn't say anything overly funny, but I could just hear him saying it.
Can you make sure Audra's being nice to Chuck?
Oh yeah, she's doing good for the most part, but
No, she's being nice.
oh, was she?
Because she's upset because she can't wear shorts.
Okay.
Girl's taking it out on
Okay. Yeah, I'll watch.
pictures.
Hey, settle down, settle down. Okay, come on.
Okay.
Okay.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus.
I don't know how many days ago it was. Imagine him and that complicated rock chick got together. Oh my lord.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
just playing random clips.
I thought I was smoking some good shit. Holy.
Yo, Creation Bear.
I'm here.
Do you ever go into VC check-in and do that?
No, I try to just get them checked in and lead them into the live stream. I don't even tell them about
Gotcha.
it. I'm actually pretty nice to them in the check-in. I try to encourage good behaviors, so you can start dunking on them in the live stream, though.
Earth is flat.
Hey, is anyone there?
Yes, Earth is flat.
Hey, Justin. Hey, man. Do you know where I could find the technical data, i.e., part numbers, for the lasers in the FE core laser experiment?
I think it's in the video. I'll post the video for you.
In the video, okay, yeah, I saw right up at all the way at the top of the laser test.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Was a PDF, but
Oh, I only have the PDF. Hold on. Did you get the PDF?
yeah, I got the PDF, the 120 slides. But at the bottom it has the technical data, but it doesn't have part numbers.
So that one that I just posted, that's the one you have.
Yes.
I'm not finding the video. Dang it. I've got so many links, so
I hear you, man.
I'm not sure where. But don't worry, it's here. I mean, the data is there. Plus, you can go do it yourself, so it's not like
Yeah. Well, I just see they have the technical data on like the fifth to last slide where it says precision green laser device, high powered green laser device, RGB laser device, but it doesn't, point,
No, that makes
specify.
sense.
Everything just went suddenly quiet.
That's it. So we're here.
We're listening for Clover tears when they start crying and they start realizing the globe's dead. We're listening. The good news is when they stop crying, they feel much better.
FDA just banned menthol cigarettes and cigars, flavored cigars.
That's racist.
Really? Did they do that?
They just did
I
that.
thought they did
Check it
that.
out. It's on CNN. It's on all the news networks.
I thought they did that a little while ago with like the flavored stuff. Anything that was flavored, like the flavored papers. You remember those? The Jiffy or whatever. The those ones were banned.
DCJ, they're still around.
Well, they're still around, but I mean, the FDA did ban them because of
I
this.
quit smoking cigarettes a number of years back, but I still defend a smoker's right to smoke. Menthol, never really. But I was disappointed they never came out with like a rum and coke flavor or,
Dorito flavor.
Yeah, they did have that, like I said, with the Roach papers. All different flavors: blackberry, strawberry, watermelon, cherry.
Did you see those Randy's wired? They have a wire in the paper, so as it smokes, you grab the wire.
Yeah, I've had a couple of those. They work very well. Very well.
And
you just start carrying a piece of wire in your pocket and throwing it in every danger zone.
No. I actually literally have one of those like clamps attached to my keychains. One of those like a connector that you can connect onto like a battery terminal, but it's like really, really small. so it clamps, and I'll just take that out and.
I'm gonna post a pic in the live chat. I'm getting these keychains and air fresheners to promote my company, but man, that'd be a good idea to get a keychain with a roach clip on it.
Yeah, and the cops don't say anything. Like I've had it taken out of my pocket, put it on the dash. My car searched, and then they handed it all back to me. They didn't say one word about it.
And that bottom one, that was just a
nice
mock-up. We know there's a spelling error. It will drop one O in the lose when the real ones show up. And that's going to be written in red. When we do business, we lose our shirt, and the I stole this keychain from will be in red. I'm going to give them out just to promote marketing. Air fresheners. It's what I do now. I used to do asphalt and snow removal and firewood. T-shirts are a lot less heavy, less dirty. And everyone wears T-shirts. Not everyone has a driveway that needs to be sealed or paved.
I get the sentiment of that shirt, but I don't know if I'd wear something that says "stole." I stole something on it. Maybe rephrase it. I don't know.
No, that's a keychain and an air freshener. They'll be on your keys or hanging from your rearview mirror. It's just to promote my business. I'm giving them out.
Cool.
What is your business?
T-shirts.
Oh. That's an interesting business.
You can see in the live stream I posted a picture of 4 of them. The man, the legend, parental advisory. That
Cool.
man, the legend, I'm going to redo and have the bottom arrow longer so it's more hilarious, more funny.
Okay. Yeah, look cool. They look cool. I guess.
There's another blue one that I got for the men. It's like that I Recycle Men one, but it just says I've been used. Try to get people to laugh. I'm going to do one 24/7 turkey egg roll delivery service. And on the back, it's going to say, my driver at your door, half hour. We no deliver you, no more. I've done a lot of delivering booze and food and different stuff like that. Furniture when I was at the Brick or Coulter's.
when I was with Checker Movers, we did big government moves and everything too. Actually, I sell t-shirts. What I do is pretty much whatever I want. There were times I've worked 3 jobs, a full-time, 2 part-time. What about you? Is it Norse? Do you have any jobs yet? My first job was paper route. I had a paper when I was young.
Same here, flat man.
I remember collecting the money for the deliveries.
Yup, same. It's crazy how things have changed. And it hasn't even been that long.
I know, I kind of don't mind a printed stuff. Like, I got a buddy, we've gone to all kinds of Comic Cons and whatnot. He doesn't own even one comic. I'm like, dude, there's some comics that are worth more than $1 million. It's like, there's digital copies online. I'm like, it's not the same thing. I don't know. In the end, it's worth nothing to me. I'll be leaving it to my nephews and my niece, or if I have any kids of my own, but there is a monetary value in a collector's market, and money's not just coins and papers in your pocket, it's other. I see it as an investment for something that for them to have when I'm gone. But anyways, my one buddy, he collects autographs. He gets photos and autographs a lot. Whatever, it's cool. I got one from Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. I got help from one gentleman in here when I was inquiring about, because our government took the legal tender status away from 1s, 2s, $25 bills, 500s, and $1,000 bills apparently, and I was just curious what would happen to any of the stuff in my collection. They explained that they would go up in value. And first, I didn't quite comprehend it, but then I realized the more people that turn them in for a digital dollar or two, the less dollars and $2 that actually still hold that legal tender value that are out there. So I guess that's how.
So if they took all those away, what is left? What's actually left?
Well, what they did was they took the legal tender value away from it, which means technically you can't use it to purchase something in the store because the retailer won't recognize it as legal tender. So you can take your old 2s and 1s or 500s and 1000s into the bank and cash them in for today's digital currency value, you know, or a whole bunch of 20s or 50s worth. But every time somebody goes and turns in an old 2 or an old 1, the ones that are still out there with the legal tender value on the collector's market go up in value because now there's less out there to purchase and trade in the collector's market, right?
That's crazy. My buddy from Edmonton was telling me years ago about them taking away the penny. And now you guys only have 20s and 50s left?
Technically we got loonies, toonies. There's no more pennies. I've got a ton of pennies. I have a 1919 penny in a safety deposit box. Anyways, we got loonies, toonies, 5s, 10s, 20s, 50s, and 100s. So
what's a loony and a toonie?
The loonies and toonies don't have serial numbers on them, so they it's just a coin value, you know? Just to break a 50. Oh, you got $23 coming? Here's a toonie and a loony with your 20.
That's really interesting. I've never heard of that.
They were talking, I don't know if it was just bullshit rumor and jokes, but a phoonie apparently in taking the $5 bill away, but I think that was just jokes, so don't quote me on that one. Needless to say, we had to reinforce our pockets to carry change around.
It does seem like they want everyone on that digital dollar.
I don't know if anyone else is paying attention to the live stream, but that one meme that went by with the people in the longboat there, and we're almost at the curve. It's all downhill from there. Like if you're using like critical thinking, it's been all uphill till you get to the port that's going to start going downhill. Like none of it makes sense.
None of it.
Yeah, it's complete Narnia. It's all imaginary, isn't it?
We're paddling upwards towards the ball curve water to go down, like just.
I used to be a bigger UFO geek than Tyler from Secure Team 10, man, and I feel stupid every day thinking about it.
Well, like those are like the little bits along the way that helped you get to here. At least it seems like that in my opinion, right? I remember looking back and thinking about that type of stuff. And like even your mind going there, that's the quality that led you to find out this truth.
I don't even know where to go on those topics because I do have an open mind. As far as that stuff goes, it's not as I thought before from some mystical place where galaxies are being created. it's from the outer plane, if there is an outer plane. I don't know. And then some of the stuff you see out there, like the Nimitz stuff, those little Tic Tac things, and these are like military officials that are speaking out now that they're no longer in service, and I don't know, some odd stuff. The crop circles, some of them are definitely not hoaxes. It's different. It's hard to close my mind to the idea that something could be happening, you know?
Yeah.
And I've seen the odd weird thing. Like earlier I posted a couple photos my friend took of this green glowing orb above her house in Canada. Like, we don't know what it is, but something's there above her home. My nephew had an orb in a video clip he did with a friend that went in the screen 3 times, and he freaked him out. But to me, it didn't seem evil or whatever, but he moved and all that. I don't know. Definitely things that are odd and hard to explain.
Yeah, I don't know much about it, but
weird things in the sky myself. I just don't think they're from trillions of light years away anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That like they're not coming from a vacuumless void. If they are,
right, that's the point, right? Imagine thinking in 2021 that there could be space aliens.
Remember one night, I'd stepped outside. I was in an apartment building, and I was having a smoke. And I like flying. I like RC. And I heard a helicopter. I could tell he was hovering, so I went over, walked around the building to see it hovering there. Just curious what it was doing, or if it was spotlighting or what. And in front of it was another smaller little light. You know, I could see the outline of the helicopter, but I couldn't see the outline of whatever the hell this thing was. It was just a light. So then we sat there for about 2 minutes, just the helicopter shining his light on it. And then out of nowhere, it just dove, just went straight down, probably 200 or 300 feet in a matter of just like a split second, leveled off, and then headed south with the helicopter in tow. Weirdest thing I ever seen.
Yeah, it's moments like that are really interesting because there's nothing to reference. I feel like I've had a moment or two like that, but it's like, what? What do I compare this to?
Drone and military exercise. I don't think they would have been doing it as low as they were and above a residential area. So it was just very unusual to see.
Any y'all heard of John X. Army?
I dropped.
Yeah, tell us about him.
Excuse me. Well, he's a individual that I guess became, if I don't know how to word it, woke or whatever. And he has some very interesting stuff with infrared and lasers and the night skies and crazy, pretty interesting stuff. The last few things that I saw, he kind of like headed for the mountains, you know?
Have you ever done it with him? Like, have you ever worn the glasses yourself and seen those things going back and forth and supposedly, you know, you hear the stories?
I'll put it to you this way. What he was showing me, I know it wasn't, he wasn't giving me secondhand information. It was right there, like live. I was watching it live, you know, and I didn't have I don't have the infrared equipment that he had and whatnot. And it was pretty interesting. Like things would be calm. He's just like focused on a certain area, like concentrated on say like a constellation, the Big Dipper or something area of the sky, and nothing would be happening. He'd grab the like laser pointer or whatever and hit it a few times, and then the things that would start happening would be pretty wild in that infrared spectrum, at least. Sorry, I gotta grab the phone. Yeah. Anyways, very interesting stuff.
Yeah, I've always
to
wanted
look
to
at.
check that stuff out.
He got flack for having a Himalayan salt lamp in the background because it was shaped like a pyramid. Like they were trying to call him out as being this or that. Like, come on, man. Like, really?
But are you saying that he could use a laser pointer almost to like excite movement in the sky?
Oh, yeah. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. I don't know if his channel's even still available on YouTube because they did a lot of purging and stuff. So,
Yeah, it's such a pity.
but I might have something saved. When I go through my like videos, I'll see deleted by user or something. Sometimes I don't even know what video it was. Like, and I'm like,
There was
I
some
know
of
the
that.
guy. I'll be like, I know the guy himself did not delete the video. You know.
Digital book burning.
Yeah, modern day book burning. I never thought of it like that. Huh. See, there in a way is a small example of learning something new. There's a new way of thinking of a deleted video. Let me go see. I'll check and see if his channel's still up on YouTube. Hold on. That's wild. It says his channel's there. It says subscribe. It says 160 subscribers. I click on it. Its channel doesn't have any content. Something happened. Mic check.
Sound good. Sound good.
So yeah, I just watched that clip from that lady's channel on John X. It showed a very quick segment of what I was talking about with the laser and the infrared thing, and she's not sure. I guess YouTube dropped him, shut him down off YouTube. Anyways, she doesn't say anything bad about him. Anyways, yeah, he seemed like an alright guy to me. I don't know if he ever expresses an opinion on FE or the globe.
You talking about that 7-minute clip? 8-minute clip?
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Should I watch it?
Well, like what I was explaining was when I was subscribed to his channel and he was on YouTube, he had some footage of some infrared stuff that would happen in the night sky whenever we would hit the laser. Pretty interesting things to look at. But now his channel is scrubbed. There's no content. It says you can subscribe. It says there's 160 subscribers. He had more than that.
I'll see if I can find him. John X Army.
Yeah, and in the clip, she just says, basically, it looks like YouTube like dumped all his content and took him off YouTube. But yeah, in her clip, there's it goes like a green screen. That's the infrared stuff I was talking about, but it only shows it for like maybe 5 seconds. You don't really see.
Well, yeah, she doesn't want her shit scrubbed.
No, I guess so. Yeah, that could be part of. But my point was, in her clip, you see some of what I saw in his content when he was online, like just briefly.
I see. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
Are you talking about John X Army?
Yeah.
Guy always rubbed me the wrong way.
Why?
Yeah, well, she mentions that people bring up his past and this and that, but again, she doesn't really say anything bad about him, and that he is trying to, you know, I don't know. Anyways, my point was when I was watching him, he had some interesting infrared stuff on his channel.
Just up in the sky.
Yeah, for sure. I remember seeing some of that. It is interesting.
I've never heard of this guy before.
Some ex-army dudes. He kind of, I don't know. He oversold the YouTuber bit, if you ask me. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, I don't know if in any of his content he touched on the topic we cover here, but it was interesting other things.
Yeah, I don't recall ever hearing him say.
Who are we talking about?
John Army.
John Army?
Or X.
This link. Okay, I think I found it. I'm going to watch this.
Hey guys, I got a quick question for you. Are you guys familiar with the FE core laser test?
I'm a little bit familiar, not really enough.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so there's one slide on there. I'm not sure which one, but it says that they shot the laser from 9.58 feet high. And then they shot at 11.64 miles at a target, and they saw the laser at the target at 5.25 feet. So a difference of 4 feet, essentially. Why would there be a drop of 4 feet?
Land elevation, maybe? I don't know.
Land elevation. I thought refraction. Is that not right? 4 feet of refraction. So there should be like 80 feet of drop. So of course it's not that. But where does 4 feet come from? I'm curious. I'm thinking refraction, but elevation's a good thought too.
Now, I'm not sure how big of what they received at the receiving end was, how big or small the image was, but there is divergence and convergence.
Right. So the laser just diverted over the
again,
distance.
I'm not trying to write anything in stone here. I'm just saying that is a possibility, right? The beam itself could have widened or shrunk as it,
right.
You know what I mean?
Yep,
Hits
I
the
do.
target on the other side or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
Now, if I'm correct in understanding, lasers are quite precise in keeping that small beam, but again, this is a distance of how far, right? So I don't know.
Right.
And more to the point, like you said, there was supposed to be something like 80 foot of drop. So obviously that's not there. So
right,
that's more of a sticking point to concentrate on, right?
Yeah. Well, the people I was talking to are, they're total normies, right? So they're saying, "Oh, look, 4 feet of drop, the Earth's a sphere," and it's like,
you got to be gentle with those.
I know. It's brutal, bro.
They can get triggered easily. And in these days of SJWs and my feelings matter and all that, oh boy.
Yeah, it's brutal.
I've had some people who would call themselves longtime friends of mine that have defended positions that if they really knew me, they wouldn't even try to attempt those positions. Like, they'd know if they were in the same room with me, I'd slap them in the mouth. Like, so yeah, you're a real longtime friend of mine. Yeah.
It's a touchy subject. Don't hold it against them.
Yeah, no, I wasn't referring to the FE Globe thing. I was meaning other things.
Oh, right. Yeah, I see.
They try to defend their position on an argument that if they really knew me, they wouldn't even try to defend that position. Like,
yeah.
Quick question off topic. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get my sister. She's recently starting to wake up to this whole thing, and I was gonna try and get her in on Friday night or ladies' night. How do I get her an invitation? How does that work?
I think you just gotta send her the link to the Discord, and then she does the voice check or voice verification.
Yeah, and if I'm correct in there, they just walk her through the 3 points, make sure she goes over the rules of conduct in the room, and then she's VC verified and she's in.
So all she has to do is get on Discord and then look for 24/7 debate.
No, here, let me send you this link. If she just clicks on that link, it'll get her here.
Much obliged.
Yep.
Let me say this: if your sister's coming from the Globe position, the ladies in ladies' night would love to hear a lady from the Globe side, rather than all these guys that come in there. Boats disappear over the curve, don't you know?
Yeah, she'll definitely. I mean, if she does speak, she usually can't bite her tongue. She says she doesn't want to speak, but I know her. She'll speak up, but she's more leaning towards flat. But she still plays devil's advocate pretty hard for a newbie. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's good. If she wasn't playing devil's advocate, that'd be another issue.
For sure.
If she just accepted immediately.
For sure. That's what I've been telling her for years. Don't listen to me. You do your own research. She did, and here she is.
I posted a meme in CogDis earlier today, and they mentioned part of the meme and started bringing up something like, look, it's just a meme. I think the point here is do your own thinking, research it. Like, don't just accept the meme for what it is even, It was kind of a split meme touching on both FE or the globe model and another topic. Actually, be correct. I told him to be informed rather than influenced was the point of it.
Huh? What's the subject topic this time?
Are you asking me in the meme, you mean?
No, whoever the hell's talking. What are we talking about? I just popped in.
Oh, I was just expressing how someone in Cogdis was taking more out of a meme that I shared than they needed to. And I was just telling, I think the point is do your own research and do your own thinking and be informed, not influenced. It's just a meme. Like, chill out.
You realize you're in flat Earth. This is a place people come to not think, because if they're not flat Earth, they're not thinkers. You know what I'm saying? They're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. You realize what
For
you're
sure.
dealing
This
with.
was in the Discord part of the server, so even harder. The Cogdis part of the server, sorry.
It's fascinating how this topic attracts so many zombies. I don't understand.
I don't mean to be a pain in the ass, but I dropped. What time is ladies' night?
That's Friday, buddy.
No, what
Thank
time?
God. I'm playing.
Is it like 4 or 5? I think something like that.
Yeah, you're right.
5 Eastern. Yeah.
I always tune in for that, man. I think it's funny as hell.
Now, those chicks be smashing dudes, man. Those dudes come in and they get smashed.
Seriously.
It's like the equivalent to getting your ass physically kicked by a girl. It's fucking funny.
I think in ways like they're, what do you want to call it? More almost more kind of condescending than like some of the guy flat earthers, because when they say it, they like talk to them like they're children. It's so fucking funny. Like
it is funny. Exactly. That's a great way to put it. That's exactly how it is. I didn't even think about that. That's fucking hilarious.
You start seeing their mother side come out with a hint of like very condescending, like you're an adult, let's talk like adults.
She's got her hands on her knees, on her thighs, and she's looking down at you.
Exactly. Come on, Munchkin, you can do it. It's fine. I'll fix it.
So I'm celebrating smashing my Xbox today. I smashed my Xbox and my controller. I'm done. I've had enough. I'm done. So I've had 3 to 4 beers. So I'm feeling great.
3 to 4 beers.
Yeah, it's because I don't drink very much. So I'm feeling great. So I'm celebrating smashing my Xbox. Because I'm never, ever. How many what?
Doobies.
No. I'm not.
Army tobacco. None of that.
One is too many and 1,000's never enough for my drunk ass.
I stopped doobies when I was 22 because it made me paranoid. Like, literally, like, I couldn't. I was like, oh, I can't do it. Yeah, so I had to stop.
Yeah, I'd be dead if I didn't.
But the alcohol,
These days it's down to science with that stuff. You can get stuff that purposely makes you paranoid.
Yeah, but the alcohol is hard for me to quit. That one's hard. Oh, I just saw this really hardcore lesbian on a Harley with her girlfriend in the back. Dude, that's so gross. You should have seen what I seen. I'll take a picture and I'll post it. Let's see if I can do that.
Good evening. Lies, lies, lies. Good night. That's all. That's what you're missing on the news this evening.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast. Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. Dick. No. They saw us. I missed the shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, Sniper. Okay.
Don Pettit here from NASA.
Yeah. So
all
because
the
you can
time.
see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah,
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not
which
a
is a
black
cool thing.
void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all.
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
well, there's a large
clouds.
one
I
and
didn't
a
want to.
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
Dude, how is it still quiet in here? Holy shit, it's been 2 hours.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
Yes! That sounded like a fake voice. It's been a while. A bunch of dudes here talking too much.
What you got? You talk.
Hello, is anyone out there?
Hello there.
G'day, mate.
Hey, this is library.
It's too quiet in here. Where's Helio?
What's up, Wolfgang? I haven't spoken to you in a while. What's going on? What's new?
Not too much. I've been following the crypto markets.
Sweet.
I was scared to jump in on that last Bitcoin sell-off. I'm like, I don't know. This thing looks like it could keep running. I was gonna get some, and it was a pretty nice bounce back, but I didn't pull the trigger. I'm like, you know what? I don't trust it. I still think it's gonna roll over and take another leg down, and maybe that'll be
Yeah,
a
I
better
agree.
risk reward.
I actually think it's going to go down to between 10 and 20 before it rallies like fully. It'll have little rallies in between, of course, but
Well, that's what I was hoping for, like something I could make a quick 20%. I could tell Bitcoin was a little bit it was due for a bounce when it went from what 67 or 60, I don't know, mid 60, 65 down to like 40
oh,
something.
you're talking in dollars. Sorry, yeah. I was getting a bit confused. I was like, nope. It didn't hit 65, but it did in dollars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in dollars. It was it was down, I think, what, $17,000 from the top.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it'll keep going down for a while. Well, that's my opinion. Obviously, I don't know. But
Well, I mean, nothing goes straight down like that. Usually there's a bounce along the way. Even when you look back at the 2019 chart in 2017, they had bounces along the way down. And it looks like we're on the backside of the mountain. You know what I mean? It went up like parabolic, and it seems to be coming down parabolic if you zoom out.
yeah, I think so. I mean, basically, I'll probably be getting back because I sold everything I had last March, so it was before the rise, which is a little bit annoying. But
there's better cryptos too than Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin is not going to get you that 100x move from here or 50x. It's just too big.
Yeah,
When you get into a trillion, like $1 trillion market cap, to give you an idea, all the gold in the world right now is 12 trillion. So Bitcoin is like, I don't know, 10% of all the gold in the world. It's like, how much bigger? That's a lot of wealth. And it's things for only one coin, you have, you know what I mean? You got all these other ones, these altcoins like Cardano, Ethereum, Litecoin. Actually, I like Litecoin, I like Theta, but I'm thinking they're all a bit expensive here, and they could sell off, I don't know, 50% or more.
I mean, they're all. It's all fundamentally bullshit, isn't it? Like the value of all of this stuff is
not
based
really.
on.
Some of them they have some utility. Like there's a coin called Theta. It has utility and it increases bandwidth. They have a proprietary technology, and it's called what they do is they share bandwidth, and then the people who hold the Guardian node, if you have 1,000 Theta or more, you get paid what's called Theta fuel, T fuel. So it's a way, you know, like right now we have unused broadband capacity, all of us, and they're going to work with Sony, put it on the PlayStations. They're going to work with Samsung, put it on their devices, even all the phones, all the laptops. And what will happen is anyone that wants to use the network, they could share in this broadband speed for pennies, like for downloading, streaming, all this stuff, streaming video games, because we're coming to a bottleneck. All this, you know, all the people like us, our Discord and everything using up the internet space, we need more, and it's a good solution. So it's a private company. It's a company, not just a crypto. Like Bitcoin is not a company. Theta is a company, and it's also a crypto token. So it's both.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I see what you're saying, but what I was saying specifically with regards to the value is that the value is only what people consider it to be.
As far as Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has no utility other than a means of like trade. It's not. It doesn't do any function aside from that. As long as people think it's money, but as far as Theta, it's actually a business. It's a business
even if something functions, it still only has that people are prepared to pay it or to invest in it, right? That's
but I'm
my
saying
point.
but it actually does a function. It's like I don't know.
I know, but how do you value that function?
Well, it's valued by the people using the network, and the more people that use the network, the higher the value of the fuel. There's a thing called Theta fuel, T fuel, and the more people that are using it, the higher the price of the fuel will go. And the people that own the Theta, they get paid like a user fee with the T fuel. So it's a reward system. There is a reward system.
Sure. Yeah, no, I get all of that. But if someone comes along and makes something that's better for what in whatever way, then that's going to go to zero and everyone loses all their money. So
well, it's got patents on it. It's got 3 patents on it. So it's not. It's a utility coin. It's not like Bitcoin. Yeah, you could have
that doesn't
Bitcoin.
mean that it can't be replaced or bettered.
I don't know. If someone comes up with a better technology, let them do it. I mean, but as far as coins like that just have a value as a store of wealth, like Bitcoin, you have Litecoin, you have Ethereum. Ethereum even they use it for their gas fees and stuff, so it has more use than just a store of wealth.
Sure.
Like,
well, I mean, there was a big kind of debate with Bitcoin when it was kind of starting out. Well, maybe not starting out, but a few years back. Was Bitcoin a store of value or was it a medium of exchange? And to be honest, that's still never really been answered. And the way that the actual algorithm works is kind of based on the worldview of the people who design the coin. So people who want it to be a store of value are going to want to design the coin in different ways as a medium of exchange.
Yeah, it's difficult. Bitcoin's difficult because the transaction fees, and then also the scarcity of it. It's like, are you going to want to use Bitcoin to buy your lunch? If you think Bitcoin is going to be worth 10 times more in the future, you're not going to want to do that. You're spending something that's only a more scarce asset, so it makes you scared to even spend it.
Sure, you might not mind earning Bitcoin from your job or whatever, and then spend.
Well, the thing is, I don't think Bitcoin is a good currency. It's just too much. It's too cornered. It's cornered in too few hands. Control the majority. It's like the Federal Reserve. They control too much of it. If it was distributed more evenly and people weren't scared to spend it, it would make a better currency. And then if you were to borrow the currency, it's you can never pay it back. It's an appreciating asset. It's only getting more scarce. So like, let's say you borrowed a half a Bitcoin and the price keeps going up. How do you ever pay it back?
What do you pay it back in Bitcoin?
Yeah, but how do you earn enough if it keeps? Let's say I borrowed a Bitcoin to you when it was 10,000 and now it's 60,000, and you're like, oh man, and it keeps going up. How do you ever pay off that Bitcoin? How do you ever earn enough to pay it back?
But then that was always the problem with fiat currency anyway. That's why. That's
fiat,
why everyone's in debt.
Fiat is the opposite because it devalues. There's inflation. So like if you borrow 10,000, you could pay it back with inflated dollars. In other words, say you borrow from the bank 10,000 to buy a car. In 5 years from now, 10,000 might buy you a pair of shoes. You know, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get my point. Like you might pay them back in funny money. To give you some idea, here's one thing in America. The price of lumber has went up about 400 to 500%. I remember when I did that experiment June 21st, I bought some lumber at Home Depot. I think I paid around $2 per 2x4. The 2x4 piece of lumber, it was 8 foot long, maybe $2, maybe $2.50. I can't remember exactly. Those boards are over $8 now. So it's a 400% price increase in less than 1 year. 400%. Wow. So if I had, let's say you borrowed those boards from me, like you borrowed 20 boards. I paid $2. It cost you $8 to pay me back. You have to go pay those more expensive, you know what I mean? Those to give me back my 20 boards. Say I borrowed the 2x4s from somebody else. Hey, can I borrow 20 of these from you? Yeah, just pay me back later. Okay. Now I finally have some cash to pay you back. Oh my God, they're $8 a piece. They were only $2 when I borrowed them. Now I'm in the hole.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. However, of course, I was talking about the monetary system as a whole. So you kind of invent $1,000 and it's only $1,000, and then you charge 10% to lend it out. So now you're owed $1,000. Sorry, you're owed $1,100, but there's only $1,000 actually in the whole system. So how do you ever recoup that? Like you don't.
Never.
So what people do is they borrow more, and then you have more interest. And so I mean, I know what you're saying about the of course I know what you're saying about the inflation. However, the problem is it's not that you can pay it back with inflated dollars. It's that there's not enough money in the system to pay back all the debt, and that's what.
We can never retire the debt from the Federal Reserve by design.
It's fundamentally unpayable. Yeah.
It's impossible because you always have to borrow it from them. They have to create more of it, and it always has interest attached. It's a never-ending cycle. And we're at the point now, we're at the parabolic part of the blowout. Like when they're printing trillions of it, we're in a parabolic phase. That's why the 2x4s have went from $2 to $8. And the thing is, if I borrow money from the bank, I can pay back the bank in inflated dollars. Say for instance, I take a loan. I borrow from the bank $10,000. It has 3% interest. It's like, okay, let me pay you back over 30 years. I can guarantee in 30 years, the dollars I'm paying them back are going to be worth nothing. You know what I mean? They will be worthless dollars. So it's beneficial for me to take the loan out now and pay them back in garbage. They'll be on the hook. They'll be on the hook for the loss.
See, this is the thing. This is why people don't people are saying, Bitcoin's going up really quickly because Elon Musk bought it. No, that's not how it works. I mean, partially because people know he's famous and all the rest, but it seems to me that a lot of the inflation that would be felt in the financial markets, in the fiat currency market, is actually being spent on crypto. And I think that's why the crypto markets are going up so quickly. And that's why we're not seeing inflation in the fiat currency as much.
It's a sponge. It's a sponge for some of those excess dollars.
Exactly. And this is another thing, actually. Spiral of Love said this the other day, and I think he's actually got this spot on. That NASA might be one of many ways to kind of get rid of inflation. So they're getting paid kind of 50 million a day. 1 or 2 million is being used to pay off people and to generate the scam, and then the rest is just deleted.
You know what else is what else is Jeff Bezos with Amazon and Elon Musk both have their fake space agencies that are subsidiaries of NASA. They call it a public-private partnership. So it's like a private owner like Tesla, like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. That is why they propped up those guys. I think Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, they propped them up and they inflated their stock prices enormously. Like Tesla's stock price is so inflated, so is Amazon's, that it makes it plausible that these two guys could afford their own space program, for a few $1 billion of their wealth, because they have excess, they have tons of billions. So I think that's why they created these guys. I think they're just like Mark Zuckerberg.
Do you think that was what the deal was then? They basically said, look, we need to get rid of all this excess money because otherwise inflation's going to kill us. So you're all going to have space programs and we're just going to delete the money.
I think the space program is minuscule to the amount of trillions that they've made. The amount 20 billion is peanuts compared to the trillions.
How do you know it is 20 billion? That's what they tell you.
It could be 100 billion. 100 billion still wouldn't absorb all this.
It could be 100 trillion, and then it would.
100 billion, it would still be. A trillion is like 1,000 billion. So you got $8 trillion created just in the last year.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they tell you that NASA gets $20 billion, but you don't know that that's true. It could be any figure at all. It could be whatever they need it to. And they lie to you because they lie to you about everything else. So why would they tell you the truth about NASA's budget?
Well, the Pentagon is the military budget, and there was trillions of missing dollars through the Pentagon.
It's like $2.5 trillion on the day before 9/11, wasn't there? Missing.
Right.
They tried to audit the Federal Reserve, and it was off by over $2 trillion.
Yeah,
and that's
like these people. They don't get audited, and they don't give a shit about us. So there's no way they're telling us the truth about any of this stuff.
That was before all this additional stimulus, from the COVID stimulus. All that has been massive amounts pumped in. So like we are seeing inflation, but it hasn't trickled through the entire market yet. But we're seeing it on things like lumber, corn prices, crude oil prices, metal like copper is up to $4, steel is up, aluminum, all these base metals. Yeah, we're in dangerous territory. Like we are very close to a hyperinflationary environment where anybody with any savings it'll be like Venezuela, where we just have pesos, the dollar peso. Our dollars will be pesos. How much for this? How much for a hamburger? 5,000 pesos, peso dollars.
Yeah, well, we'll see, won't we?
I hope not. I hope it doesn't do that, but I just don't see. At the rate of inflation that I'm seeing on some of these commodities, it's not a good sign, and I don't know. I don't feel good about it. I feel like there's no way out, and it might be by design that they're trying to collapse the whole system to implement their digital central bank currency. Their Fed coin.
Yeah, it could be.
And what'll happen? It's not like Bitcoin, where Bitcoin's private. This they can control. They can turn off your wallet. Let's say you're a bad goyim, and they shut off your wallet. And now what? Now how do you pay for anything? How do you live? I hope we could raise awareness before it hits the fan. We are so close to it hitting the fan that it's uncomfortable to watch this meltdown in the system. It's nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think Bitcoin's going to save you, even if you had it. It's like, okay, great, you have a little bit of Bitcoin, but how much? Maybe it will inflate a lot to keep up with the inflation. I don't know. Maybe it will be 1 million of Bitcoin, or who knows? Who knows where the top is? But there's so many other cryptos that I don't see. I see some dilution amongst all of them. You know, that like people will be using all these random ones. It's not like Bitcoin is the only means of exchange, or you know what I mean? There's just so many. Even Dogecoin hit 45 billion of market cap. A joke coin. It's not even a joke anymore. You can actually use it to buy things. You can go buy coffee at, you know, I think Starbucks takes it. Mark, what's that guy's name? Mark Cuban, Dallas Mavericks. He said that he allows Dogecoin at his store. So if you want to buy a jersey, anything you want to buy, merchandise, you could pay for it with Dogecoin if you want, or Bitcoin or Ethereum. Yeah, it's like, okay, you'll take these funny tokens. Okay, sold to you.
All these coins creep me out, man.
Dogecoins?
Just this whole crypto thing in general, I don't know, it creeps me out. I don't know why.
You know something? My friend Nikitas, he minted them on his computer. They give you a minting commission when you make these coins. He made 1 million Dogecoins when they were 1/10 of a cent. So basically, for 1 million coins back then, it was worth about $1,000. And just around, I think in December last year, it hit over 1 cent. And he's like, oh my God, Dogecoin is 1 cent. And he was excited. I'm like, so what? It's 1 cent. He's like, I got 1 million. That was $10,000. And then it went up, like shortly after that, Elon Musk was talking about Dogecoin. And I think it hit 8 cents. So then it was worth 80,000. And he just made these up on his computer. He didn't pay anything for them. And then what happened is that it hit 8 cents and it pulled back to like 3 cents. And then it had a second bounce up to like 8 or 9 cents. And that's where he sold about, I think, 800,000 of them. But since then, it hit like 42 cents per Dogecoin. It would have been worth like $400,000 plus dollars. His whole, I think he kept like 200,000 of them. But still, you never know like when to pull the trigger. Okay, he saw it pull back. He's like, maybe I should, 80,000 is real money. Maybe I should take some of that off the table in case it goes back to oblivion.
I have an addictive personality. I don't know how I'd do if I tried to get into the whole thing.
People, you know what? You can't fall in love with them. You got to take some profit on the way up because you can get burned. Like say for instance, you don't want to do the round trip. The last time when Bitcoin went to like 19,000 and then it went all the way down to 3,000. You don't want to just fall in love with it. You want to get your investment out. Like say you put in 5,000 and say it does a double or a triple. You want to pull that 5,000 and then play with the free stuff. You don't want to try and get too greedy and keep all of it because you can do the round trip really fast and then have nothing to show for it except the loss. Especially if you get in somewhere in the middle. Let's say like as Bitcoin was going up to, it was at 10,000 and you bought it and then you watched it go to like 19 and then you rode it all the way down to like 3,000. You're in at 10 somewhere in the middle. You didn't cash out and get your 10,000 when it was like 19 and then you rode it all the way negative. You don't want to do that. You're never going to catch them at the bottom or get out at the top. It's impossible to, you know what I mean? Nobody's going to time it that perfect. The best you can do is hope to capture some gains, but I would say you don't want to chase these rallies. Like chasing the rally now, like Bitcoin at 50,000+, you're taking a lot of risk. All these coins have went up since Bitcoin did the big run. Almost every coin in the top 100, every altcoin is up about 10 to 20 times its value since, the last 4 months. 10 to 20 times its value. So you're taking a huge risk to buy them now. Doesn't mean they can't keep going up. And that's why people, they FOMO. They have the fear of missing out. They're like, I don't care. I got to buy some. And that's what the Dogecoin thing was. Elon Musk is pumping it up. You got a bunch of kids showing their friends how much money they made. They're like, I just made 50,000 with Dogecoin. And their friends feel like they're missing out. Okay, I got to buy some. It's 30 cents. Okay, it's only 30 cents. And they're telling their friends, yeah, I think it'll go to $1. You should be okay. So they get in at 30 cents and they might get wrecked.
Jaron is sure pushing that stuff, isn't he?
Pushing what? Dogecoin?
Crypto in general. He's doing like consultations, and like nearly every other show is about crypto.
I would be very careful with it. Like I said, I was too scared to buy any because I was just like, I wouldn't recommend anybody buy any here. It's too risky.
Yeah, I won't touch it.
I mean, if you had, let's say you had $5,000 that you can afford to lose, you maybe spend 1,000 of it, and then you wait and see if it corrects, if it goes down. If it goes up, then you sell enough to get your 1,000 out, and then play with the rest. But I would dollar cost average in, but I would wait for some kind of pullback. Like if Bitcoin pulls back, maybe pulls back 10,000 or something, then you can try dipping in a little bit. But as far as like, I don't know, I wouldn't feel comfortable putting anything in there that I'm not comfortable losing. Like if I right now I put $100 in or $200, it's not the end of the world if I lose that.
Yeah, that's like me with Video Kino.
That's about it. You know, it's like it's not a good time. I mean, I think it will be good if the whole crypto market sells off. I know like right now which ones I got my eyeball on. I'm like, there's a lot of them that look, they could be very valuable, but it's just getting in on them now. The risk reward is not good. And the people pumping the coins are like, yeah, it's good. This is early. It's early. This is the early stages. Bitcoin's been out like 11 years, and it's went from like, when it first came out, you could get 1,300 Bitcoins for $1, and now it was like 55,000 for one of them. And they're basically cornered with like big whales. These whales own most of them, like Elon Musk and a few other really big people. So they have a cornered market. And when Tesla sold some of them, like Elon Musk, Tesla bought $1.5 billion of Bitcoin, and they just sold, I don't know, 10% of it. That might have been what caused this sell-off in Bitcoin, the last sell-off we seen when he was getting out. Even just selling 10% of that caused that big sell-off. If he was to get out of $1 billion of it, it might cause like a huge, like a 50% correction. It's kind of like a roach motel. You can check in, but you can't check out. If any big money ever wants to sell it, the whole system implodes. Because you see all these other smaller people, they're just riding the wave. If they get to panic selling when nobody's coming in to buy it, that's how you have these massive sell-offs in it. So it's like, it's a game of musical chairs. When like 10 people go to sit down and there's only one chair, you get a collapse.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm so skeptical of it, man. I don't know enough about it to be so. Just my gut won't let me get involved. I don't know something about it. I just don't want to.
Well, the thing about crypto you have to understand is that crypto is kind of a scam, but then the money system is also kind of a scam. So it might just be the fact that you're familiar with dollars, but the dollar system is still a complete scam.
It
might
horrible.
literally just be the difference.
Dollars are paper money. Paper currency is the biggest hoax ever.
Too.
What's that? Paper dollars are a hoax.
I hate dollars too. We're currently building our homestead right now. Rain catch, solar panels, get garden, whole shooting match.
Are you getting your lumber from like a local lumber, someone who cuts the lumber, or are you buying it from like Home Depot or Lowe's?
Local. Fuck Home Depot.
Yeah, because it's good you got a local lumber, like a sawmill type person, because the price of lumber is ridiculous right now. It's insane. Were you here when I was talking about it? A piece of 1/2-inch plywood, you probably still need to buy plywood. 1/2-inch plywood is $45.
Yeah,
that was
crazy.
like 12. It was like $12. A year ago, it was like $12 to $15. It's went up 4 times its price. Even OSB.
I'm actually thinking about putting in those. You seen those cloth above ground beds? They're fairly decent size. but they're made of like a cloth. So once the soil's in it, it's all, it kind of sturdies itself.
Is it like a bag, like a burlap bag?
Similar. I mean, it's thicker than burlap, smaller weave, and it's like a regular wooden above ground bed, but same shape, but made of cloth. They're pretty cool. You can get them online. I'm thinking about lining my backyard full of them. A lot cheaper than building wood ones.
I've seen those bags for like people growing inside giant bags like that. They're like a 2 or 3 yard bag, but it's in the shape of a bag, like it's in a circle, like a cylinder shape. And I seen someone they were growing cannabis in them. Like they were the size of apple trees. And he probably had like a 2 cubic yard bag, giant bag. And he had like a huge cannabis tree in there, like the size of an apple tree.
Yeah, they
Maybe
make
like
them all sizes and all shapes. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, something like that. You don't have to waste lumber. If you think the bag is sturdy enough to hold it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I might as well try it. See if they survive the winter here, and just go from there.
Where did you say your homestead is? What state?
We left Southern California a couple months ago, or quite a few months ago, when we saw this coming. We got the fuck out of Dodge, and I'm glad we did. We're in Oklahoma.
Where did you move? Where did you?
Broken Arrow.
Broken Arrow? I know where that is.
Yeah, I'm in Broken
You're
Arrow.
right by Texarkana. I know a guy, he's in Broken Bow. Broken Bow and Broken Arrow are probably pretty close. You're in the southeast corner.
Yes, sir.
You're by Texas, Arkansas, like the Arcotex, they call that.
I'll tell you what, though, it sure is a nice change coming from Southern California to be able to walk down the street with my gun strapped in my hip.
And you know what? Those are like down-to-earth people. That's actually a nice place.
They'll see you coming down the street with a gun on your hip and just say and nod at you. How you doing? It's the coolest.
Like Oklahoma? That part of Oklahoma is not flat. It's like hilly over there. It's like by Arkansas and Oklahoma and tip of northern Texas. And it's actually really nice. I like that area. It has like hills. It has like little hills, and you got to watch out for tornadoes over there, but I think the people and the scenery is nice. The land over there is nice. And it's probably a hell of a lot cheaper than we're Southern California. Holy shit. The prices, your real estate price.
I was surprised. I'm really into like supplements and stuff, and I was surprised when I'd go, and every time I go to buy more supplements or supplies and stuff, it's literally like a fraction of what it was. Like, let's say Mother's down in Southern California. It's crazy how much cheaper things are.
Yep. And not only that, but your cost of everything, like gasoline. Your gasoline's going to be cheaper. Everything. Are you by Hot Springs? I think Hot Springs, Arkansas is by there. Maybe you might have geothermals that you can drill into.
There are geothermals here.
Hey, welcome to the South. Hope you enjoy your stay.
I do know there are springs around here. There's actually a watering hole that a lot of people go to relatively close to me. So I know there are springs all over this area.
And they're heated?
I'm not sure. I've been doing a lot of work. I haven't had much time, which I really need to familiarize myself with the area and with the wild around here. Study some methods.
I imagine Hot Springs would have the hot springs, spring water that's heated. It's like a jacuzzi. You go and it's like, oh, these are great heated springs. It's springs where you can go like in the winter time and it's 100 degrees or whatever.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Like Yellowstone, you see the water bubbling. It's probably a bit hot to step in there, but I know they have them in Iceland. They have giant lakes that are like geothermal. They're heated, and people go there in the wintertime. They go swimming in the lakes. The lakes are like a nice, comfortable 100 degrees, and it's like 0 outside, and they're loving it. People just going in the water. Maybe not when it's 0, but you get the point.
I bet they do. You have to bear in mind that in Iceland, 0 is like normal temperature.
That's summertime, man. It's 0 in summertime. Actually, we had a guy here from Iceland. He wasn't a flat
There's a few
earther.
people here from Iceland. Yeah, Drace and Karma, they're both flat earthers. They're from Iceland. Johnny Bernards as well is from Iceland.
He said his dad was a fisherman, and he actually went to Antarctica on a Russian ship. They were fishing on a ship. Yeah, and he also said that he could see from parts of Iceland, you can see Greenland. I'm like, what? I don't know how far the distance is, but there's your flat Earth. That's a flat Earth proof. Well, I mean, if the mountains are really high, yeah, that's a really long way, but maybe it's
That
because
better be a black swan.
that is a white swan. Iceland is, or Greenland is only. That's the thing. Greenland is ice, and Iceland is green. It's like everything is inverted in this world.
Like you said, everything's taught backwards.
Right. And I think maybe they called it Iceland, or no, Greenland. That doesn't make sense. They don't let people go to Greenland. Like if you want to go really far north, I think people were saying that there's a passage to the North Pole through Greenland, but they won't let you travel that far. Like it's kind of a sketchy thing. It's not official. It's not like there's an official travel ban like Antarctica, but it's a it's a travel ban that you just can't get around. Like there's people monitoring and same like with northern Canada. I think if you went too far north in Canada, they have patrols like, hey, you can't go here, or like they, you know what I mean, like people that would stop you.
Yeah, possibly.
I can explain why it's called Iceland. So the Norse didn't want to share the land with anybody. They didn't want people like coming and taking the land that they discovered for themselves, right? So they told everybody there was Iceland, right? Who wants to live on Iceland? Nobody, right? So it was actually green there, right? So they kept it for themselves. I think that's what's going on with Antarctica today. We're told that Antarctica is like nothing but ice, nothing but ice shelf. I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah. I would say like if it's that far south, it's probably pretty damn cold because the sun doesn't deliver a lot of heat because it's moving past so quickly. You know what I'm saying? Like the amount of time that you spend in the sun. If let's say you have a 60,000 mile circle, the sun is passing by so quick that it doesn't have time to give you any warmth. And that's why there's no plants growing there. So it probably is pretty damn cold. Just due to the fact it's on the outside of a big circle, it would just it would make sense that it would be cold. Now, as far as the North Pole, I don't know. I think the North Pole is a lot warmer. I think that might be the place where you can live.
I was just gonna say, man, I would love to do a North Pole.
That's more doable because Canada's right on my border. I'm in Detroit. I'm right across the bridge. All I have to do is go across the bridge, and I'm in Canada. And I could, I don't know, if I got the right tour. Canada's a big state, you know what I mean? A big country. I don't know if there's roads that I could drive on to get up there. I don't know if they're off limits. Don't know my way around, but it would be interesting to try it. Probably your GPS and stuff wouldn't work. So if you're trying to make your way up there, you'd need some kind of maps. It'd be better if there was a local, you know, some people that are from Canada that know their way around the area. And, you know, this is the time of year to do it.
Canada.
What's that?
Oh, I said I've always wanted to go to Canada.
Oh, I've been to Canada, but I never went far north. I just go to Windsor, right across the river.
Do you fish and hunt and stuff? Or?
I have, yeah. We share water with them. Like our waterways are half Canadian and half American.
Yeah,
so
didn't they put up a Canadian flag upside down, SOSing it or flashing SOS at it from across Niagara Falls? I heard something about that.
I'm in the Detroit area, so that's Niagara Falls is in New York, so that's far away.
Yeah.
We have 2 crossings with Canada. We have 3. We have a bridge, we have a tunnel. We have 2 bridges and then a tunnel. The 2 bridges are set, I don't know, maybe 60, 70 miles apart. like there's in Detroit, and then there's another one out a lot further north.
Yeah, that was hilarious when they just recently went into full lockdown. Supposedly, I guess they amassed across the water from Niagara Falls and had a huge Canadian flag upside down, which is a sign of distress, pointing at America with an SOS, like "Help, America!"
Canada is just it's just a slave state for the royal family, right? Like the Queen is on the money of Canada. Same with Australia. They're just like their own little slave colonies. So they're not like, and Canada is more New World Order, like their mask requirements. Like, here's how you know if you're NWO. If your state runs with metric, you're NWO. Like Canada used to have like miles per hour on their traffic signs, and now everything's in kilometers. They have their gases in liters. I don't know when they switched over, but I think maybe not that long ago, maybe 30, 40 years ago. I'm not positive, but at least they kind of know the English system, like the units, like imperial units. They're not like if you say, oh yeah, this is 6 feet long or an 8 foot long 2x4, they would know. Same with the Brits. The Brits know like feet. They know feet and inches, but the rest of Europe is kind of clueless. Everything is meters and centimeters. They don't really know.
It's a superior system.
Metrics. I actually I prefer to be the OG, man. I don't like change. I like to be unique. I mean, here's you know what else I think? The only reason they didn't get rid of it, I think there's like a lobby of the people who make tools like Snap-on. You know, all the people that manufacture sockets. You have to buy 2 sets of wrenches, 2 sets of sockets. If you live in Europe, you just buy 1 set. You don't buy Imperial. You buy everything metric. I have to buy both sets. I need 2 sets of wrenches, 2 sets of impacts, 2 sets of deep wells, 2 sets of all these different things I have to buy 2 sets of. It gets expensive. Especially for like a professional mechanic.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they use mixed bolts. American cars have mixed bolts. You'll have some metrics and some Imperial. So you kind of need both. It's a mixed bag. I think they're transitioning. You know what? Here's one theory I had. I think that they wanted to switch us off onto the metric system because the way that they measured the Earth back in the day was all done in feet and miles. And when you figure out that the curvature rate is the 666 feet or 66.6 feet at 10 miles, 6,666 feet, the orbital velocity around the sun, 66,600 miles per hour. When you convert that into metric, you don't get that. It all goes away. And that was one of the things that helped me wrap my head around this is just a giant fucking joke. They're like trolling us. The people who invented all these numbers, they're trolling the shit out of us. If you converted that into metric, you know, into meters and millimeters and whatever, doesn't make any sense. You don't get the 666. You get it for the tilt of the Earth, because you're still measuring in degrees, the angle of degrees. That doesn't change. But as far as velocity, you know, and how many feet of curvature and the speed, those only work with feet. And I think they want to just do away with it. So like their little trolling just goes away. Because that actually helped wake me up. That was like, what? There's no fucking way that's true. You know what I mean? I'm like, there's no way that that's true. And I do the curvature. I'm like, oh my God. It was in Edward Hendry's book, and I was looking at the chart for the curvature, and I'm like, look at all these 666s. It was everywhere. The number keeps popping up at all these different distances. You get 666, 66666. You get it all over. And then when the orbital speed of the Earth rotating around the sun, 66,600 miles per hour exactly. I'm like, dude, that's just the tilt of the Earth. There's too many coincidences, man. It's that, statistical improbability. This would be impossible to have all those anomalies match up with a 666. They are trolling us.
Yes, sir.
I think they get off on it too. Like, hey, let's put the UN, let's put a flat Earth map on our logo. Let's have the logo be a flat Earth map, and we'll put it right in the face of these dumbasses. Put it right in their face. We'll leave Antarctica out. Then it would be too obvious. Because if they did, like when you look at a Gleason's, you're like, oh, that's how it works. It's not just this flat plate where water's spilling off the edge into the outer space, right? The void of space. That's the other concept. Oh, the Earth is floating in outer space. What a ridiculous theory. You know what I mean? Now when you see like, oh, it's all enclosed. The walls go up. You can't spill water up a wall. You know what I mean? It's like, it makes sense. Especially when you compare it to a water ball that spins. Here we have a ball of water and it's spinning. That makes sense, right? It's like, oh man. The most illogical model they could conceive is what they feed people and they want to believe it. The most ridiculous concept. And we all believed it at one point. You know what I mean? We all thought it was true until we actually picked it apart. It's like, go ahead, pick this thing apart and see if you can find any proof that it's reality. And if you're intellectually honest, and you're able to overcome that cognitive dissonance. Most people can't do it though. I think people that know that the moon landing was fake have a better chance of getting the whole grasp of it. Is my mic on?
Yeah, it is, Ron.
Hello? Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything last time. Discord glitches out quite a bit. Like sometimes it'll randomly go out. I won't hear anything and I'll just be talking to nobody.
I'm listening.
No, I mean sometimes like it'll just cut out. I don't know that it cut out on me.
Oh, right on.
I'll reconnect. It does that every so often.
No, bro, we heard every word you said. You were monologuing, and we couldn't get to the thing fast enough, and you probably exited out before we could.
Oh, yeah, I was blathering. Go ahead. I was just. Does anyone have any ideas like how we could branch out? Like there's a lot of us, like how we can spread our message. Maybe we could have a school. Like this is kind of like a school, but maybe we could spread this message somehow. And we all live in different states.
Dude,
and
you get telemarketing phone calls, you get spam emails, you get spam text messages. Send that shit back.
I don't get any of that. I have a cell phone. I don't have any landline or stuff, so I don't really get too much spam.
Well, then spam other people.
I do, but I'm just not sure how effective. I go on YouTube.
Like not their emails, but go to like a public place like Reddit or something.
Yeah, I'm thinking in the summertime I'm gonna get out there on the lake, on the waterfront, and bring my camera with me, my P900, and do some demos for the people. I think that's the most convincing when you can see with your own eyes. Like if you go, maybe maybe I'll take a visit to the opposite side of the state where you can see Chicago if the weather's nice, and I'll set up by the waterfront and ask, hey, you want to see something? Hey, come and take a look. There's Chicago. You know what? Yeah, look through the camera, because I got the little viewfinder, the screen on the back of the camera, and you could just see the LED readout. If it's visible, that would be a way to, like, you know, that aha moment, like, wait a minute, how can you see it from there? Like, well,
I think the artist formerly known as Mary Mom did that when she was at the place where he took that photo, where Nowicki took the photo. She was talking about it and like, look, you can see Chicago from over here, kids.
That's awesome. I think we need to do that more. So maybe the people in the west side of Michigan that can see that, we can convert them, and then it'll spread word of mouth, because you're only, what do they say, 6 degrees of separation. So if we build a large community of flat earthers there, look how quickly it spread across Brazil. I think Brazil has the biggest flat earth population in the world. You know why? Maybe they have a better, maybe their school system is not so indoctrinated and the people have more common sense over there. And maybe less trust of the government. Like over here, people have too much trust in the government, even though they say they don't. And you know what I noticed too? Like people who are like libertarian or small government or like even voluntarist, people like that that have a healthy distrust of the government are easier to convert them to flat earthers. Because once you figure this out, you're like, oh my God, that's why it was easier for me, because I can understand.
Bro, we don't convert people, bro.
Well, I'm saying
get people to think for themselves and question authority and go make some measurements.
I pop them out of their fog. I like to convert them to reality. Because everyone's living in a false reality, right? Unless you prick that bubble, break them out of their spell and bring them into reality. That's a conversion into reality, bringing the scales off their eyes, letting them see the truth. And besides, that's not a dirty word. Converting, winning them over, bringing them to our side, however you want to look at it. I want them on my side. I want people on my side of reality. I don't want people to live in a false reality. I want them to see the truth. Because the sooner we have a critical mass of people that could see the world for what it is, the sooner we could change this mess and put in something that represents us, something that, you know, we can have control.
You can say whatever you want on here. I'm just saying I don't like the word convert, because the word convert, you know, it kind of, you know, it's like saying that you need faith to be a flat earther, right? This isn't a faith-based thing, I don't think. I think it doesn't require belief. It doesn't require faith. It doesn't require conversion. It just requires you to open your mind enough to go make the measurements, you know, and
I didn't say it does. What I'm saying is I think you're picking the fly crap out of the pepper. You're parsing words too much.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Not in the same words, but yeah.
At the end of the day, I want these people on my side. I want them to see things for the way they are instead of the way we were taught. And the sooner that happens, the sooner we can live in a better world. Like the world around us can't exist if people know the truth. It just doesn't work. People would refuse to comply with this nonsense if they only knew. It's just it's almost an impossible task to break them out of this bubble. Like I have a trouble with my own brother, you know. I have two brothers. One of them sees the truth and the other one doesn't. His girlfriend got the vaccine. I don't know if he did. I hope he didn't. I haven't spoke to him, but it's like members of my mom's sister got the vaccine. Like just people. I'm like, if I would have had, you know, contact with these people, if we were like all isolated, I could have told them about this shit, you know, before they go and do something that's harmful, you know. So it's
all right,
like,
bro. We're not going to talk about that. Sorry, I'm not trying to control your speech, but if this place gets taken down, let it be.
No, I know what I'm doing. I'm speaking. You know what I'm
All right.
talking. I'm not being specific. I'm just saying, if people in my own family are this blind, how do I teach something to a total stranger? And that's why they have us all separated. Don't go to family reunions, cancel Christmas meetings, whatever. I'm spending time on the beaches with my camera, bringing my camera, and I'm showing people reality. I need to get some of those prints, those little printouts, those trifolds, and hand that out too. Something people could take home and read it and visualize what I'm trying to explain. You know, it was critical to see something that wasn't a ball. Here, wait, how does it work? Oh, something like this. Like even like a Gleason's map, like, okay, that's a good representation. It's a starting point. I don't know if everything scales just right, but that's not the point. To say if that some people want to argue about, hey, that's not an accurate map, whatever. I don't care. It's something to envision, right? The concept of how this thing would be arranged. At the end of the day, we really don't know what the hell shape the country we live in, right? We have no way to verify it. Like, does the United States look like they show us? I don't know. Does Michigan look like a mitten? I don't know. Could be all made up for all I know. Does Texas look like Texas and Florida look like Florida? Who knows?
Well, I can tell you this for a fact, that I've driven northeast for a very long time, 2 days and longer, and made it to a place called Maine, where they have really tiny trees up there and lots of hills and such. And I've then driven south and found a place called Florida where the mosquitoes and the humidity are unbearable. And then I drove west again and wound up in Texas.
I heard Texas trees, they don't have many trees, and I've been down there. I don't know. I heard
you gotta
Maine
go
has
to
big
East
lumber.
Texas. We got the piney forest in East Texas. So when I went up north, like, you know, to New York State and Maine, I just remember their trees were, you know, puny, like little tiny trees.
Maybe those were like forested already. Those are replants, because some of the the lumber industry in northern Maine by Canada, they have some old growth forest with some big lumber. So you might have been like in one of those replantings where they take like a Christmas tree farm. They don't really, those trees have been replanted. They've already been harvested. All the old growth timber.
That may be true.
Yeah, different regions, but as far as like Texas, maybe East Texas has the big trees, but I didn't see a lot of big trees.
Yeah, pine trees, oak trees, pecan trees, like they're all really, really big. Especially the pine trees, man. They're like 100 foot up at least.
I was in Central Texas by Dallas, so I went to Tulsa and then Dallas.
Oh yeah, that's different.
I didn't go to the east.
The plains go all the way to like North Dallas, the Great Plains. So if you go east of there, like towards Louisiana, and you go south, you'll see like there's this Pawnee Forest.
Would that be Houston? My cousin is in Houston. I never visited though.
No, I'm talking like Shreveport, Lone Star, Longview, Tyler.
You're talking the
That area.
far east corner by Louisiana.
Yeah.
I was down there. I was just talking with somebody. The guy in here, he's like from Broken Bow or Broken Arrow. Broken Bow, where is it? Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think he said Broken Arrow.
Right, Broken Bow and the Bow and Arrow go together. They're like sister states or cities or like.
Yeah, I'm in Broken Arrow.
Yeah. Same neck of the woods. It's like a tri-state conjunction: Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma. They call that the Arco-Tex. Helio's from Arkansas, so I don't know how far he is from that corner.
I think Helio is about 3 or 4 hours from me.
Where are you from?
East Texas.
East Texas? Okay. Be by Louisiana? You got the trees there?
Something like that.
You should try
I
that.
live in the Pawnee Forest.
That Lake Pontchartrain. If you're not too far from there, try and do an experiment. You can zoom across Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, I think I'm about 2 hours from Pontchartrain.
2 hours? Okay.
Maybe 3.
That would be a good experiment because I'm sure if you had the right laser beam, you could shine it clear across there. I think it's 19 miles? That would be a good one. It's like, okay, I'm at one.
Yeah, but it's hot and humid. There's going to be a lot of refraction.
You could do it in the winter time when the humidity's low. It would be hard. It would be hard to get a laser that strong too. That's 19 miles is pretty damn far. I'm sure you could zoom across it with a camera if you had the right, something right on the shoreline, maybe a boat. If you had a boat, you could drive across Lake Pontchartrain from one side, like kind of what Rob Skiba did, and maybe do it at nighttime where you have like a flashing, like a buoy or something, and you just keep filming that flashing buoy, like a strobe type thing. Say, okay, this buoy is we'll do 6 feet off the water. I'm going to go 19 miles away. I'm going to keep zooming in on it for as long as I can. It won't take you too long to drive 19 miles across the lake. I think it would be a lot calmer too. Like a Lake Pontchartrain is not like it's not like Lake Michigan that sometimes it gets choppy. Where the water's all choppy. It'd be almost pretty dead flat. Because it's not very deep.
I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum when I was 14, and I seen like what I thought was like nothing but frozen water. I thought it was like an ocean of water, right? And I didn't realize that I could see to the other side. But I'd never seen anything like that before. The ice is blinding during the day.
Where did you go?
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum in Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio, I think.
Oh, you went to Cleveland.
And my dad pointed out. Yeah, my dad pointed out. He's like, "You see this thing over there?" I was like, "No, what is that?" He's like, "Over there, you see it?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Right there." And then I saw it, and he goes, "That's Detroit." And I
Your mic cut out. Hank. Is my mic on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, I hear you fine.
You cut out, Hank.
He's probably in a bad cell area. Sounds like he's driving.
See,
These satellites, man. They seem strangely absent in open areas.
You know what he just said, how he was in Cleveland, he could see Detroit, right? I'm in Detroit, and I wanted to do an experiment that we have the tallest buildings, like I think 600 or 700 feet tall, and they have a restaurant on the top floor. So if I could bring my camera, my P900, and zoom in and see Cleveland, and then zoom in and see Chicago. So Chicago is probably 300 miles away. Cleveland is probably, I don't know, a little bit less, maybe diagonally 150, maybe, if you go like line of sight. But if I could see both of them from there, from only 700 feet up, that would be pretty incredible. You know, it's extreme enough if you could see it from across Lake Michigan, right? 60 miles, but to see 300 plus miles, to see another state from a building, I would think maybe, you know, the infrared, I would think you could see it for sure. You could see the large cities.
You can see 300 miles.
No, you can zoom. I'm saying with a zoom camera.
You can't see 300 miles with a zoom camera. It'd be too small of an object.
Well, Jay Tolan does.
You want to put that in live stream for us?
Yeah, you want to see it? He's got stuff from Hudson Bay.
The farthest you can see is around 100 miles.
Here, I'll show you.
You have to consider the size of the object. It would have to be like the size of a mountain to see beyond 100 miles.
Hold on. He just saw Detroit from Cleveland, so that's more than 100 miles.
Let's measure that, can we?
What's the best way to measure something over long distance if you have a clear line of sight?
Maybe using their charts, but we don't know how accurate it is.
No. Measuring it.
I don't know how you'd measure it.
We can go by
like
Google
radio?
Maps to start off, and then we can try to maybe.
I know, but you
confirm
can't,
that
you
from
can't
there.
use that. But like you could literally physically measure it. That's one option. But could you use a radio wave and be very accurate?
Yeah, you could do that
Like
if you had
time
the
it?
setup.
Yeah.
If you had a setup in both places. You need a sending unit and then a receiving unit. Here's a Wi-Fi link. Here's what you were just talking about. You could do something like this.
Are you putting something in live stream?
Yeah. You could do something like that to measure your distance.
You know what I've been watching lately? They sent some fake astronauts up recently. So they've been beaming down all of bullshit interviews with them like floating in a room with no windows. It's so sad. It's so sad.
Here's Hudson Bay from 1,200 miles.
What's the matter? You don't like puppet shows?
You're chopping up, Hank.
I'm just shocked I didn't see through it earlier.
1,200 mile visibility. Now, what were you saying about a 100-mile limit?
He said he was sad after the NASA footage, and
He
I
was
asked
saying
him, does he
he
not
called
like the
you-
puppet show?
I think he said you're lying, Hank, that you can't see Cleveland from, or you can't see Detroit from Cleveland.
The article you mentioned is
Well, it's a memory that I
is a Wi-Fi.
It's
a
a
Wi-Fi
memory
signal.
that I have in my brain.
The article you posted in live stream is a Wi-Fi signal, and it's not 300 miles. It's 188 miles, 300 kilometers. And it's a Wi-Fi signal. It's not. It's not.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about 1,200 mile infrared, and I was talking about from elevation of 700 feet.
I just went from the post in live stream. It's a Wi-Fi signal. It's not a site. It's not a line of sight.
No, there's two pictures. Go to the one under it. There's a 1,200 miles from a window of an airplane. From you could see Hudson Bay from 1,200 miles. With the aid of the camera, with the aid of the infrared and the zoom and the elevation, you can see the outline of it. He can see clear across Florida, too. He did one across Florida. The higher up you get, the bigger the angular resolution. I'm not saying from ground level. I'm saying from an elevated height.
So does this guy know he's proving a flat Earth?
Dude, I'm an OG. Who are you? I've been around here for 4 years. Who are you? Are you trying to tell me
I'm
something?
nobody.
Dude?
I'm nobody.
You are nobody.
I'm nobody.
You are. Nobody I know. I don't know who you are.
Come on, bro. He's a good guy. He's just new. He just showed up late. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Yeah, Godric, it sucks that you were late. Glad you made it. Glad you figured it out, bro.
I can't understand a thing you said, Hank.
He said it sucks that Godrich was late, but he's glad he made it.
Yeah, I'll probably go watch some YouTube or something. See you guys later.
He's got a bad signal on it.
Okay, see you soon, Hank.
I wanted to hear about his story of Cleveland. From he could see Detroit from Cleveland. I know we got a shiny building. It's the Renaissance Center. It's all glass, like a mirror building. Maybe that's the reflection he was seeing. If you could see that glint. Hey, Crypto.
Yeah, what's up?
What have you been up to?
Just working, to be honest. Not a great deal. What about you?
Yeah, the same. Did you get that? You were trying to get a degree or something from? You're taking some classes.
Yeah, I did qualify from that. Problem is, of course, that economy's now fucked and no one's hiring. So I'm doing something I don't particularly want to do, but it's yeah, just have to put up with it for now.
That really sucks. Like right now, lumber prices are so expensive. I'm glad I'm not even. That's what I used to do. I was a carpenter and a metal fabricator. Metal prices are high too right now. I just been selling shit on eBay. The fees are sick. Fees are like 13% off the top, and then there's a PayPal fee on top of that, like a 3% PayPal plus a 13. So
yeah, it's disgusting.
It's disgusting is right, man. I'm like, these fees they're crazy. Paying like $200 fees, and sometimes your profit margin is not that high, right? Just because what the item sells for is not pure profit. You know what I'm saying? Like, say there's only 25% profit margin, they're taking the majority of it.
Yeah.
And there's nothing left for me.
Well, I remember when eBay first came out, when it was like the fees were like, I mean, you barely touch the sides. But I think they just got super greedy now, haven't they? They just want as much as they can get. It's really sad.
Yeah, it's pretty damn. Basically, you're placing an ad. Like the stuff I sold was only for it was a buy it now. It wasn't even an online auction. So I was just placing like a classified ad. If you do the same on Craigslist, it costs you $0, but you don't get the same amount of eyeballs. Like you need that bigger reach. Like eBay has the massive reach. Like if I put a video on BitChute versus if I put it on YouTube, YouTube is going to get lots of eyeballs. BitChute is kind of like Craigslist. It's going to get very few eyeballs. So you're not going to get.
Depends what you put.
Well, I mean, you're just not going to get a lot of people because there's not a lot of users on BitChute compared to YouTube.
No, I know, but I'm saying like with YouTube, like it depends if you're banned.
Yeah. If you put flat Earth, nobody will see it. If you put that in the title, it's invisible. It's like, where's my video? You have to get. Maybe we need to use a different word. We have to get clever to work around the algorithms. Call it. I mean, even level Earth, they're censoring that. Like Jose, when he did the search, he's like, yeah, you put level Earth and you could find videos still, but they probably fixed that patch. We need to come up with our own language.
Well, you could actually just target one of the bigger ones, just like anti-racism Earth, right? Because then they're left with the dilemma: they either censor anti-racism or they allow the content through.
You know, you can still find it. If the best way to do it is to say search Eric Dubay or search ODD TV or search DIRTH or D-Dirth.
Yeah, but people won't know to search that unless they already know that person.
Right, right. But I'm saying like if we're talking to them in here, say, okay, go to this channel and you'll find lots of videos about flat Earth.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Because if you put anything with flat Earth, I was trying to find, you know who got banned? Alex Jones reporter Greg Reese. So Greg Reese, he was actually a decent reporter, and he made a really decent video about flat Earth, but they banned his YouTube channel. Not that I don't trust Alex Jones at all, but his reporter Greg Reese, he was more almost independent journalism that worked, for hire, I guess, because he made a really good piece about flat Earth. He said, "Is Antarctica key to the flat Earth, whatever?" I think I have a link to that. And this is up on BitChute, I think, or no, someone re-uploaded on YouTube. Here we are. What kind of work? I thought last I talked to you, you were doing like a DJ type thing.
Yeah, you can't really be self-employed at the moment doing that in this country just because they took away all the work. That you can't even do it for yourself now. I don't really want to say what I'm doing now.
No, you don't say what you're.
But so I won't be doing it forever. So
we need to get you a job as a teacher. You could be a flat Earth teacher.
Well, I certainly wouldn't be against the idea.
Too bad there's not a way to do that. Like, if you could teach students, like, you know how you have wood shop? We used to have wood shop, metal shop, welding, auto repair. They were like, they were courses so that they would teach you if you wanted to be a carpenter or like a mechanic or a welder. You would take these courses in high school. They took them out of the schools because they didn't want kids getting injured on the machines. At least that's what they said, but it teaches you a valuable trade. Say you don't want to go to college and be an accountant or something. You can go learn a trade. You can learn how to weld or repair cars or electric.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
This was a really good documentary he did about Antarctica. Like if you didn't know anything about it, it wouldn't be enough to turn you off. And just how it's titled.
I mean, how long is it? I might watch it now, actually.
It's about 15 minutes, I think. 12 or 15. Not too long.
Yeah, I'm going to put this on now, then I'll be back after I've watched it. Cool.
Have you guys seen Helioskeptic in here lately? Anybody?
Ollie, what's up, crypto? Oh, shoot.
So, guys, we got a new person. His name is Neil Breen. Mic check. Anybody here?
Yep.
So he says that when he doesn't know about the shape, he's been told it is a sphere. That's what he knows. Kind of quiet in here. What's going on? A few seconds ago, it was kind of loud.
Yeah, it's weird. Everybody just hopped off, I guess. I don't know.
You need some help with the new guy? Take him to the big questions.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted somebody else because I checked them in. Wanted somebody else to speak to him.
Welcome to Flat Earth Discord. Any questions,
It
sir?
looks like he left.
Yeah, he left. He went to the other ones to see. I guess something was happening in the other VC. It was a little too quiet.
Well, just be ready to ask him. Explain to us why he thinks that the Earth is a sphere. And generally, it's just he said, she said stuff.
Yeah, I said something and nobody said anything. I was like, and then a person kind of, hey, and then he just bounced.
Did I run him off?
So I just think that he was gonna come into a bigger conversation. I'm not sure. He'll probably come back later.
Well, good job on bringing him. Just bring more people. We'll get him eventually.
Yeah, I think everybody went to the learning curve. Maybe.
Something exciting happened? Or what?